Nobody. Doing all right. Pretty bored. TikTok's been shitty lately. Not a whole lot of good arguments or discussions. What about you, black shirts? Wish I could play music through here. I have an ass.
Hello, how's it going?
It's going all right. Pretty bored.
Pretty bored?
Yeah.
You still playing that same video game?
Uh-huh.
No?
Yes.
No. Yeah, I mean, it's a Sunday, slow Sunday. That's what they say.
Sundays are generally slow, but TikTok's just been pretty bad recently. People are coming to the beginning of the summer and stuff like that.
It's like, well, it's not cold where I am, but the wind's like 30 plus mile an hour and like 70 something. So my ass is just chilling inside. You know, after last night's bonfire that I had, no need to go outside.
Barely a fucking match. Bonfire.
I don't know. Everyone was telling me on my property.
Yeah, one person was telling me that. Amazing. Can I get your age and who you voted for, please?
Sorry, I'm turning my volume up right now. So what was the question?
Your age and who you voted for?
Oh, I'm 45 years of age. I voted for, this last time I voted for Kamala Harrison.
Harrison.
Oof.
Is that George Harrison's sister?
Yeah, that was kind of...
Harris,
I didn't
Kamala Harris.
I didn't like, I did not take that vote lightly, so normally I would have voted Republican, but I remembered the whole stuff with January 6th and all that stuff, so I didn't have a choice.
Wait. You're saying normally you would have voted Republican, right? And then you voted for someone who's a daughter of an actual like communist Marxist?
Normally I would have voted for Republican, but because it was Donald Trump, yeah, I would have voted. If it had been any other Republican, yes, I would have voted for them.
Now, let me ask you this. So, what you're saying is you would have been completely fine voting for the left, right? And the left shoves their agenda down your throat, and you're just taking it.
What is it with you guys and getting shit shoved down your throat? That's what I want to know.
You know, the funny thing is that every single time that we vote Republicans in, you know, we wind up getting fucked. So,
well, I mean, I could criticize that, right? But I mean, the good thing about Trump,
I can prove it. You know, I can prove every single time we get Republicans in, they fuck us.
Yeah,
And
yeah. See, the good thing about Trump is we're going to go further right here in the next few elections.
I can also prove that every time we get Democrats in, they fuck us too. So I mean, just how bad am I going to get fucked?
Basically, what you're saying is you're either voting for like LGBTQ is not real, or just
it's not real. Did you just say it's not what?
real.
Stop. Amazing. Stop. Did you just say it's not real?
Yeah.
Like gay people don't exist?
No. No, that went over your head, didn't it?
Well, obviously, I'm asking you questions about it. Care to answer?
Oh,
What do you mean it's not real?
Do you just want me to say the country?
Country?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I mean, either side you vote for, right? I mean, you're still going to be just.
You said LGBTQ is not real. That's what you said.
Yes, that is what I said, right? Now,
Yes, right. Yeah.
Now, let me explain.
Right.
Okay.
So, what are you asking? Are you telling me that gay people don't exist right now?
No, that's not what I'm saying. And now, I think here's the thing that went over your head, right? Now, I was saying, so left or right, you're either voting for LGBTQ, Israel, or you're voting for just Israel in general, right?
Well, you didn't say Israel, first of all, and I'm not sure.
Well, isn't that the whole point?
Hey.
Yeah,
I'm not sure what Israel.
It is not real. Sure sounds like Israel.
Stop talking. Right? Stop talking.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't seem like Israel. Is not real is something completely different.
Well, that's okay. Well,
you can say Israel.
Kind of
Why would you not say Israel?
I don't know. I mean, some people get salty when you bring that up on lives.
Okay, so you do understand that gay people exist, then, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so what problem do you have?
With Democrats?
Sure.
Well, I mean, to acknowledge, I mean, obviously, gay people exist, right? Now, the issue I have with the LGBTQ is the transgender movement. I don't fully.
How many transgender people are in the U.S.?
It's probably 0.2%.
Why are you afraid of that?
Why am I afraid of it? Well, I mean, it's only going to increase, right, once it gets shoved down their throat.
What is it with you getting shit shoved down your throat? I don't get that either.
Well, do you have children, Mojo?
Are you?
I have children, and here's the thing. I want to explain something.
Stop talking. Stop.
No.
Are you? Stop. Just stop.
No, I have a transgender.
Just stop.
Girlfriend. And the thing is that what I don't like about it
is that we're going to do? Have you ever been on a panel?
You're going to sit there. You don't even have a transgender.
I was in the middle of having a conversation, and then you are.
Yeah, but I mean, like, you're going to sit there and moderate it, and this and that, and blah 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 blah. But here's the thing: I have a transgender, and I have children too. I'm bisexual. So the thing is.
Well, it sounds like you should have just gone with a man, right?
That's the problem with Democrats and Republicans. They don't fucking listen. Neither party listens. Neither
is it a transgender male or is it a transgender female?
My friend, the one I'm in
your wife.
Yeah, she's.
Yeah, that's what we're getting at. Girlfriend, whatever it is.
That's what it is. Yeah, that's so. That's the issue.
You just answer the question. It's a simple question.
But I mean, what's your problem with that?
Well, answer the question, and I'll give you my problem. Right?
Well, what's the question?
Are you serious?
What's your question about that? I mean, you
I'm about
want
to boot
to
you.
bring it up?
I'm
Don't
about
you?
to boot you. I'm about to boot you.
So
You're like drunk and stuff right now.
damn, I wanted him to answer that question.
I don't care what you want. It really makes no difference to me. I'm gonna move past this point because it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous for you to be scared of people that actually exist and have always existed.
I'm definitely not
Ridiculous
scared,
for you
right?
to base. It's ridiculous for you to base your entire vote on this fucking fear that you have of 0.2% of the fucking population. So
We
what
could go
else
into
is wrong with
taxes.
Democrats?
We could go into taxes
So
too,
what-
right?
Yeah, what do Democrats do for taxes?
Well, see, so I'm
scary.
from Illinois, right? Now, my tax dollars here in Illinois, they're going.
Should I just say wrong? Every time you say right, I just want to say wrong.
That's fine. You
Stop
can do
saying
that.
right.
Sure. I'll stop saying right. So here in Illinois, my tax dollars are going towards housing illegals, illegals to get it, pretty much every government program known to man.
What does this have to do with Donald Trump or the federal
Well,
government?
we were talking about Democrat, Republican, right?
Sure, but generally we talk about federal politics because I don't live in Illinois, so I don't care what happens in Illinois.
Well, I'm just saying we were talking about Democrat, Republican, so I'm explaining why I wouldn't vote for a Democrat.
I just responded to that.
Well, okay, good point. So now in the federal election, why would I want to see that what's happening in my state happen on a federal level? Why would I want us to have pretty much mass immigration illegally into this country? We fund them and pay for it all through the taxpayers. Why would I want to see that?
These programs are all set up for citizens only. So through the federal government. So
See,
I don't know what you have to complain about. Now
I
you're talking about tax. You said taxation. Now
I think
want
you
to
should
talk about
go
immigration.
look at Illinois' policy.
You said taxation. Now you want to talk about immigration.
Yeah, my taxes are paying for the illegals, right? In Illinois. Why would I want to see that?
Paying taxes then?
No, I'm completely fine with paying taxes, right? If it goes towards like the schools, the roads, shit like that, right? Actual like things we need in this country.
You understand? Yeah, you understand that Republicans also vote for SNAP and child support and child
that's completely fine, right?
Hey, shut up. Child tax credits. They pay for immigrants, the children of immigrants. They pay for schooling of the children of immigrants. Republicans are going to vote for the same things. This is not a Republican-Democrat issue. So when I asked you what you don't like about Democrats, this is not one of those things because these are programs that are put in place and the federal government doesn't have control over what the states do.
Yeah, but see, the whole point here was I don't want to see what's going on in my state on the federal level, and voting Kamala would
I
be.
just told you that it can't. Why do you repeat yourself after I already answer you?
No, what do you mean it can't? Explain to me how it can't.
These programs, because the laws surrounding these programs say that the money can only go towards citizens. You must be a citizen in the United States to get welfare, to get SNAP, to get unemployment.
So wait, you're telling me now states have SNAP, etc., right?
They can have their own programs. They can't use federal dollars to do that.
Yes, good point. So you're telling me the federal government, what if someone on the left gets in, that they wouldn't make it to where illegals could receive these benefits?
Who was the last Democratic president? Biden. Did he put anything in place to make sure that immigrants could get these benefits? How about Obama? Did he? Do you think Bill Clinton did?
No, Obama was deporting people, right?
Okay, any of the last three Democratic presidents, have they instituted any policies that would pay for immigrants?
No, I completely agree with you, right? Now, what you're dealing with, though, is I would say really just the last 10 years, it's gone, the mental illness has gone through the roof. And it's almost like the Marxist communist dream is coming.
Now you're talking about mental illness. Now you're talking about mental illness. Then you move on to Marxism, communism. Man, you are all over the place.
Same thing, right?
Can't you stick on one subject? Do you have that capability?
Well, that's was getting into my point, right? That you interrupted me there.
Yeah, because you just brought three other things into the conversation that were not being discussed.
Well, mental illness, communist, and Marxism, they all like pretty much coexist with each other. One little happy box over there on the left.
You're not making a point here.
Well, the point is, I mean, there's a lot of people that do absolutely nothing in this country, right? And they want to be rewarded for doing absolutely nothing.
Wrong. That's just
wrong. That's wrong.
Yeah.
Well, I mean that would be like the Marxist wet dream, right? They can sit there and do absolutely nothing, provide zero goods or services, and basically just live off the government.
Also,
someone else is paying my bills, so what the fuck do I need to do?
It's all wrong. Everything you're saying right now is wrong.
Well, could you explain to me how I'm wrong?
You were talking about taxation.
Yeah, I don't want my tax dollars going towards funding people that hate this country and illegal immigrants, right?
You understand that you are not the only person in the country, and you're certainly not the only person that gets to vote in your district.
No, I'm well aware, right? I think we'll figure this out, right, after Trump gets out of office here in 2 years.
If you want an alien to be the president of the United States of America, that's all fine and dandy, but you don't get to make that decision on your own. We live in a democracy.
Yeah, I'm well aware of that. Now,
okay, so it doesn't matter.
Trump did win the popular vote, right?
Yes.
Now, a lot of people, I'm going to say a lot of people, since he won the popular vote. Now, I voted for Trump on a few things. It'd be mass deportation, which we aren't really getting right now.
Now you're changing the subject again. What the fuck is wrong with you?
I'm not even changing the subject. I'm just explaining the right wing here for you. So you've got some.
I understand, you simple-minded fucking tools.
Sure. Now you've got some people that voted for Trump, right? You want things done in this country. Now Trump hasn't really. I would say Trump would be like a '90s Democrat, early 2000s Democrat, and I think he's pretty much going to pave the way for someone much further right to eventually get a presidential bid and really change some things in this country, right?
Do you have something I'm supposed to respond to?
I don't know. You could have responded to that, right? Do you disagree? Do you disagree with me?
Disagree with what?
What I just said, right? I mean, Trump is like
I don't know what you just said, wrong.
Okay, I'll repeat it. So Trump is like a '90s Democrat, early 2000s Democrat with this policy.
What does that have to do with any discussion that we've been having so far?
Now, listen. So
what the fuck? This is the craziest conversation ever. You are a schizophrenic, sir. You should be in a padded cell. You cannot fucking have a simple conversation. You cannot even put two fucking sentences together that talk about the same goddamn thing. What is wrong with you?
All I'm saying is the Trump movement, right?
The sky is blue, right? All you're saying is the sky is blue, right?
I don't think that's what I was saying whatsoever, right?
I don't know it. I don't know what the fuck you're saying, right?
Well, I mean, I think if you would listen, right? I don't know if you're distracted by the video game
No,
or what
wrong.
it is, but
I'm not even
Wrong?
playing my game.
well, what are you misunderstanding here, right?
God, you have so many ticks. Have you seen somebody like a therapist? I don't know, gotten your brain scanned or something? See if you're okay.
Brain was scanned at 16, right? No brain damage. Nothing
No
wrong
brain
with
damage?
that. Nope.
Okay, so there's something wrong with you. I don't know what it is, but you just say random things, right? And then you say right all the time, right? And then you just move from one subject to another without listening to anything anybody else is saying, right? And then you say right again, right?
Well, if you would follow the conversation, you would get where I'm going, right?
There's no conversation. We're not having a conversation. You're just saying random things.
I'm not saying random things.
You were saying completely random things.
Explain to me
This
how
is
I'm saying
word
random
salad.
things.
This is word salad at this point. What did we start talking about when I kicked that other dude off the panel?
He was talking about his trans lover.
No, what were you and I talking about
So
when I
We-
kicked him off?
we were talking about is not real. I said is not real LGBTQ.
Oh my god,
And
we were
then
talking about
Is
taxation.
not real. Republicans. That's what we were talking about, and taxation.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about.
Yeah.
I
See,
don't
it
know what
seems
the
it
fuck
seems
you're
like
talking about.
my memory is better than yours because I was bringing up like even further back and the same thing, right?
Wrong. You need to figure out.
Well, how is that wrong?
One fucking thought. You need to figure out how to follow one thought process.
Well, I'm explaining to you my thought process, right? And then you get lost and you're like, oh, I don't even understand what's going on right now. But it's like a
I don't
simple
either.
thought
I don't
process,
fucking know
right?
either.
Well,
No,
I'm
it's not.
just saying. I mean, Trump has like policy of a '90s Democrat to early 2000s Democrat, and I think it's going to birth something even further right. And what are you guys going to do about it at this point?
I don't know. You know what? We'll figure it out once we decide once you guys decide who your fucking candidate is.
I don't know. Do you know James Fishback? Do you follow any of his shit?
The stupid crazy dude in Florida? No.
Is he crazy or does he speak the truth?
Why are we talking about Fishback now? What the fuck?
Well, I mean, eventually he can be president, right? Maybe he'll.
So can you.
That's true. That is true.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
There's absolutely nothing wrong with me, right? I'm just having a conversation.
There is, dude. You're not. You can't have a conversation with anybody.
I think you just gotta get up to speed, right? I'm speaking. We're having a conversation here.
You're just saying random shit, dude.
I'm not even saying random shit.
Talking about.
Is this just like the? Is this the Marxist communism mindset here?
Do you? Okay. Let me go ahead and try and guide. Let me go ahead and try and guide a conversation. Let me go ahead and try and guide a conversation here.
Okay.
But I'm going to assume that you don't like Marxism, right?
Oh, absolutely not. No. Karl Marx is an absolute bum.
What do you think Marxism is?
So Marxism would come from the ideas of Karl Marx, right? You've got apparently you're going to take the means of production, give it to the working class, which never really happens at this point. You've got a few rats that tunnel their way to the top, and then they usually genocide some people, and a lot of people starve. That would be Marxism.
Why would people starve in a Marxist society?
Are you telling me Russia during the Bolsheviks and stuff?
I'm not telling you anything. I'm asking you, why would people starve in a Marxist society?
Well, throughout history, right, Marxist societies have starved their
Okay,
people.
but I'm not asking you about history. I'm asking you why would inherently people starve in a Marxist society? If you know what Marxism is,
Probably because a lot of people
There
sit
we-
on their ass and don't do anything, right? I mean, you've got the people who always did the work, right? And then you have some worthless individuals who want to do nothing other than get paid by the government, sit at home,
so
and then usually the
So
people
are-
that want
are
to sit
you
on their
saying-
ass
are you saying
don't
that in
agree
these
with the
previous-
people who work, and then they end up genociding the people who work, and then it's like, oh shit, they contributed a lot more than what we thought they did, and then you guys end up starving 200 million or more than that. I mean, it's just throughout history, it's a wild thought.
if a government, if even in your society that you're trying to draw up right now with an authoritarian government that's going to tell everybody what they have to do, if that government, or they're going to kill them. If that government
That's not what I. That's not what I want. Right?
If that
or said.
I didn't say that's what you wanted. That is what you just said.
Well, we were talking about Marxism. Is that what you think Marxism does?
That's what you just said. No, that has nothing to do with Marx.
No.
But that's
Well,
what
he
you
was a
just
bum,
said.
right? Marx,
That
a
has nothing to do-
bum.
This is what you just said, right? You said that in a Marxist society, somebody's going to take control, and the authoritarian is going to tell people what they have to do all the time. But those people that are sitting at home on their ass deciding to do no work are going to be told by the government that they have to do work, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you gotta provide
If they're
something
told-
beneficial
if they're-
to society other than sit on your ass.
Yeah, so if they're told, so if they're told they're going to have to do work, then they're going to go out and work in the fields and grow food, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so even in the society that you've created, people aren't going to starve.
Do you think agriculture skills are like a? Do you think anyone can do it? Is it just that easy?
Anyone can do what? Grow things?
Yeah, absolutely.
You don't even have to do anything. This shit just grows out of the ground by itself, right?
Okay.
Trees grow, plants grow,
That's true. That's
vegetables grow, herbs and all sorts of crap grows all over the place.
We're talking
You don't
about
have to
like
do anything.
food you eat, right?
I'm a vegetarian, so I eat quite a few things.
Yeah, so I would imagine you have like an elevated garden or something.
No, I mean I've got a
No.
couple garden boxes, I guess.
So what do you grow?
Tomatoes, garlic, onions, potatoes, sometimes some corn. We grow a lot of beans.
Now, this would be enough. This would be enough to last you the entire year, correct?
Well, it depends on what you're talking about. I mean, I make enough of whatever I want to at that particular point in time to last the whole year. Yeah. So I grow enough tomatoes and enough basil, enough oregano, to make marinara and or salsa for a whole year. Yeah. So I don't buy that stuff from a store.
And I would imagine no chemicals or anything like that.
No chemicals.
That's great. I mean, I completely agree with the no chemicals. Now you're telling me, so the only thing people are going to provide to society is just feeding themselves?
When did I say that?
I mean, it seems like that's the whole idea of Marxism, right? And communism is like the people who are.
You gave that earlier. You gave the idea earlier. You said that the means of production are in control of the people, are controlled by the people. That's what you said. That's not just food. That's everything, right?
I mean, what are people sitting at home just growing food? What are they providing
in the
positive
in the society
for society?
in the society that you designed, that you talked about?
I didn't
The
design
government would
shit.
tell them what to do. Yeah, you did. You just designed it. You said this authoritarian government's going to tell them to go out and
Well,
work or they're gonna be killed.
Marxism would be authoritarian, right? I mean, it seems like throughout all Marxist communist governments,
Marxism,
that's where
Marxism would not be
authoritarianism comes
Marxism.
in.
No.
No.
Marxism would not be authoritarian. However, you said it would. So I'm asking you, even in an authoritarian society, how do people starve?
I don't know. Let's look at what Mao did. Right? Did people starve?
I'm asking you how that happens with an authoritarian society.
Well, probably because shit goes haywire, right? They don't end up growing their food. There's shortages everywhere through the food.
Why wouldn't they end up growing their food?
Well, I mean, not every. All right, you're telling me everyone's going to go out there and do this, right? I mean, there's a lot of fucking people.
I didn't
that don't
tell you.
leave
I'm
their
not
house,
telling
right?
you anything. I'm just asking you questions, man. What is wrong with you?
No, absolutely nothing.
I haven't told you anything yet. Not a single thing.
Well, I mean, I honestly don't think like many people are going to go out and grow their food, right? That'd be how it fails in the first place.
But if the government's authoritarian, wouldn't they tell people they have to go out and grow food?
Yeah, that's usually what happens in like a communist society, right?
Okay,
but
so how do people starve? How do people starve in that society?
I mean, is someone coming door to door to check this out? What happened?
I don't know. You tell me. It's a society you're creating.
I'm not creating it. This is the communist Marxist society, right?
No, it's not. I've already told you that. You're creating this society as we go.
No, I'm bringing up historical Marxist and communist societies, right? And then I'm applying it to the conversation.
That's fine. Why wouldn't Mao tell people to grow food?
I think he probably told them to grow food, right? But more or less,
so why did they start?
What went wrong? Could you explain to me there?
You tell me.
What went wrong?
You tell me. You tell me. You're the one who wants to talk about this.
Is it the part of like being a tyrant? Is it genociding people? I mean, what is it? What is it?
I don't think there were a whole lot of genocides that happened in the U.S.
No genocides?
Or in communist China.
The Bolshevik Revolution wasn't a genocide?
There was a revolution. There was if you want to call the killing of an entire family line genocide, then sure. Why not?
Wait, you're telling me they didn't target Christians and kill Christians in the Bolshevik Revolution? How the Holodomor Holocaust, does that ring a bell?
Yeah, they targeted some priests and stuff like that, I think.
They didn't starve out populations of Christians?
How do you starve people?
You don't feed them, correct?
But people can grow their own food.
Right. You put them in a camp. You don't give them anything. Correct. I mean,
So
are you actually refusing
cell.
that the Holodomor Holocaust happened?
I didn't say anything. I'm asking you.
Are you a Holocaust
What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you?
There's nothing wrong with
said anything.
But that would be your your ideology that you're.
You don't know what my ideology is. I haven't told you anything yet.
I'm looking at your background here. It has Karl Marx a bum.
You haven't.
You have the hammer and sickle.
Single question.
So, do you believe in communism or Marxism, and which one?
I believe in Marxism, but you don't even know what the definition of that is.
I quite literally just explained it almost to a T, right?
No.
How did I? What part did I get wrong? Let's start there.
I would say that I'll tell you what you got right. You got right that the people can own and control their own labor, meaning the means of production. You got that right. I would say that you also got right that Marx was a philosopher, and Marxism is a philosophy. Other than that, everything else you've said is just fucking dumb.
Now, are you telling me that Russia wasn't a Marxist society there? Like none of Marx ideas were implemented?
I have not told you anything yet.
Okay, it's me asking. Did were any of Marx's ideas implemented in Russia in like the early 1900s?
The revolution could be possibly considered Marxism. That would be the proletariat taking over the bourgeoisie. If the Bolsheviks were the bourgeoisie, then the proletariat did overtake them. You could possibly, in the USSR, you could possibly say that there is a vanguard party that was put in place as well as a vanguard government. But that would be like old Marx, because in the newer stages of Marx, he talked about bloodless revolutions, and he talked about no authoritarianship, no authoritarian government. Engels started there, but and they ended up agreeing toward the end. So you can create a bloodless revolution. You can transfer a system from one to another without actually creating a vanguard party. These things can happen.
Are you talking about violence, like the people aren't bringing violence, or like through bloodshed? I mean, people are gonna pass away, right, through starvation, etc.
No, I don't think that has to happen at all.
I mean, it seems like every time in history when any of these ideas, revolutions happen, just seems like millions upon millions end up passing away due to these ideas, right?
Revolutions are generally pretty bloody. That's why we try and stay away from them.
Well, I thought Marx was. You just told me that Marx was going towards the what was your words? Bloodshed,
bloodless revolution.
Yeah,
bloodless revolution.
Okay.
Bloodless revolution simply means change over time.
Well, I mean, starvation would be bloodless, right?
No. You understand that bloodless is a euphemism for just people getting killed.
I'm aware.
Okay.
So you're telling me, like,
I'm saying you can do it over time. Here, okay. I'm kind of sick of this. I'll just give you something that you can actually ask questions about that makes sense, because right now you're not making any sense at all. Capitalism is the mixture of one person's capital with the theft of the second person's labor in order to create a profit. That's capitalism. Socialism is the means of production being owned and controlled by the people as a whole, or in a market system, it would be through individual co-ops that are owned and controlled by the workers as a whole. And still, markets still exist. Communism would be a form of government that is owned and controlled by the people as a whole, and Marxism is a philosophy where that includes some form of communism and some form of socialism.
Yes, yeah, I get that, right? I don't think I ever disagreed with you there.
Well, I think you did. You've been looking at history and saying that people are starved to death and shit like that. This has nothing to do with starving people. It has nothing to do with authoritarianship. Authoritarian governments, it has nothing to do with anything like that. This has everything to do with owning your own labor. The cornerstone of Marxist philosophy was about ownership of one's own labor.
Okay, let me ask you this simple question. Now, if the left of America, right, wants to push a Marxist agenda, would they put MAGA in camps, or would they let them?
The way I see it, no. Again, it's changed over time. Right now, we are capitalists because we are trained to be capitalists from birth. So everything that's put in front of us, your toys that you get when you grow up, that's all training you. When you watch cartoons, when you have the things that you play with, the toys that you want to get for Christmas, these are all training us to be capitalists. And then when you go to school, you're trained to compete on different levels. You're trained that the person that is the best at something gets a trophy of some kind. So you can go out in the workforce and become a good little capitalist trying to do the best you possibly can to get that little trophy. And generally speaking, in the workforce, that's going to be like a coffee cup or some shit like that. So you want that little trophy because that trophy is what makes life valuable. And then as you grow up, you're told that you should have the white picket fence and the bigger truck and the bigger house and the more vacations and the
well, that would be materialism, right? Not capitalism.
Well, yeah, it is capitalism.
That'd be materialism.
This is the foundation of this is the foundation of capitalism. You have to have materialism in order for capitalism to exist.
Well, I mean, to succeed in capitalism, right? You don't have to be like the huge consumer, right? You could quite literally take your capital as in the wages you earn, invest, and quite literally become
as an individual. Capitalism as a system. Capitalism. As an individual, yes, but capitalism can exist as an economic system without consumerism at its base. People have to buy and sell things. People have to desire things. Otherwise, nobody's selling anything, which means there are no businesses, which means there's no theft of labor. So capitalism can't exist without consumerism.
Well, absolutely right. I mean, I'm still going to buy things. It's more or less like the perks of capitalism is you can take your money that you earn, you could buy your materialistic things, and then also the money that you have left over, you can invest and grow your wealth.
See, you call it a perk because you have been trained to call it a perk. It's not a perk. It's a meaningless chase down a road to nowhere. So getting that bigger car, getting that bigger house is not going to gain you any more happiness in life.
I completely agree. I completely agree with you there, right?
Okay, so we are trained from birth to be these little consumers, these little worker bees, these little people that strive to do something better, faster, longer, harder. These are all phrases that we use in this society because we're using propaganda to train our kids to live in this society. If we change that propaganda, if we change the way commercials and the way cartoons exist, then we can train kids from birth to be something different, to be cooperative, to work together, to get gardens grown, to get food grown, to get things to the marketplace, to make sure the government works, to work with other human beings and not treat them as enemies. We can train kids to do that from birth too. We just choose not to because we have this capitalist system that requires this consumerism.
What you're saying is take away some of the parents' rights and indoctrinate
no
into believing in your Marxist
kids are being indoctrinated. Kids are being indoctrinated right now by the things that they watch and the things they play with.
I completely agree with you there, right?
Okay, I'm not talking about indoctrination. I'm talking about just changing the way we talk about things and the way we think about things. You don't teach. We like to teach our kids to share.
Is this a godless society that you're trying to like?
Why is that relevant?
Well, it's a simple question, yes or no.
Yeah, but why is it relevant?
Well, there's a lot of religions in the world, so I'm just asking: is it a godless society?
Why is that relevant for our discussion?
I feel like it's pretty relevant, right? I mean, depending on where you are in the world, right? You could be thrown off a skyscraper for your beliefs, right?
Why is that relevant to the conversation we're having?
Well, is Marxism and communism, is it a godless society or what is it?
Why is that relevant?
Well, it's a simple question, yes or no.
It is a simple question, but why is it relevant? Why did you ask it?
Because it seems to me, right? I mean, you want to go with the indoctrination, right? Of respect everything, but it seems like everyone would just think the same exact way, right? You couldn't have diversity in thought. You couldn't have diversity in really anything. Everyone would pretty much just be the same, right? You just produce your food. You're basically a medieval serf at this point.
You agree that we have propaganda right now and kids are propagandized and
Oh,
indoctrinated,
absolutely.
right?
Yeah. I completely agree with you there.
Okay. Are people doing the things that you just said they would do in a Marxist society today?
What that they have in the past,
To
they
become
would do the same thing.
to become little robots, to become little machines, to become cogs or whatever. Are they all these things today? Are they not individuals? Can they not strive for things today?
No, they definitely can, right? In the capitalist society we have, they can have their own
Okay.
personality, be their own
So
whole person.
okay, so the economic system and the way we train people how to live in that economic system has nothing to do with creating little machines, does it? It doesn't, because if it exists, if you think it exists in a Marxist world, you must also think it exists in this world.
Yeah, to an extent, right?
Because you believe that kids are being indoctrinated right now, so we would just indoctrinate them. Okay, so we would just indoctrinate them. So we would just indoctrinate them differently.
What are people? So this will be like, I guess, capitalist societies in general, especially America. What is being pushed upon the youth and the people right now?
That's a fucking huge question. I don't know. Nikes, Birkin bags, trips, yachts, planes, McLarens. I don't fucking know. Well, I don't even know what you're asking.
Something a little bit more than that. It'd be more or less like, if you're Christian, you're a piece of shit. The LGBTQ is right. Don't question it.
What does this have to do with Marxism?
Well, I mean, a lot of Marxists are pushing that agenda, right?
No.
Right down the throats.
No, I'm not doing anything to your throat, dude. You're fucking weird.
No, I completely get you're not doing anything literally to my throat. But the ideology, right, of Christians, absolute terrible human beings. Let's have a pretty much godless
I've never
society.
heard anybody say that.
Never heard anybody say that.
That Christians are terrible human beings. I've never heard anybody say that. Short of you right now.
Do you just host your own life, or do you venture out to other people's lives?
I go to different lives all the time.
And you haven't heard this at all?
No.
That's crazy.
I've heard that people that happen to be Christian do horrible things. I've heard that priests like to diddle little kids. I haven't heard that everybody that's a Christian is a horrible person.
Right, just certain, like, people that don't conform with the agenda going on nowadays that's being pushed, they're terrible Christians, right?
I don't know whether they're terrible Christians or not. I don't think it has anything to do with their Christendom. I don't even know who you're talking about. Are you just talking about equality? People that are pushing for equality are somehow making your life miserable?
What?
And what does this have to do with fucking Marxism? Why are you... Fuck, you are so frustrating. You're such a child. Your brain can't even stay and focus on a single thought process.
Do we not have equality in this country right now under a capitalist society that we have?
Do we? Where is the wealth held in this country?
We'll be by the upper, right? I mean, I somewhat agree that the middle class well, the middle class obviously gets fucked in this country, right? The people that go and do the work, provide you with all of your electricity, everything that you do in your daily life, they get fucked. You have the people at the bottom and the people at the top that are really taking advantage of the system, right? I mean, you could not work and you'll get the tax breaks, you'll receive all the money from the government, and the people that work, it's like, oh, hey, I got married. Now you are going to get fucked on your taxes, and you will be paying way more than someone that does their taxes, claims to be single, and lives with their baby daddy.
What does it have to do with Marxism?
Well, I'm just explaining what's going on in today's society, right?
Okay, but you were bitching about Marxism, and then we went into a whole conversation about Marxism, and now you're just saying.
Well, these people that take advantage of the systems are the same people that want to push Marxism, right?
Probably not.
Probably not.
People that you're talking about, the people that you're talking about have probably never read Marx and don't even know who Marx is.
Now, Marx has a body count of 0, right, with his ideology?
Marx has never killed anybody. He never killed anybody while he was alive.
I completely get what you're saying. He never physically killed anybody, but with his ideology, how many people did he kill?
Okay, I want to make this clear. Marx didn't kill anybody.
Yeah, physically.
He didn't kill anybody, period. In any way, shape, or form.
Well, his ideology that he wrote down, right, and was influencing governments. Did that ideology kill anyone?
Do words kill people?
Yeah. What is like cyberbullying? Is that words killing somebody? Like, say you're cyberbullied, right? And then you take your life.
Those words can't kill anybody. Those words can't kill anybody. They physically cannot kill somebody.
So the policy throughout Marx's teaching haven't killed anybody in society whatsoever, is what you're telling me.
People have killed people. I don't know why they've done it.
Yeah,
that's happened. I don't know who you're talking about.
Well, I mean, I've brought up examples of this, right? Like the Holodomor Holocaust. We've got...
Your people have killed people. Those are bad people. I don't know that it has anything to do with philosophy or words.
Yeah, but I think they follow the exact agenda that you're advocating for, right?
Really? Because Marx told people to kill people?
No. Right?
Okay, but then they're not following the exact agenda,
the overall ideology that he pushes, just inevitably you're going to have people that kill each other, right? Over that.
Well, inevitably, yeah, you're going to have people that kill each other, whether they even speak the language or not, whether they talk to each other or not, whether they've learned any goddamn thing in their life or not. People are still going to kill people.
See,
somebody in the room with the initials HR might say that that's part of our nature.
Now, I just think it's odd throughout history. Probably the most genocidal group of people. pretty much push these same ideas that you want us to.
Who was it? Can I get the Crusades for 500, please?
The Crusades? Would you like me to explain the Crusades to you?
I don't know. I don't know. We can talk about why watermelons are green and light green striped.
Let's go into the Crusades, okay? So now, if you have someone invading your country, killing your people for centuries, right? Are you just going to let them continue to invade your country, kill your people, and not push back? Or are you going to end up eventually, after centuries, be like, you know what? Maybe we should take a stand and do something about this, right?
Yeah, this is spontaneous, by the way. You guys can come up. Everybody can come up if you want, because he's fucking driving me crazy. I can't fucking stand this kid.
Now,
you can't follow a simple conversation. This is so stupid.
Well, I mean, you brought up the Crusades, so we're Muslims killing Christians. Yes.
Oh my God, Curious, you're such a silly goose. Like, you really are. You just, you're talking about propaganda while simultaneously just, spewing propaganda. Like, it's genuinely curious to me how your curiosity has never actually had you read Das Kapital. Because if you had, you would know that the Bolshevik Revolution was Marxist in name only. It doesn't follow any of the principles or precepts that he actually outlines. The economy in Russia pre-Bolshevik can still be defined as a command economy, which means there was no sustained period of capitalism that would bring you to the actual fight of what Marx outlined as communism. So again, you're just wrong on so many levels. The Bolsheviks were brutal. Absolutely. The NKVD was brutal. The Holodomor was brutal. But those weren't really the precepts that were outlined in Das Kapital. It was in name only. It was used as a propaganda tool without actually using it in its systematic structure at all. So again, if you would know that, if you knew what Das Kapital was, if you understood that history, if you understood that the Holodomor was perpetrated by people who essentially were paranoid authoritarians and essentially using market capitalism in secret to do everything because they were funded by bankers with central banks that was allowed by capitalism. So don't sit here and spew shit that you don't know anything about.
Well, they were funded by bankers, you say, huh?
You just say random little one-liners and you're like, huh? Isn't that the thing? Yeah. Okay.
Well, I took
what are you doing?
I took something that you said, right? And then
you said you're funded by bankers. Yeah. What are you doing? Are you high? Come on, make a real argument.
I wish I was high, right? I mean, that'd be nice. Now, successful people in society that produce things, some of us have to take drug tests still, even if the drug that they want to consume.
Are you just
legal.
Assuming that I'm an unsuccessful person in society?
Nobody said that, right?
Right, but that's the assumption that I can make from the way that you're saying that statement. Right, I'm asking you this because you haven't made a coherent argument yet. Right, you're just spewing random one-liners off of propaganda pieces that have been coming out in the United States for a really long time, indicating to me that you haven't read books like The People's History of the United States, things by Marx like Alienated Labor or Das Kapital for that matter, or Wealth of Nations if I want to be completely clear. I doubt you've read anything that is actually pertinent to this conversation other than the things you may have remembered from high school, which was basically a propaganda lesson in and of itself. So
I went to college, right?
Congratulations, you went to college. Lots of people went to college.
Yes, I completely agree with you here. Now, the first day my professor walks in, right, wearing a hammer and sickle, and I'm like, wow, this is just mind-blowing to me, right? And then you learn that this person with their ideology is pretty much just a bum, right?
What?
All he's got is an ideology doesn't really teach anything other than just an ideology, right? Political science goes in there, pretty much just spewing communist propaganda. And then you wonder why
what really, like, if you learn economics in college, you're essentially learning an ideology as well. You're going to be taught a neoliberal state of economics, right? That's exactly what they teach you in school when you learn economics. In political science, you'll learn several different types of political structures that can be joined with any number of economic ways of being, right? There are some that have been practiced in full and some that have not been practiced. There are some that we can take from history. None of the theories or the ideologies behind political science and economics are fundamental laws, right? Like they don't function like gravity or light speed or anything like that. They are just theories and ideas that we set up and we try and we fail at all the time. And the idea behind using Marxism as like a basis, right, is like looking at a dialectic. That's the core basis of Marxism, right? That we're trying to understand a dialectic between owners and operators of the economy, and saying that there is a constant back and forth there, and that at some point, because capital will get so enormous, that labor will eventually revolt and try to rebalance the scale. That is essentially what the basis is. How we actually grow that or do anything on top of that is malleable, right? Like you're just like holding everyone to these like tiny little narrow paths because you don't have the imagination to see something more clear.
Are you trying to say you want a utopia?
How is that what you heard? Is it that I'm just speaking too fast, or am I using too many big words?
No. It's honestly just hard to wrap my mind around it, right? I mean, what do you produce to society with all? Do you
understand what a dialectical is? Do you understand what the dialectical is? Do you understand that basic principle?
Yeah. Right now,
okay, what is the dialectical?
We aren't going into definitions here, right?
Oh, okay. If you can't simply tell me what a dialectical is, I'm going to assume you haven't read Hegel, you haven't read Marx, and that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, because you can't explain to me the simple idea of a dialectical.
Well, I see. Here's the thing: that people don't pretty much recognize that these ideas that you're speaking of have killed millions on millions of people.
I already recognize that. I already explained to you why, how I understand that.
What you're telling me is,
I explained to you that Marxism was used in name only. The NKVD was a brutal authoritarian as in political, not economic system. In fact, they used capitalist systems the majority of the time. They inflicted what they described as communism without actually using anything written in Marx to do that, right? Again, in name only. So when we're here talking about Marxism in this point, we are actually talking about what was described within the writings of Marx, not what has pretended to be Marx in history, but what actually was written, and then hoping to build something on top of that. If you can't wrap your mind around that, just quit now.
So okay, what you're saying is hold on.
She's giving you what I wouldn't. She's giving you what I wouldn't give you, because I wanted you to explain to me how words can actually translate into actions, but you wouldn't even go through that process. She just gave that to you. Just want you to know that. Because I was going to go on a whole diatribe about that crap too.
So what am I understanding?
Christianity led to slavery. You know that, right? They justified slavery by using the Bible.
Which Bible? I mean, was it the original?
It's the Bible.
Well, I mean, there's been multiple Bibles written throughout time, right?
Are you talking about the Old Testament or the New Testament?
You do realize there's different versions of the New Testament, correct?
The reality is that it doesn't matter. I can point to any group at any period of time in any point in history and show you a time that they were violent, a time that they enslaved, a time that they used capitalism, or a time that they were a command economy, because it's happened all throughout cultures, all throughout the world, all throughout separate different periods of time. What we're trying to debate right now is the use of a system as its basis and to build upon what we have now. If you can't understand that and you're going to keep bringing up these erroneous details for absolutely no reason and jumping around from thing to thing because you can only function with one-liner propaganda lines, then we're not going to get anywhere, Curious. Either you're actually curious about what we're talking about, or you're not, and you're willing to learn or willing to listen or willing to understand something that goes beyond what you've already learned. And if you're not willing to do that, I suggest you change your name.
Well, I'm a curious guy, right? That's why I ask the questions I do. Now, I think what I'm gathering from what you've said, right, is your ideology has killed millions of people, but it just hasn't been implemented in the correct way, the exact way that you think it should be implemented in.
You don't know what my ideology is.
I think you provided some of it, right? I mean,
I am simply saying that a dialectical exists in Marxism, that the way Marx wrote those things was not how it was practiced in the historical example that you continue to bring up. I have already admitted and told you, I understand that the NKVD killed a lot of people. I understand that Mao killed a lot of people. What I am trying to get you to understand is that we are simply using what Marx actually wrote, his actual writings, and trying to build upon that a system that could work today, using the tactic of a dialectical and understanding that today inequality is at its peak. It is the highest that it has been in American history, that inequality is a growing problem that is going to damage the economy irreparably if we don't do something about it. And Marxism offers a dialectical that can do that. That's what we're actually talking about, but it doesn't seem to me that you understand that or have any of the knowledge necessary to have a qualified conversation on it.
So
you don't have to insult him, but
who's leading the revolution, right? Now that
nobody said anything about a revolution. This is what I mean. You just keep saying one-liners about things, hoping they'll get a rise.
If you listened, right, you have to have a leader to your cause, correct? If you're going to implement these things throughout society. Now, that would be almost like you probably sound like the people in the early 1900s, and then you get a leader, right? And happens that they want to use some force throughout the government, and people get unalived for it.
What? I'm not, like, again, you're saying that, okay, that I have this perception, but you haven't asked me in what ways I would try to implement it. You haven't asked me in what exactly in Marx's dialectical do I think would actually work here. You haven't asked me any relevant questions. You have simply stone thrown at me and said, well, there's going to be a bloody revolution, like using buzzword, bloody revolution. How many people have died? Using all of these like fictional buzzwords about something nobody has brought up, like assuming that I'm going to require a leader that is somehow going to change my entire philosophy on violence and make me somebody who's like, yeah, absolutely, use violence against people. I'm actually okay with that now. No, that's not going to happen, right? Like you're not a curious person. And I think that your name should be changed.
Curious person is hilarious. Hey, you said we're living in the most inequality period in the history of the United States.
Gormy, stop.
Didn't we used to own people? We literally owned.
What are you
we
doing
literally
here,
owned people as an economic in this country. She said we're most inequality every time.
Have you learned to read yet? Have you learned to read yet, Gormy? Have you learned to read yet?
She said we're the most inequality period in the time of America, and we used to own slaves.
Inequality, wealth inequality is at its peak, and it is. No, do you not?
And then her response is, "Go read a book."
Yeah, you should try reading a book.
That's how dumb they are.
You sound like such a fucking moron all the time.
I just remember the dumb statements you say, and I'm gonna call you out on them. We literally
you
owned slaves and had civil rights and all that, but right now it's the most, and we need Marxism for that.
you're literally so delusional that you say these things like, oh, you're getting cooked, or like, I'm just going to call out these stupid things that you're saying. And everybody else knows that,
Okay,
like,
thank you, HR. I'm just repeating what you said.
Like,
That's all I'm
it's just,
saying.
no, I'm just
Repeating
trying
what
to
you
tell
said.
you that you should maybe get on something like Abilify or something to cure
Okay,
those.
sure. No, that's for you liberals in the classroom college. That's for you college classroom kids. I'm gonna tell you, HR though. I'm gonna repeat what you said. I'm not my opinion. No, nothing. No
Getting a
curious.
PhD does not make
Let
me
me just repeat what she said. HR said we're living
Sorry
in
that
the
you weren't
time
able
of
to
the
get into
most.
college.
Okay, that's great, HR. You're saying that the time right now in America is in this period in time right now, we're the most inequality as far as people. We have the most inequality, and the solution for that is Marxism, is what she's saying. Curious, did you catch that? Is that what she said?
Look, Gormy, you are just like repeating something that you.
Is that what she said? I just want to make that clear.
I'm saying that inequality has reached a
Isn't that a
peak.
wild take?
Wealth inequality has reached a peak right now that is happening, right? And that as a way to correct for that, the dialectical offers us a basis to build upon, given that we live in a completely different time with different technologies, different institutions and structures. The dialectical gives us somewhere to build upon in terms of changing and correcting this big inequality gap. It doesn't, and you're right, slavery was more unequal, Gormy. There you go. Happy for you. Clap, 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 clap. You understand something. I'm saying that in modern times, we are reaching a peak since the onset of having a healthy middle class, right? There you go. There's my qualifier. Are you happy now?
Yeah, I appreciate that. I know it's kind of a word salad. I would just say we already have the solution. It's capitalism, where a poor person can literally come up with hard work or a good idea and can completely change their circumstances.
Don't so let those policies hurt the middle class the most, though, to be honest with you.
I call bullshit on that.
You call bullshit? Are you lower class or are you middle class?
It's none of your business.
Well, it's a simple question. It's either you're lower class or middle class. It's two answers.
I was referring to what Go Army said.
Oh, okay.
You know, I dated a girl that family lived in Cuba in communism, and they had to like have ration cards. They were only allowed to have like one computer per the whole neighborhood. Like every house, like there's like one computer in the whole neighborhood, and everybody had to come to there to use it. And then they had ration cards, and also she had to like, if she wanted to bring them like toiletries and all these like nice things, she had to sneak them in and bring them to give to her and stuff like that. And they do that all the time. So, you know, and people float on tires to get to Florida. So, yeah, all that word salad's great, HR. But you know, I'd rather give somebody the.
Did you just say they smuggle in toiletries?
Yeah, I don't know.
And
you
they
know
float on tires to Florida.
It's funny because the reality is that like capitalism requires like a massive amount of state violence, subsidies, and bailouts in order to continue to let itself continue to run. That like most people now who are living at the bottom are not able to have capital to invest in order to do something brand new. They don't have the cushion in order to take risk. It's pretty much only open to people who have some kind of cushion or have some sort of family help or what have you, because this country has slashed away any kind of required net that you would need in order to take risks that capitalism rewards. Not to mention the fact that the concentration of wealth is so bad now that wealth is essentially just using its wealth as collateral to take on debt. And I say, if your wealth is real enough to use as collateral for debt, it's real enough to be taxed. Because if we can tax that, then fine, Gormy. We can continue this capitalist hellscape, but at least give people the room to take risks. Give them healthcare, give them education, give them the ability to put aside having to work 2 or 3 jobs in order to make and take a risk to have that new business. But nobody can do that anymore because prices are going up and up and up and up. And as energy prices continue to go up, it's still gonna get even worse. You just don't understand nuance, Gormy, because you can't read.
So, hold on. Let me ask HR a question.
Sick burn.
So HR. Now, what you're saying is people in the lower class, they don't have the money to succeed through the capitalist dream, you know. Now, nope. Yeah. So are you saying, like, obviously you probably want like free college for all, etc.?
I think we need to start somewhere, and I think free healthcare is the place to start. I don't think all of this can be implemented all at once. I think we need to have a systematic plan. We have a huge country with a lot of varying areas that need varying amounts of things. So I do think it's going to take time, and it's going to take a lot of skilled people in public policy and economics and accounting and all of those things to put their heads together and actually come up with a plan that could work in order to eventually implement free healthcare and free college, and or at least heavily subsidized college, right? Something that makes it more affordable, in order to have those things have a more deflationary effect on the economy rather than what we have now, which is consumer products only having a deflationary effect. But that's more volatile, especially when you do something like have an illegal war in Iran and choke off 20% of the world's energy.
Okay, so now, do you agree you could go to college for 4 years, you could get a PhD, depending on what you go to college for and what you're getting that PhD in, you could probably find your way right into lower class, right? Because you get a degree that means absolutely nothing.
I just don't think that your degree, if you want to study literature and poetry and history, I think those things are very valuable to human society and human connection, human beings, right? Art, those are all things that are they're all things that are super valuable to like self-actualization of a society so I think that in a way, we have designed an economy that forces people who would not be good at STEM or who would be miserable in certain industries just because they are good for making profits. And I don't think that makes for a good society. I don't think that makes for a well-rounded society. It makes people like Gormy, who like can't read poetry, have never read a real book in their lives, who can't understand nuance and like alliteration and metaphor and simile. They don't have that scope anymore. And people can't, our own literacy rates are going down because people don't see value in reading those kinds of books, even though there is tremendous value in it. We need to live in a society where someone can become a poet or an artist or an author and still be able to have basic human needs met.
Wait, are you telling me artists aren't some of the most successful people? It's almost like, how much does Hunter Biden's pieces of art go for?
Assumed that everyone just has access to college when they don't.
Well, I mean, it seems like too many people go and take like too many loans out for college, and they get nothing in return, right? They get a worthless degree, and then they want
studies degree.
They want other people to pay for their wasting of basically life for the past, I don't know, however many years. We've got a lot of
What is
thoughts,
a worthless degree? What is a worthless degree?
Go Army. He just pretty much named one off right there.
I'd say you want computer programming.
Whoa.
Computer programming.
Maybe today, but until today, it was a very useful degree. As a matter of fact, you can fucking build robots with that shit.
No, it was. From this year, it was like all of it's going to be 90% of it's going to be completely gone as a job.
Yeah, I understand. And your job will be too.
It's kind of interesting though, because like Mythos and Fable just got yanked by the government from everybody because they were saying that they don't want any foreign nationals to have their hands on it. So the government has now stepped in to Anthropic and said, you have to pull those models, or you have to somehow verify that it's only American citizens using those models. And again, I don't think that AI is what everyone thinks that it is. They are still just large language models. And if you have any sort of subject matter expertise and you use these models, you see errors in them constantly. Constant fucking errors. constant fucking errors in AI. And I'm seeing it in college students, how they're trying to use it while they don't have subject matter expertise, and how they'll turn something in. They will turn things in and not realize that like 5 or 6 people have a paper that reads very, very similarly to each other. So it's a big problem. AI is not the panacea that we think it is yet.
You're joking, right, HR? You're trolling? Because everything I do in my life, and I'm not even a computer person, whether I get on Excel to do business work, AI is the biggest feature on there now. Whether I go pay my AT&T bill, AI is a big feature on there. That whether I want to do anything in this world, it's like AI now is on technology standpoint, AI. It's everything AI.
AI only knows what we already know. So AI is not going to change or dramatically shift anything. I mean, it is. Don't get me wrong. Like
you don't think AI could replace white collar workers tomorrow?
Look, I think AI is going to be very, very big. I'm not saying that it's not, but I am saying that the way that it's talked about, when you do have subject matter knowledge or expertise, you notice a lot more errors than somebody who doesn't. Now, artificial narrow intelligence, ones that we're using in very narrow basis, right? That is far more effective, right? Like we're actually seeing it being able to be used in these narrow instances like Gormy is talking about, like whether it's in like doing your books or Excel spreadsheets, things like that, where you can really use like
would be a good
where you can really use mathematical functions to understand something. But when you're trying to do something more complex, whether in chemistry, biology, economics, human systems, it's not as accurate, and again is very much reliant on what we already know, and doesn't have a very good mechanism to check its own work. So there are still some barriers that exist, right? Like things that are highly mathematical are obviously going to be easier to program because we can reduce them to functions and matrices.
And when I said, go Army, your job's going to be gone too, you know that, right? I mean, between geolocation, GPS, and robotics and AI, you're no longer going to be needed to mow lawns. You get that, right?
Mowing lawns is just one aspect, but it's a luxury business. Like it's never gonna. Yeah, there'll be like AIs to mow the yard, but there will always be. They got AI mowers now, and they finally reached the point where it's like a commercial mower, like the ones you see the big landscaping company guys mowing the big HOAs. And she's kind of right. They do still have a lot of issues, like they're going straight into water. They're doing things like that, but 10 years from now, for sure. But
yeah, your job's going away too.
No, it'll make my job easier. I'll just pull up. Have the AI do everything, and I'll just kind of like scope it out, check it out, and then it'll load back up, and I'll take off. I'll just be chilling.
Go Army. What you're saying is you own the means of production with owning the AI, right?
The thing is that if it's that easy, all somebody has to do is purchase the same thing and turn it on themselves. They no longer need you to own it and pay you to come do it.
Yeah, but you've already explained to me what lower classes. Do you think these machines are going to be cheap for the people?
Already like $80,000 for a lawnmower. You guys thought $15,000. Like they're paying a good it's like $60,000 for the AI ones right now. But then you're leaving out these require like subscriptions, and they have like monthly fees and all this stuff that go with them. So.
Go Army. My neighbor has one, and so does the golf course I live on.
Is it?
The golf course uses it for like by the road, and my neighbor uses it like every other fucking day.
Wait! A golf course is it like a big?
It's bigger than the one that my neighbor has, but it does for like around the paths and by the road.
I hope the grass is cut like fine lines, right?
So go Army. What is an example? What is an example of these $80,000 ones?
Have you looked into farming?
Wait, it doesn't. Wait, hold on. I don't. Is this really relevant? I mean, he's going to lose his job before anybody else does, and he's talking about AI taking everybody else's job.
No way. That's where you're mad.
It's going to be his job that's gone. No, you're not. You're losing it right now.
But he still will have to trim shrubs and rake leaves and all that stuff too. Plant.
Planting's already done through AI too. A lot of farmers are using. They actually have the capability of sending their machines out to test the soil quality as they go to make sure they know the soil needs to be amended with, and that happens automatically, and people don't even have to do anything anymore.
Mojo, do you know
not residential though?
How much an average?
Yeah, Stargazer. Yeah, like excuse me.
Sure.
I need
Yeah,
8
but then
everybody's planted, in my backyard.
Mojo,
Are you gonna get a robot to do it?
So then,
do you know how much a combine is going for now? Like a brand new combine off the factory floor, right? So my family farms 5,000 acres here in Illinois.
Hold on.
right,
Are
you're
we
the
talking about
5,000
a
acre kid.
combine or are we talking about a lawnmower? Because Go Army was talking about an $80,000 lawnmower.
He brought up agriculture, right?
Yeah.
I've got some experience with the technology, right? I mean, I could go work a whole field, and all I've got to do is make a left turn, right?
But that's the point Mojo is making. Like, at some point, Go Army, as a person doing these things, is not going to be needed because technology will do it for us. And if you look at the revolution or the evolution of, like, the Roomba, for example, they used to be very expensive at first, and now you can buy them for, like, I don't know, $100. So, like, it just
but
put some logic
if we have this
behind it. Like,
Marxist
use your
society that you
brain.
want.
Hey, stop! You need to stop interrupting. Curious.
Oh, my bad.
Seriously.
My bad.
I'll let you do it to me.
Talked over him earlier, so it was deserved.
Okay.
Roomba mowers, the Roomba like that, yeah, they're working for residential. But if you know, you get those $300, $400, $500 ones. If you know anybody, like, I'm talking reality, that's got one and put it on their yard, especially in the South, the yards are too thick. It doesn't leave a good cut. It's terrible. It's a mess. It's a headache. Now there are ones that are like $2,000, $3,000. And I occasionally do see those. They're like bigger, beefier, like smaller ones for people's yards that just go all day. Those are starting to leave a better cut, but most people aren't paying $4 or $5 grand, $3, $4, $5 grand for a mower like that, and then paying a company to set it all up, probably another grand. So, that is still not there. I'm talking about the 80,000 mowers are like, the big commercial ones you see on the golf course that people are using, it's the same exact mower looking, but they just go by themselves. Like, it looks like a ghost is driving them, and they have lights flashing on them. Yeah, right now those are like 60 to 80,000, probably on the lower end, I'd say.
Okay, but you're talking about today when Mojo's argument.
You guys have a good one. Go
Have
Army.
a good one.
Crisis King.
Crisis King. Good
I
Lord.
have Palestinian Jesus held hostage in my heart, and that's impossible. That will
Absolutely.
never
Crisis
be
King,
released.
absolutely.
Yeah, you're talking past Mojo's point. Mojo's point is that your job will be unnecessary 10 years from now. You're talking about today. They might not do a perfect cut today, but at some point they will evolve into a machine that will do that perfect cut, and we will not need you to organize it either, or to check it, or to do anything. We will be able to go into Walmart and buy it. That's the point.
For sure. But you got to be like, I live in a realistic world, and what that comes with is like, what if you like hit a branch or you hit leaves? It has to be it has to be attended to. At that point, then you have to set up a barrier.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing. With
No. Yeah, young people would go through that.
Wait, hold on. It's the same thing with accounting. It's the same thing with any kind of white collar job that you can possibly imagine too. Those things have to be checked. If they're checked by computers and the computer checks another computer, then they're never ever going to be 100% sure that it's absolutely correct. So they're going to have to be checked by humans. So humans are going to have to be involved in this process the entire way forever, I would imagine. Otherwise, we're never going to know if things are being done right. So it's going to be the exact same issue with white collar workers as well.
Maybe, but this is like a luxury business, so it's like easier to pay somebody $200 a month and not worry about their yard at all, and just have it looking sharp every week and clean and stuff like that. And then
versus you do is residential.
Yeah, residential is way more money in residential. Commercials are race.
There's a lot to be made in residential.
Commercials just a race to the bottom. Residential's a
The
race
thing
to the
is
top.
that they're not going to need to hire somebody like you who has all this experience. They can hire a kid down the street, give him $20 to watch their lawnmower to make sure it doesn't run over any sticks or anything. They can absolutely reduce their price, and Moore's law will basically say that technology will get cheaper and cheaper and cheaper and cheaper as time goes on, as the technology improves, because capitalism, right, Gormy? So we're just saying that, like, if we are noticing that this stuff is happening in white collar jobs, that eventually that this might take over, that it's worth a discussion on how to rebalance the economy so that people can still live, so that people can still, get food and shelter and housing and healthcare and have the ability to get an education and get that degree in gender studies or poetry or art, because we won't need people to be doing other things anymore. So that's actually that could be a good thing, but you don't really want to have that conversation because you think you're protected, because you think that Christ is going to come down and give you food or whatever.
You're getting off point. Listen, hold on. You're getting a little crazy. Hey, hold on. A degree in poetry? What use besides listen, I'm a big theology. I like talking about all kind of things and reading poetry and the symbolism of things and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, a degree in poetry.
Have you ever heard the term philosopher king?
No, not that term, but I mean, kind of. No, why you say that?
Yeah, well, because way back to the Roman Empire, the Greek civilization, they had philosopher kings. These are people that just thought. They just thought about things all day long, and they had benefactors to allow them to do this. So they didn't do any other labor besides just thinking and coming up with new thought processes, new philosophies, and new ideas and shit like that. Philosopher kings. That is maybe the society that we should move toward. If we can, you say, why would we study poetry? Well, we study poetry to increase our mind power, our brain power, not to increase the strength in our biceps, right?
I agree with that. Yeah. I agree with that. However, though, it just poetry, that's more like entertainment and arts. I get it. You want to expand your mind. That's always my argument for going to space and stuff like that, to expand our technology, things like that. But, philosophy, bro, I love philosophy. I hated it in college. I thought it was stupid. They made us read the allegory of the cave and things like that. Like, this is ridiculous. Like, I'm a 20 back from my, but anyways, I love philosophy now. I do agree with you, but,
philosophy
poetry doesn't offer the same service, or it's not the same service as, for instance, somebody mowing your yard or someone cleaning your roof or something, right?
Again, but if all that stuff's taken care of by AI and robotics, then we don't need it anymore, and we do have the time to put into things like philosophy and things like poetry. We become better as human beings. This is our evolution. This is part of our evolutionary process.
For sure. But that's like George Jetson, a bot's going to come up and clean the roof and take off.
What HR is saying is that we can agree on these things, that this stuff's all going to happen. The problem is, what are we going to do about it when it does? And we're trying to think about solutions. We're trying to think about a system that would actually utilize that to its fullest extent and allow human beings to become more than they are right now. And you're just complaining about it and saying, oh, your job's going to go first. Well, I think one of us is actually doing something good or accomplishing something, and the other one's not.
I want to jump in for a moment and say, maybe instead of having grass in our yards, we should try something like a clover, or don't actually kill all your dandelions because it's the first food out there for our honeybees every year. Be perhaps a little bit more conscientious of our environment and have less lawns. Thank you.
That's true.
Realize lawns are grass?
No, go back to planting native.
It's a cultivar. Do you realize it's a plant?
He missed the point. He missed the point, everybody.
I definitely didn't miss the point. In fact, I hate natural landscapes like that because they're so weedy. They're so pollinated that you can't breathe anywhere. You can't do anything. Those people never take care of their yards.
Hello. Look, Gormy, the environment relies on these cornerstone species that are pollinators. The entire balance of your entire world, your your air, your water. Everything requires that pollinators have something to pollinate. Planting native gardens and having less lawns also increases the durability of the soil, which allows it to trap more carbon dioxide, which is good for the environment, right? Like, you want people to have less lawns and plant more native gardens because it is better for the environment.
To an extent, but that's not all.
No.
What's there to say for someone that drives through a neighborhood going home after a long day of work? They paid all this money to get this house of their dreams in the neighborhood of their dreams. And now you got people that are trying to say, yeah, technically, in 100 years from now, this will be better and better for the environment. So like, we need natural landscapes, like all clover yard, right? And never mind how many allergies, never mind how gross it looks, never mind how weedy it looks and non-taken care of it looks and drives the property value down. Hold on.
You are literally arguing
my statement. I'll let you finish.
No, it's
all right. Let me finish, HR. And then, so when I'm driving home, you don't take in effect any of the mental aspect. Why would I want to look at that all day? I want to look at beautiful, manicured, taking care of grass. It makes me feel like.
All right. Hold on.
We get your argument.
My hands up.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Ella.
Thank you, HR. The reason why I brought that up is because it's not just about how it looks. It is also about like the effect on our entire environment. So like grass lawns typically require a lot more irrigation. They require more fertilizer. They require like things that aren't good for our environment in general. Clover is typically considered like a nice middle ground between grass or just straight up fucking pavement, right? That's why I suggest that, because it needs less irrigation. It needs less fertilizer and therefore is better for our environment at large. And when you talk about weeds, dandelions are important. They are the very first flower that is available to pollinators such as bees. And honeybees are actually threatened at this point. So and they are such a staple in our environment. Like, we need them. We cannot survive without honeybees. So I'm speaking from a much higher level. Like, I'm not trying to ruin your business. I'm saying perhaps movement to times and just kind of think about our environment.
I agree. I got a question for you. What are you going to do? You got especially a dandelion or a clover front yard, especially a dandelion front yard. If you ever cut those in certain ones in certain parts of the country, what are you going to do with these robots? You want to go to Amazon or Walmart, buy you a $300 robot that'll mow your yard. Do you think it's going to tackle something like that on a weekly basis?
They require far less cutting. They don't need to be cut on a weekly basis.
Less cutting? Have you ever cut a yard full of weeds? They're all weeds. Weeds.
I suggested clover. I did not suggest dandelion. When I said a dandelion, I mean perfectly manicured yard like you suggest. People would go pluck out the dandelion because, oh my God, it's a weed. And I am saying leave the dandelion because the bees need it.
Yeah. Have you, like a personal question, have you ever...
Argument, Gormy, of like it needs to look pretty for people's mental health. I guarantee you that people's mental health would be far more taken care of if they had things like access to healthcare, better job opportunities, less inflation, less uncertainty.
These are like nice yards and stuff.
All of those things are better, yeah, but for their younger generations, all of those things, because when people have those things, crime rates go down. When people have those things, like even people in higher echelons benefit from that because people would have more money to spend because they would have better jobs. They would be able to work longer. They'd be able to buy more things. So owners of capital would be able to make more money off of them. So it works out for everyone if you listen to what we're saying. And the other part of it is like, you are literally arguing for the sake of argument to say like that prettier lawns is a good trade-off for a worse environment, for an environment where this is the only place we can live. This is the only planet we get. You are actively.
I just don't take you serious because you don't know much about, botanical or any of these things outside these native plants or native weeds or what chemicals treat them and how they react, or what sinuses they bring on and stuff like that. So
I don't understand things about how
HR, I appreciate what you're saying. Like, I get it's like a general liberal
allergies
argument,
work
but
with pollinators and things. The other part about it is that if people were exposed to those pollens early on in life, they would not have allergies to it growing up. Part of the problem is that
but that's not the world we live in, HR. Every mom down at the cafeteria is like a Karen these days with their kids. Okay, but she's got to let someone respond, right? She's cutting people off.
Wait, I agree, but she is absolutely correct about these allergens that you're talking about. If you are exposed to those as children, you're less likely to be allergic in the future, which makes it a lot easier for kids and everybody to survive.
I agree, Mojo. I agree. Personally, I agree with that. But like, if you go to the suburbs here in like Florida, Texas, anywhere, there's a whole bunch of moms that are these days very, very overprotective. And when I went to school in the lunchroom cafeteria, there was no special tables for allergies or anything like that. You go today and just general public, you eat a peanut butter jelly sandwich, you have to go to a separate table for peanut allergies to keep away from the general population. Not general, it's like a table over. You know, these things didn't occur when I was kids, Mojo. So do you think parents are going to allow their kids to dandelion and Cloverfields?
You cause these things. You cause these things to happen by cutting down the fucking dandelions. You get that, right?
No, absolutely. These are people I agree with you. If you expose your kids when they're young, they wouldn't have these issues. Unfortunately, these people were overprotective with their children and overparented their children. So now they believe they have all these peanut allergies, all these allergies and things like that. And you think people are going to get rid of their perfectly manicured grass for their kids to play in their dogs for clover, like weed? A weed yard. A yard full of weeds.
Wait, you think people are making their children believe they have a peanut allergy and they don't because they're parenting them?
Where was all the peanut allergy people when I was in? I'm nearly 40. Where are they at?
They were just dying. That's what was happening.
Okay.
That's funny.
Kids were just dying. Okay.
People are separated like that because some people are deathly allergic to these things. Not because they created it,
for sure.
but they were born with it.
So
I agree. I always was taught that because I saw.
Some
what's that
allergies
movie with the What's that movie with the kid from Home Alone where he like passed away from the getting attacked by the bees because they had an allergy?
Macaulay Culkin.
Yeah. That movie, I can't remember what it's called when I was a child. That stuck with me.
My
Emma.
Girl.
Yes, that's it. It stuck with me Emma all these years, right? Because I believed that. But then when I sent my kids to school, all these moms and these kids had like, I'm sorry, I'm loud. They had all these peanut allergies and all these different things. And it's like, whoa, this never was like, and this is a 20-something years. This was never like.
This conversation is more so about like creating an environment that would help people both in have more exposure for kids that are going to be born. But we have to understand that some allergies are idiosyncratic, right? Like we don't know why some people develop allergies against something. Some of them are genetic, right? There's all sorts of like different groups that are more prone to certain types of allergies. There's lots of like epidemiology around allergies. The only argument we're saying is that we shouldn't, at the behest of a pretty lawn, help the environment to be able to like essentially have its natural cycles, right? The more native plants that are planted, the more diversity of plants there are, there's more nitrogen fixing, there's more carbon fixing. It helps the planet to remain balanced. And there is no good argument against that. We're the only species on the planet actively working against our own survival on this planet. The ocean, like the tipping points are here. The ocean is acidifying. The AMOC is this is like the main water current from the Gulf that keeps Europe relatively warm and temperate. Like that is already starting to fail. We're seeing, which will eventually start to lead to flooding on the East Coast. Like we're seeing a 60% failure rate in this ocean current because.
Is that where Martha's Vineyard is, by the way? I'm just curious.
Oh my God! Quick! I don't even answer that, HR. Like that. My brain just. Yeah, my brain just like stopped working listening to that sentence.
Like but Obama said that for years in Al Gore, and they moved to Martha's Vineyard on the coast guys. And bought a house on the water. By the way,
please, I'm going to go watch soccer. Hip hip Holland because the Netherlands is playing Japan. I will be streaming in Mojo's, but if you would rather argue politics, please do so. I'm perfectly fine hanging out by myself. But if you want to join, you're more than welcome.
At once, Ella, it's good.
That's
I can
fun.
multitask.
I'm really digging a lot of the World Cup content. It really shows to me that MAGA was totally wrong. That America is totally willing to embrace other cultures, other people, that they are willing to come together around these big international events. Like the way that people are welcoming the Iraqi community, the Algerian community, like communities that I thought would actually have such a hard time coming here during this time. Like I'm like, my heart is full, and I know that MAGA was completely fucking wrong.
Maybe you overreacted.
No, I'm genuinely very, very happy. And it's a really wholesome thing that I've been noticing online with how like small towns have responded and reacted to these soccer, like to the soccer that's coming over here. And like, it's awesome. And I'm really glad there's like a lot of acculturation happening, and it's awesome. And I'm really glad because I thought that it might have been a shit show. And it's not. So I think MAGA was just fucking wrong about what people in this country are actually like and what they actually want. I think they are perfectly happy with a melting pot. I think they are perfectly happy to embrace new cultures. I don't think anybody's waiting for everyone to assimilate.
Hey, Go Army, can we go back to the allergy thing real quick? So are you telling me that my two different athletes that I have personally gotten to stab with EpiPens, one for a bee sting, one for some type of food allergy that we don't know what triggered it, um, that they should have just like walked it off? I should have just said, just take a couple of breaths, you'll be fine.
I don't know your children.
These are my athletes.
Excuse me. You're too. I thought you said, well, athletes. Excuse me. I don't know them. I don't know their conditions. I don't know their stuff.
Amy, just tell them to rub some dirt on it. They'll be fine.
Would you
I mean,
ask
that's
me
what
what
I
I'm
usually
like
tell
about
them,
that? That's weird.
so.
What I'm trying to say, Sammy, since you can't get it, okay, let me break it back down. I won't monologue and rant. When I was younger, there was no peanut allergy tables. There was no all these people claiming all these allergies and things like that, right? When I got older and have kids and put them in school, this is like a very common thing. And then it translates to like field trips. It translates to like gymnastics. It translates to the ball field, Sammy. So it's like all over now. Everybody's got allergies. So like, I'm just sitting back asking questions as a logical person, and everybody's lecturing me like, you think it's fake and blah, 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 blah. It's like insane.
You said it was a parenting
something
thing.
about that? I'm not sure if allergies, like the one I'm going to tell you about, is the same as with plants and stuff. But you do realize allergies can hit you at any stage in life. You're not necessarily just born with it. Like somewhere in my 30s, I wound up becoming allergic to ibuprofen and aspirin. I don't know if it's the same type of thing with plants and stuff, but that just hit me out of nowhere. And to this day.
Yeah, some of those things can change over time, especially with like even with like overexposures, especially with like medications. And sometimes it's really just like people moving to places that they've never lived or having, and it can be, this is a thing, it's pretty idiosyncratic. Like some people, my brother developed allergies when he lived in the Northeast, and now that he's back in Virginia, all of his allergies are gone. I developed winter allergies living in the Northeast because I've never lived in a climate like this before. But like some people will develop allergies because
It's because they increase in pollen during the time of season, right?
It depends on certain things. Like I said, in the winter, I think most of it is because my immune system is probably like fighting for its life because I have darker skin. So, and I live in a place that gets less sunlight. So I have less vitamin D. So my immune system is struggling more in the winter time because I don't have any allergies in the spring and the summer, right?
When he comes back, I don't know. Maybe he'd like to hear a nurse's viewpoint.
Meh.
Maybe. Nah. You know why? Because you think that you've researched
kidding.
it
Go ahead,
and
go
you
ahead.
know more. So I have one of those degrees that you think mean nothing, right?
What's
Allergies,
that? What's your degree?
depending on the allergies and what we're talking about,
Okay.
they are correct. You know, it could be pollen, it could be medications, they could come up every time you're exposed to it. The allergic response is worse and worse. These allergies have been around for decades, and decades. Just because you didn't know about it doesn't mean they weren't there. We just have the ability to know more because of something called social media, I believe it's called, right?
Yeah, peanut allergies came all about
Sir,
since
yeah.
social media. Gotcha.
Yeah,
No,
we
sir.
Okay, I
also
understand. I got it. I got you.
No, sir,
Hey,
you
Fish,
don't
what'd you say
understand.
your degree
Sir,
was
let
in?
me finish.
Okay.
Peanut allergies are more well known because social media allows us to connect to more people around the world quicker. Before, it used to be we had, what, 3 channels to watch, ABC, NBC, CBS, and it was dictated what news we got and along with our local papers. Now that we have the ability to reach out,
Dude.
sir, can I finish? Sir, so the reason that we learn more is because we have the ability with the internet to reach out to other people, learn anecdotal stories, which seems to be your favorite thing to share. These allergies have been there. The fact that you don't want to protect other children from an anaphylactic shock is
I got your point.
disgusting.
Let me ask you a
How
question.
real quick, I want to finish
That's
this.
not. Oh, you got third point.
How,
Okay, my bad.
sir, yeah. Have you
Wait,
ever
how
seen
long are
a
you gonna
child?
go here? Hold on. This
Yeah.
is no. You're like telling a story here. I don't know what you're
Oh,
doing.
sorry. I was just going to ask him if you ever seen a child unalive from anaphylactic shock.
What does that got anything to do with what we're talking about?
that's the allergic
Change. I'm just
reaction.
curious. What would that change, Fish?
That's just the allergic reaction that is common
Sure,
in
I know that
conversation.
HR, but the way she asked the question, like in a very like, have you ever seen that? It's you're using a child's unaliving
No,
from
sir.
an allergy to boast and like ask a question. It's very rude.
No,
It's
let
very
me
gross.
explain.
Very
Because
gross.
it happens in schools. And
Oh, I understand that. It happens
sir,
everywhere.
because that's why they separate the tables, because teachers are not equipped to handle the closing of an airway at the school. So they prevent it by separating the tables.
Okay.
Right, and
Well,
a lot
why
of
didn't they do
times
that
too,
before?
and
Because
a lot
people
of
could now communicate on social media. Is that what you're
no,
saying?
Gormy,
No,
she's
it's
simply
because we have
explaining
better
that
Let me
education.
just answer her, talk to her. She
But
asked me a question.
yeah,
I
I
asked her one
understand.
back.
Gormy, I'm going to explain it to you very simply.
Julie, explain it, please. I like Fish. She's different.
She's referring to the fact that when people have more
But
access
anyways,
to
go ahead.
information, they are more able to ask questions or know things to ask it when they go to see the doctor or understand that
Sure.
something
She
they've
can
been
speak for
experiencing.
herself, HR.
Something they've been experiencing has an actual diagnosis, and they have more access to that because they're looking at so many different people and so many different accesses to information. That's all that she's saying. But the reality is
No.
that
She said, hold on. She said social media and people can communicate via lines like
Sir,
social media.
you said
As
exactly what I said.
opposed to years
Sure,
ago,
that's correct.
as opposed to years ago when they didn't have these mediums.
That determines allergy. So the allergy's always been
No.
there. We
No,
just
sir.
ignored it until we were able to talk to other people via social media. Is that
more
what you're saying, Fish?
more people are realizing that they might have this, and they bring it up because they have access to more information. The other part too is
That
that
makes it an allergy at that moment, or what?
No, it doesn't make the allergy. It makes more people seek treatment, and therefore we count more people as having these problems. Because more people are going to a place where that data is going to be collected, so that researchers can look at these increases. Epidemiologists can look at these increases and say, okay, yeah, this is happening, and we can track that those things are happening because people have more access to information. It's also because like testing for allergies has also increased, like the way that we can test for them. We can test for more of them, and we have better tests now to know whether or not people have allergies. So that increases the number of people that have them because we have data that can count more people.
I have a solution, HR. Why don't we just expose the kids to this at an early age, like you guys suggested?
Because they can unalive. We don't know what
Oh,
the
we don't do that. So what am I supposed
No,
to do?
no, no, no,
Follow
no,
y'all
no.
or
Hold
follow
on,
the nurse?
hold on. So, in answer to your question, Go Army, yes, they have now figured out that exposing kids to this to an earlier age has started to decrease the amount of peanut allergies that we are seeing. But the caveat to that is if someone is actually allergic to it, guess what? Then you discover the allergy when they are literally a baby.
Does that always work though? That when they're exposed, that they'll definitely become immune to it.
saying that they'll
No,
unalive.
it does
She's
not.
saying
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah.
Look, I already explained that there's a wide range of ways to become allergic to things. Part of it.
Hear the nurse. Let's hear the nurse's point of view. HR, come on now.
You don't care about the nurse's point of view because you're actually using your own.
I do, because you said you would unalive, and
You don't
she
need to
said
let
that
me
you're supposed to. So it's curious. So who's right here, Sammy or Fish?
It's not that simple.
We said the same thing. We said the same thing.
It's also not that simple, right, Gormy? You're trying to make a complicated, nuanced argument become simple for your little brain to wrap your head around it. It's good in general. It's good in general when you have kids to make sure that they are exposed to different allergens. We tell you, don't clean every little thing. Let your kids play in mud because that helps build their immune system. That doesn't necessarily mean that idiosyncratically out of nowhere that people don't develop allergies or that there are some genetic counterpoints that they might discover them. So we do allergy testing at a young age to make sure that you can expose them to those things without any fatal consequences. That's all we're saying. Other than that, it's generally good to have those exposures when your kids are young, but it's also generally good to make sure your pediatrician has performed allergy tests, especially if you as the mother has an allergy or the father has an allergy or there's a family history of allergies in the family so that you can make sure your kid doesn't die while getting those exposures.
Can we hear from the nurse now, please? Come on, HR, you gotta. I get your point. I get it.
Sir, first of all, you don't respect anything I said because you overtalked me. You're still over. See, there you go. And the other thing is I have pulmonary fibrosis, so I'm actually unaliving, and so it's hard for me to talk. So when you overtalk me, it's difficult enough because I don't have oxygen. So I appreciate when other people can help me explain my point. So thank you, y'all.
I think you sound. I wish you the best, but you sound fine. You sound great. But you sound better than a lot of people. I would argue. But if I want to hear your point, you're saying that you'll unalive, and everybody else keeps arguing. Well, you got to get a test and all this. So yeah, you can insult me. I don't care. I'm
not insulting you.
Say why you would unalive. I want to hear why.
I don't understand. What about what I explained to you? Do you not understand?
Sorry, HR. She says she was a nurse and stuff, and she said that you don't do that. You will unalive a child. So I want to hear her point of view. What is so hard to understand?
Sammy explained it exactly. Here's the problem: is you actually admit it. You don't respect anything from a medical person that's on the panel right now that told you they were a panel. If there's other people, I
just answer the question.
But
yeah,
I did
I'd love
answer
to
it.
weigh in here. So
I did answer it.
I had a severe bee allergy when I was a child. So I went through allergy immunotherapy treatment. So twice a week, got a shot in each arm for 8 months, 9 months, something like that. But generally, allergies with repeated exposures actually make the reaction more severe. So the first time I got stung by a bee wasn't so bad. Second time I got stung, it was worse, hives. Third time it was anaphylactic shock. And it's true with dust and pollen and stuff like that as well. So when we're talking about allergens that affect your airways, when you have a reaction to them, your airways, your sinus cavities swell, right? Antihistamines usually are the treatment for it, but every time you're exposed to if you're allergic to pollen, right? Your sinuses swell, but they never retract. And when the swelling goes away to their original state. So when you have consistent re-exposures to allergens, it's usually increasing the severity of the symptoms. So there are ways to have exposure. That's called allergy immunotherapy, to where you can build and rewire your immune system to build a natural tolerance. But it's the same with poison ivy. People say they're immune to poison ivy. That's just not true. The more you get exposed to it, it breaks down your body's immunity to it, to whatever it was, where you didn't have a reaction to where you can develop a reaction. This is true across all allergens.
You know what's interesting? Like Dad just said, some things you don't know what you're allergic to in the beginning. He knew because it was a bee bite, but for me personally, it was ibuprofen and aspirin. It took like a hot minute in life for the allergist to figure out what was going on with me. So every time I was exposed, when I took like a Excedrin or something or whatever, and all of a sudden, you, like you said, you get the hives, or maybe your lips would start swelling, or your ear, or whatever, right? You start going through all that, and then until when it gets to anaphylactic shock, that's dangerous, man. So until people know what the allergy is, it could take a while. I was going to the hospital every time I had one of these episodes, and they'd stick you on an IV of like Benadryl until the swelling went down. And,
Tony, can I ask you a question though? How did HR is saying that you have to get tested? She's saying you have to get these tested for your allergies, then you expose the child to all his allergies. And you're telling me, no, here personally for me, it came like later in life and stuff like that. And the doctor was trying to figure it out. Do you see how it's like very confusing?
No, because you can't understand nuance for me. So we're talking about, like, generally speaking, when you have kids, you can do an allergy test, especially if you yourself as a mother or father has allergies, so that you can know that you can expose your kids to certain things. As you get older, you can develop allergies. Those developed allergies will have to be met head on when they happen, right? Because later on in life they can develop, and when that happens, you can go to an allergist and you can get tested as an adult, right? This is just that biology changes as you evolve and grow, right? Like, that's what we're saying. We're saying there's some general rules, and then there are some specific things that can happen as you get older.
Two things could be true at the same time. And here's the thing, I guess technology can specifically test for peanuts or shellfish or whatever. Some random thing like me, it wasn't as easy, I don't think. No.
So I live in Virginia, which is the tree sperm cat.
Wait, hold on.
Now
you're breaking up. Jesus Christ.
Wait, Mojo.
Ella's trying to say something a couple times.
Thank you. I don't know if it really matters to the panel, but this whole conversation about allergies, we've literally gone from Marxism to capitalism to Mojo giving the example how Go Army will be one of the first to lose his job in terms of AI and technological evolution. And then I made a bit of a snide comment about don't have lawns, save the earth type of deal. And that's how we got to allergies, just so everybody knows the context.
It's actually so crazy.
Yeah, that means it's a good conversation. It's okay.
Actually, I've noticed he pivots a lot.
It's because he doesn't.
It's because you literally insulted me every time you opened the microphone. It didn't say nothing and just went back on mute.
It's because it's because you're an unserious person.
Unserious person. Well, I'm the only one who keeps the conversation going. The moment I leave it, just will dry up, get boring. It's just an echo chamber.
Because we can't believe the stupid shit that you're saying.
You joined the panel to listen, Kami. You didn't have to join.
No, I'm sorry. I was here before you.
So are we saying in socialism everyone gets their fair share of allergies? What's the deal?
No, I think one of the things that we can bring up as it relates to allergies is access to things like EpiPens, right? Because capitalism allowed the creator of EpiPens to increase the price of it 1,000%, which gave them less access, which meant kids in lower income schools, right? It's better to have a separate table for them because they probably don't have access to an EpiPen and they still have a deathly allergy. So things like that have to be used for prevention, because we have a lack of healthcare in this country, and for no good reason other than the fact that people can increase the price of something just because they want to.
Actually,
I never thought about that. That's wild.
I was going to say, let's actually not put it on the EpiPen creator. It was actually his asshole of a daughter that inherited the company that decided to increase the percentage by 600%.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure about that. I knew it was something related to the creator. And I know the guy who invented synthetic insulin wanted it to be free, but then the corporation that took over the patent decided that it shouldn't be available to people for, and if you want to.
Did you read that in one of your books?
Yeah, I read a lot of things.
Yeah,
Not only do I read books,
you don't like books now?
I read up to date journals that are peer reviewed so that I can make sure that I know what's going on in the world, so that I can come here and then school you on everything.
Basically your echo chamber. That's the problem. You're just
Mojo
listening
is
to
only
other
a
people
big.
in your department say stuff about what's going on in the world. Is what you're.
No, I don't.
No?
I actually read.
I guess I misunderstood.
Broadly. Gormy,
Well,
I read
guys,
very
guys,
broadly.
we gotta stop the over talking.
Not only do I read like actual, like legitimate sources of information, I read books, I read literature, I read poetry.
I get it. I know you said that. HR. You love HR. HR loves HR. I get it.
Go Army.
No, I love learning and reading.
Go Army. Go Army. Let's be clear here. You fucking mow lawns. You have no place to talk about what somebody else does.
I have a successful business and a career. She is like still a career college student.
I have a job and I go to school. You realize that, right? I do both things at the same time.
She as an individual makes more money than you do with your fucking 100% disability and your fucking business.
Prove it. We could prove it. I've been on camera. I've shown my house. I don't think she has or anything. She's like a dorm room or something.
What do you mean?
A dick contest. Listen, a dick contest doesn't change the fact that books are good.
I brought it
for
up. I
everybody.
don't do that.
I also live in an area that costs twice as much to live in.
Florida, where I live, is one of the most expensive places. I live in the number one school district in the state of Florida.
I live in Connecticut on the ocean. I live in a very, very expensive.
I don't know if you've been with the times, but Florida is very expensive now. It's more expensive than California and New York.
No, it's not.
ask why you
I mean, there's
personally
nothing like the
attack
internet or
females?
Zillow. You can look it up, but
Can I ask why you personally attack the females here? You interrupt and personally attack. Can we just go back to the politics of it?
say they're
and
more
stop-
panelists. I don't know what you get
Again,
off by
right there.
saying like.
Can we
Yeah,
just go
that's
back to the
probably
politics,
because
please?
that's probably because there are 5 females on the panel.
You got to keep insulting me, Fish, instead of just being like, "No, Army, you're wrong
Well, you
about this."
didn't-
Blah blah blah. It's more
Well,
like,
you are
"Why do
wrong.
you keep doing this?" Like, I get
You are
you don't
wrong
like what
about
I'm
the
saying, but
allergies.
you gotta control yourself.
You're wrong about the allergies. You're wrong about the body. You're wrong about the fact
Okay,
that
we got it. You said you
ornamental
disagree.
You told me to tell you when you're wrong. I am, and now you're mad
maybe,
about that.
maybe Fish, you have a problem in your life, or I don't know. When people you disagree with, you think they're wrong. You know, sometimes there's nothing you can do about it, and you just can disagree. At the end of the day, you don't have to make sure you think they're right, and sometimes you're not even the right one. You know, it's good to hear other points of views, and then you can sit back and say, "Wow, I haven't heard that point of view," and compare it to yours, or you can say, "No, this is wrong because of this." That's the point of this.
And you too.
And go Army, just so you know, the overall cost of living, Florida is actually considered one of the most affordable in the nation to live in, where my state, Virginia, sits near the national average, and New England ranks among the most expensive areas in the country.
Well, actually, I just did a Google too. It said Hawaii was the first, and then Massachusetts, California, Alaska, New York. Florida doesn't even hit the top 5.
Oh yeah. Hawaii is atrocious when it comes to how expensive
It's a
everything
tourist
is.
area, right?
Yeah, but Florida doesn't even hit the list, dude.
It does. You guys are thinking of Florida 10 years ago, 15 years ago, where everything's cheap, move to Florida, Texas. In fact, what's happened in the past 5 years, I say, or more than that, since C-19 specifically,
Excuse me.
there's been a massive invasion of people moving here. And what's happening is the price of homes have skyrocketed.
You're going to have to let him finish.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
Sorry, Tony. I'm loud.
No, I just was curious. Maybe
That's
I need
more
to.
the truth.
I don't know if I have to. I was going to ask everybody. Do I have to update my Google? Maybe my Google's like 5 years old or something.
Probably. Sounds like it.
Yeah, Tony, those economic indicators are usually on a 5-year lag on Google. So big
sorry,
big
my
W
bad.
over here to Army.
See? Unserious. Unserious.
See, go
To tell
Army.
y'all a story where I lived. I was in a 1-bedroom, but the condo above me was a 2-bedroom, and it sold right before I moved out of the building. A 2-bedroom, like I think it's like 850 something square feet, a 2-bedroom, 1-bath condo sold for $665,000. in Seattle. So I don't think you come across that in Florida.
Are you trying to say there's no 850 square
I hear
feet? Are you trying to say there's nothing like that in Florida? Are you serious right now?
Maybe in Miami. Sure, Miami's
West, Miami, Tampa, Jacksonville, Orlando.
But the
These places are
overall-
everybody's moving there because the weather's great, the taxes are low, and it's. What are you talking about?
Cost of living is different, though. You can look at real estate, but that's only one aspect of cost of living. Cost of living spans a lot of different things, correct? So I'm just
true, but a house is an indicator. HR. If you can afford a $650,000 house, more than likely you're eating good. You know what I'm saying? You're not out there like I spent all my money. I'm out here like on food stamps, right?
Again, that's not.
What is this? What is a $650,000 house in Florida?
Like a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 1,800 square feet house probably get you.
Okay,
you might
50,000.
Sorry.
Areas. I'm not talking like rural.
I'm sorry. Yeah, maybe it is expensive. I don't. Yeah, not in the rural areas. Certainly not in any new developments. Certainly not in any expansions or. Yeah, middle city. I could probably see that.
You might not be able to.
Suburbs.
I like how this sort of brings us.
It's expensive now. It is what it is.
This could possibly.
part of it. That's all part of Japan's game plan for that.
I'm sorry. This could possibly bring us back to like the whole socialism Marxism conversation because I think this goes back to capitalism, right? Like you can't really afford anymore to live in the city unless you are wealthy, like very wealthy. And that means that anyone who works in any kind of like service industry cannot even live near their job, which makes it hard because those that do work in the service industry often need more than one job in order to survive. But if they have to commute long times, then they can't make it to both jobs, right? So it just goes back to the whole capitalism bad idea too. So we made full.
You have it backwards, Ella. The people in the city are working out in the suburbs and where there's money at and properties and things like that. The people aren't in the city. They're not. It's backwards. You have it backwards.
No, sir.
The money's not in the city. People in the city don't need their.
The people that should live in the city, that work in the city in like in the service industry, such as like Starbucks or bars or restaurants, like the people that serve you on a daily basis are the ones that should be able to live closer to their jobs in the city, but they can't afford it. That's the point I'm making.
Well, duh. I mean, if you're a waitress, you're not getting on it like a two.
They should house. Be able to, because on a waitress.
No, it's not a.
Wow.
I mean, okay. I guess that's what you think.
Hey.
What?
And correct me if I'm wrong, you're claiming that people are fleeing like New York and California and all this stuff to go to Florida. Wouldn't that just make it more affordable for the areas that they're leaving from? You know, like if they were living in expensive homes, now they become more affordable.
What do you mean? Like the houses are leaving behind?
It would increase the supply in places like California and New York, and so that would help to reduce prices. The problem is we're not really seeing it, right? I think the supply problem is really bad with housing, and it's been going up for so long that it's even when we get like access to more supply now, it's not enough. I think there really has to be like a change in how we do zoning and building code so that we can like really open up for like higher amounts of supply.
I absolutely agree.
Houses. You tell me. There's a problem in Florida right now over the governor race, and the governor races are. This is what this is all about in Florida right now. Who like certain ones are going harder after the developers, and you're saying, hey, there's a supply issue. Are you saying we need more, or are you saying we need less?
I'm saying we need more supply.
More houses, bro. Are you insane? Have you seen Florida?
That's what she said. No one has ever said we have an oversupply of houses in the U.S. That would not mean we have a housing crisis. Come on, go Army. I've never heard anyone in the world say that we have an oversupply of houses.
It come to Florida. I get it. I get what you're saying, Dad, and I respect your opinion. But that's about it. That's all it is. If you come to Florida, people are literally like, it's a near a war zone down here because where all the family farms are being sold off and they're building, the developers are coming in and they're building housing, condos, and you can fight that all you want. Most people have given up on that. The problem is they're not improving infrastructure before they build these things, or they're promising to and then they're not. That's a big issue too. So there is a massive, I guess maybe just never been to the South, I guess. I don't know. And that's across Texas,
Virginia,
Tennessee, Florida,
I'm from
Georgia.
South Carolina. I go to Florida quite a lot. You're telling me you have an infrastructure issue in a majority Republican-led state? Colored me shocked. Go Army.
We have 3 million registered Republicans in the state of Florida alone, and with the new redistricting map, we just gained 4 House seats when.
Yeah, I'm saying that.
What does that mean for your internal state politics?
Issues in a Republican-controlled state. Color me shocked.
We have an influx of all these people coming in. Like, everybody's wanting to move to Florida because they can trade in their $1 million house, and that $1 million house is a 50-year-old, 60-year-old house. The climate's terrible. There's crazy seasons. You can move to Florida and buy like the same kind of a house down here without the seasons, without all that nonsense. Work from home a lot now. That's what.
Yeah, and a lot of people can't afford.
And why would you not?
And a lot of people can't afford the flood insurance down there. I've been going down.
That's only in certain areas, like flood insurance.
Well, what each coastal area?
Miles off the coast. I mean, like I live majority of people don't live by the coast, bro.
I've seen flooding go into Orlando, and it's like in the middle.
Flooding into Orlando, okay. And you need flood insurance, these people in Orlando?
I'm just saying, and a lot of that stuff is people think it's grandfathered in, so when they buy down there and then they realize they can't afford the new flood insurance, it's a whole other story, and that's another problem. And in my experience...
What do you tell them when they move to Orlando?
My experience of going down there for 30-some-odd years, okay, Florida is the last to boom and the first to tank with the economy.
What did you say?
I said, in my experience, Florida is the last to boom and the first to tank when the economy is shitty or better or good.
I don't know. Maybe.
So I think you're kind of like years behind.
I mean, that tracks to a certain extent. A lot of Florida's economy is based on luxuries, that the rising tide raises that ship a lot. They have Universal Studios and Disney World. When people have more disposable income, the economy's doing well, Florida benefits more. But if nobody can afford that shit, well...
They rely on tourism.
And it looks like people can't afford that smack, so that's what they're doing, right?
It doesn't really look like that right now.
No, it's not doing good for
Personally,
why are they building so many houses everywhere? That's great.
I think all the Republicans should just move to Florida. We'll keep the rest of the country. It's fine.
Yeah.
Honestly, yeah. Move to Florida and secede. Do you?
Especially now that they're pulling...
Your state, right?
Especially
no, I think all the Republicans should stay in your state. I think that's ideal for everyone.
We know that, but any logical person in reality would say, "Hey, it's not good that all these businesses and people are just moving out of state over their political alignments."
Is that super emotional? Right? Did I miss a step in there?
They should all just go. They should all just go and leave and succeed.
Go Army.
Yeah, it would make my country better. This is, a little bit of a digression, but earlier did I hear you saying that servers, like waitresses, shouldn't make a living wage that lets them buy a house when you have a house and are a fucking lawnmower?
Well, you try owning a restaurant and paying a server enough to own a house and see how good your business is.
I did hear that right. Okay, I was just checking.
Yeah, well, clean your ears out. I mean, you wouldn't have to ask then.
Hang on a second. Hang on. 1 second. Were you saying something?
Yeah, I just want to know how I ended up with so many damn.
No.
I just want to know how I ended up with so many liberals on the same panel.
I could drop.
Because we're awesome. We're really awesome, and you want our company. You love us. We're the best. That's why.
I could drop.
No, now I just want to yell at you.
Bring it on.
That's okay. Yell.
Up go Army.
You and Army can tag team.
No. No.
No, not you, Messy. Mojo and Go Army can tag team.
No, I know. I was saying no to loving Go Army. That is not in my vocabulary.
Good. It wasn't including you. And you said I'm not a serious person. You got less that picture up there and your commie dommy. Come on. Hunter Biden. Come on now. That's silly.
First of all, don't talk
Yeah,
derisively
have you
about
not
my
seen him on
king.
Twitter?
Second of all, that's a funny
Rumble,
ass
nobody was
picture.
talking to you.
I mean,
Dang, bro.
I'm looking
I
at the
didn't
U.S.
realize
Census
this was the
numbers. You
Goomy
guys really
show.
want to
That's my
argue
I
with
bad.
me
would
about numbers from California
totally.
people? Are you
I
kidding
mean, they
me?
do. Grumble wants to argue with me. He's looking for an argument.
It's
What do you
true.
mean,
I
what
love
if-
it.
First of all, you tell me nope, not that many people leaving California. Are you fucking kidding me? 600, 700,000 people left in 2020 and on. So you tell
And
me.
how many people? And how many
I'm looking at
people
the U.S. Census
entered
numbers, dude.
California?
So fucking, come on,
What
argue
is
with
it?
me.
What is a net population loss, Tony?
Okay, so between 2010 and 2024, nearly 10 million people moved out of California. That's according
Tony?
to U.S. Census numbers. Yes.
Tony, was it a
What?
net population loss?
I don't know what that means.
2.7 million net.
Maybe we should.
Net
Maybe
or
we
gross?
should
Net
go.
or gross? Are
Maybe
you
we
talking
should
about
go
net or
check if that's a net
it-
population loss, and then circle back. Right, Tony?
Are you talking about net or gross? Are you talking about before taxes or after taxes? Net or fucking gross? What are we talking about?
A net population loss would mean. Tony, calm yourself for just a second. A net population loss would mean that more people left California than entered or were born in California. Is that the case?
620, according to U.S. Census numbers, 662,000 people moved out of California each year. Inflow, around 408,000 people move into California each year. Net loss, that this yields 250,000 residents to other states annually.
Net loss, assuming less than 150,000 people are born in California.
No.
I put it in the
250,000 residents.
comments. The population loss is 0.02 and then a bunch of other numbers. So it's negligible.
Point out
If you have businesses leaving and people
Okay.
born, it's not good.
Sir, can
you
I
want the
just
net
point
numbers.
out that the common sense of what you said doesn't even track. 48% of all California homeowners moved out. That doesn't even make sense. That would suggest then that there's a supply of homes. You have to look at something and then ask yourself, does that even make any sense? The answer is no.
If 48% of homeowners left California, a house in California would be astonishingly cheap right now. Is that the case?
That's too much logic, Grumble. You may have broken them.
Yeah, my bad.
I mean, people keep moving, and you guys can keep thinking it's not a serious thing, and then like you see everybody on podcasts talk about it. Even Gavin Newsom come out and talk about it. It's like, good luck. Just all I can say is good luck. That's it.
Well,
I
actually,
don't live in. Sorry, go ahead.
well, I was just going to point out that California is making deals with other countries, unlike the entire country of the United States of America. So, I mean, you can suggest things like that, but the statistics that are coming out, the economic statistics that are coming out, show otherwise. I don't even have to read things, just the numbers itself. And numbers are not political; they're not biased. Math and science are not biased.
Not. You really
No,
believe that?
they're not. What? Oh my god.
I admire some of you because you're like very like, I believe in this world. Like, I believe like math is never like, there's not a Republican Party and Democrat. It could take the same math equation, the same number of homeless people, and they could politicize both of it. Nobody could do that. Like, I believe like this when I was younger, like in college, and like, but then in practicality and reality and things like that set in, and it's like, no, a lot of businesses are moving out, and you can take like every podcaster, they talk about this. Everybody, this is a hot topic in California, and you just like, I'm not even saying, well, this and that. You guys just blow it off.
Yeah,
just
I'm
like, no,
with
it's
on
not true.
this. Arithmetic is pure liberal propaganda. I got you, Arm.
Oh, you can respond with, Dad? That's about as smart as response as those pants, bro.
I mean, yeah, I don't know what kind of critical thinking you learned when you went to university for your.
It's excitement, man.
Mojo.
I don't know what's going on here, but Ella, your background noise makes it sound like you're at a bar or something.
I'm watching the game. I'm sorry. I'll turn it down. My bad.
No, it's okay. It's okay. You've been pretty good about staying on mute. The numbers say differently, Garmy. I mean, you can hear the podcasters say whatever the hell they want. There's only been 1 year that California has lost population. 1 year, and that was during COVID. Other than that, it has gained population the last 120 years or something like that, as long as they've been counting.
What about businesses?
It's the sixth largest economy.
Population's great. If you're losing 100 businesses and 100 babies are born, it's a net zero. That's a huge problem. It's a huge problem.
No, losing 100 major businesses would be a major issue for Missouri. California is the sixth largest economy in the world.
Literally Gavin Newsom's response to everything. Well, we're a big nation in the world. Like, it's the same talking point every time.
Okay,
but it doesn't mean nothing.
Do you have a counterpoint, or are you just going to complain
Yeah,
about
sure. So
Gavin
I'm
Newsom
happy
saying
for you. Okay, sure. I'm happy that they're that big in the world, right? That's great. I would advise if they want to keep doing that, they better, stop letting all these businesses leave the state of California.
Your counterpoint isn't logical. So let's go back to logic. If they are the sixth largest,
logically right.
if they are the sixth largest GDP in the world, right? Then that means they're doing something right. Sir, that means they're doing something right with their businesses. Okay, just because you don't believe it in your opinion doesn't like it doesn't change the facts.
Who's not hear what I responded to his same question?
Your response is an opinion. He asked you for a rebuttal.
Good. If they want to keep that, I don't agree with that. What are you, lady? Stop attacking me. Let's just have a talk. Even me and Grumble are talking.
Opinion.
I have a question, Go Army.
I'm sorry.
Go Army. How do you propose that a state prevents and doesn't let companies leave, holds them hostage in that state? What are you talking about?
Yeah, so
are you
I would
saying the
say
businesses aren't free to go be wherever they want to be?
I would
People
say
are not free to move?
I would say, yeah, I get you. I would say, hey, no. I would say, hey, your company's not going. I'll call the CEO up and say your company's not going nowhere. Okay, and what we're going to do is, if you decide to up and leave, like Tesla up and left, if you decide to leave, what we're going to do is we're going to punish you. Well, all these contracts that you have with us, all this money you made with us, we're going to take all those back. We're going to completely null and void everything, and you're on your own. So
your response to businesses leaving would be to illegally renege on signed contracts. That's the game plan you've come up with.
Contracts would be the first step. The second step is any money that we're giving them, any grants, any what else would you say? Grants,
resultant of signed contracts, we would assume.
Anything like that, any kind of like money they're getting would be like null and like we can't do that no more. You're not gonna benefit anything from us no more, right?
In absolutely incredible business
like
acumen
call Texas.
you're displaying.
Texas
Thank you.
Right?
Yeah, just void your own contracts because you're butthurt.
And when it says, I'm not willing to lose my business over me moving to Texas, I'll just stay right here in cozy California. And then when they do that, then you can say, hey, I understand the practices that we have are not like good for business. There's a lot of it's hurting business and people would rather move. Let's like talk and let's redo this so you can stay in California. And they did some of that. They for sure did some of that.
Did some of that? They bullied companies?
No, they sat down and talked with a lot of companies. Said, "Hey, whoa, don't move yet. Like, let's."
Were you there?
Who's they? And who would you be in this scenario?
Like, all right, I'll get you a source as soon as you get me all the
say,
numbers.
Hey, you're the leader. Who would you be in that scenario? And who? I didn't pull up any numbers. I didn't reference any numbers.
Yeah, bring up some sources, and it better not be some podcast.
Yeah, you too, Ella. You guys made all these claims,
if those are,
and I never said
if those
bring
are
up
your
a source.
sources, then if I start a podcast and I say 2 + 2 is 5, then all of a sudden that's just true. That's silly. Anyways, why is it that conservatives and Republicans always want to do punitive?
Kami had a question, Ella. I think the games. I think you were watching the game. I think Kami was asking a question or something like that.
I was just going to point out that Republicans and conservatives typically have punitive measures. It's never anything considered in a way of like supporting people or making things actually better. It's just punitive all the time.
Opinion, Ella. You gotta stop. Stop.
No, I mean,
That's like the
it's
Trump
pretty borne out in
accounts.
the
There's all
data.
kind of things I could go off. Like, come on.
It's pretty easily borne out in the data. It's how Republicans approach most issues. It's why Republicans are,
The
for
echo chamber
example,
liberal. Let me know when y'all.
it's why. Yeah. Okay, I will let you know. Until then, yeah, just wait your
Where are
turn.
you going after what she just said?
Shush,
Basically
shush,
repeating the
shush,
same
shush,
thing she
shush,
did.
shush,
It's like
shush.
nobody wants to hear 4 liberals in a row.
Shush. It's the same reason that
Shush people.
Republicans
I mean,
are,
you can
for
talk to
example,
yourself, bro.
Shush. It's the same reason Republicans are, for example, pro-life, right? Ostensibly,
Nobody
you'd be
cares.
pro-life.
That's fair.
Ostensibly, you would be pro-life because you actually want the
Talking about
number.
pro-life. Right.
Yeah, it's an example. Can you control
I
yourself?
apologize. I forgot your question. And call me. I don't even know.
That's cool. Worry about their questions in like 30 seconds, okay? Now, ostensibly, you would think that Republicans would be pro-life because their goal is to reduce the number of abortions that happen. This is a bad thing, and I don't want it to happen, and I'm pro-life because I want it to happen less. But the study has been borne out for decades, right? Actually limiting legal access to abortion doesn't lower the rate at which it occurs at all. If your actual goal is to prevent them from happening, which I don't even disagree with, you would be advocating for better sex education in schools, you'd be advocating for access to contraceptives and reproductive health care. These are the things that actually make it happen less. And that's the goal, right? But it's been 50 years of this data, and none of that has changed. Republicans don't want to do any of that shit. They just want to preach abstinence, and they want to be pro-life. And that's because they don't actually care about making the number of abortions go down. They just want to punish people they find disgusting. That's it. It's your only real goal.
Thank you, Grumble. Thank you for that. We appreciate you. Kami, what was your question?
You're welcome.
Messi has bars, it looks like.
You should come up and talk to people like that. You know, it's like you don't have
I'm sorry, I haven't heard a substantive response to anything I said, so I don't know why I'm worried.
because you just like, excuse me, shh, and then when you do stuff like that, it just like people just stop listening to what you're saying and tune you out, right? And it don't take
it's
it
just
like
you, but you weren't listening to me in the first
and
place.
you say like, hey, go Army, let me throw something by you. What about blah 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 blah? And then it's like it starts a conversation instead of just like you insult and then want people to respect you after that, you know?
I don't think anything I just said was an insult. That was a policy prescription, a reason for the policy prescription, and a result.
If I could ask, what would be the point of punishing companies that wanted to leave a state? How would that help bring in future companies if a new punishment was on the table if they left?
Fish, are you willing to let a company of like 250, 500, 1,000 employees like California or whatever just lose their jobs and oh, we're moving tomorrow? Like, you don't think there should be no repercussions for that or punishment?
That wasn't my question, sir.
The bill in front help all these thousands of people that just lost their jobs overnight. You know who? The local government. The government has to. So they should have some kind of say so, right?
You know what this does? One of the things you're not looking at when we live in a free market system and people can start businesses. If one business leaves, somebody's going to pick up the slack and take and replace them in some way, shape, or form. So if there are a whole lot of extra workers, that means the workers' pay goes down. That means it makes it easier to start a business in that location, and then you see businesses moving into that location or new businesses starting. This is the way cycles work. This is the way markets work. So if a business leaves 1,000 employees that are unemployed looking for jobs, then that leaves a lot of employees to be added to other workforces or to actually start their own companies doing something similar to what they were doing before. This is a good thing for the economy.
Yeah, for sure. But that's like in a perfect utopia, Mojo. Because what happens if 1,000 people are laid off? It's not like people. That's just not always the case where people are like, "Ooh, 1,000 laborers or 1,000 workers just got laid off. Let's go get them. Let's go hire them and all this stuff." It's really not like that. They generally like go on unemployment. They go looking for. Some don't get jobs. Some do get other jobs. Some go to new industries. Some, just stay on unemployment forever. So it's like.
If this was happening the way you're saying it's happening, then unemployment would be rising, it's skyrocketing. As a matter of fact, it would never go down, right?
Still counted if you if you have a great tech job and you see a corner office and now you're like lost your job overnight and now you're working at McDonald's just to get by for a week or something, you're still employed.
No, Those, yeah,
You're a
those
tech
people are
exec with a
considered
corner office, but when the company moves, they don't take you with them?
Never mind.
Just like if you're fired, for instance, Grumble. Joe, I'm sorry. Like perfect world, yeah. That I agree with you, you know, but
I see a Donovan in the comments. I don't know if he's in the request. Figured I'd call it out in case you're playing the game.
economy, I agree. Like I make that argument with immigration when they were all gone, the contracts freed up, and Americans were like grabbing up the contracts because there was nobody to fill them up. So that was a good thing when they left. But you know, at the same point, like it could be bad for a state's economy. Like it can be bad. Like you just don't want all your people moving. Like you know.
What
are you talking?
were
Wait, what are you
grabbed up by
talking about?
Americans?
Yeah, what? Who left and who?
I mean, you could just point to Tesla. Tesla was out of California, left.
What?
The immigration. I'm sorry, Connie, Johnny. I can wait after you. But he said,
Yeah, so am I. Yeah, that's what I was asking. What is he talking about? What are you talking about?
I'm saying like if 1,000 people lost their jobs, and like for instance, I compared that to 1,000 immigrants being deported, like from the local economy, like labor is grabbed up by ICE. It's the same thing. Now there's 1,000 vacancies for jobs around me. So what's happening at that point is those contracts that were relying on those people are now like need people. So it's going back to the Americans. So that's a good thing. I agree with Mojo when that could be a good thing for the local economy and stuff. But
those actually no. There was complaints when all of these raids started because there was nobody to work in the farmlands or constructions, and these GOP leaders were asking Trump to please stop grabbing them and make exceptions for farms and constructions. So now there isn't a bunch of American citizens waiting.
And hospitality also. Remember when he first came out and said all of those people had to go, and then he basically turned on a dime and said, oh, wait, these people can stay because it's going to hurt our economy if we deport all of them. And it's going to hurt the corporations, the billionaires, if we deport all of their workers. So he put a stay on that. Don't you remember?
Yeah, but then he tacoed on that. It wasn't long. The stay lasted like, a month or two, and then they start picking them up again.
Actually not even deporting them. The numbers on the
exactly.
The numbers on the HHS are wrong. They're actually being detained, which is costing us more.
Exactly. And
everything you want like that, but
go Army, go Army, and for-profit detention centers like Delaney in New Jersey, where people are not getting the medical treatment they need for cancer, where mothers are not getting treatment that they need while they're pregnant.
Mothers are
and now they're not
jail?
even now.
Are you saying that in jail or what?
Hold on a second.
Yes. In detention centers.
I'm going to interrupt real quick. There are 85 people in here that have been over 100 recently, but we still only have 9,000 likes. Can y'all please tap the screen, share the live out to conservative friends if you can, possibly. Thank you. Gift the panel. Help me with my gift goal. Yeah, and thanks for being here. Go ahead.
Tapping is clapping.
Go Army, did you send your heart me?
I believe I did. Why do you got an upside down flag like that? See, we are not okay.
Because we're not okay.
I think that's kind of
a
little bit much.
Not okay. No, not at all.
Can I squeeze in here on the labor thing? So you're talking about it's just like deporting immigrants, but it's the inverse effect. So when you're talking about like deporting immigrants, right? You're taking a bunch of people out of the labor force, creating a labor shortage. You're driving up the cost of labor. So the like equivalent Americans that are filling those roles can command a higher like rate for their hours because there's a labor shortage, right? But when you have a company move out of somewhere and it creates unemployment in that local economy, there's an oversupply of labor. So it's driving down the amount that labor can demand for their work in that local economy. Does that make sense, Army?
Yeah, a little bit. But I would just say in a perfect world, like hard work or good work is hard to find these days. So good companies pay good no matter what. But I know there's a lot of companies, I can't speak for other industries, but in landscaping, a lot of these people were bending the rules on these immigrants. And yeah, it's going to drive the force back up. I get that because Americans are more expensive. But I think, I just think nowadays, like there's nobody that's coming up to a workplace saying, listen, I'm American, you got to pay me more. It's more like everybody agrees that these immigrants work pretty hard. So it's like you're usually paid almost, I want to say less, but, you know.
Yeah, I get you. And I get your complaint with immigration being in the industry you're in. Like, and it is benefiting your specific industry. Maybe not from your standpoint as much because I'm guessing you employ people, so it's making your cost of labor input into your business higher, I'm guessing. But on the other side, you're probably charging more because there's less companies doing it or securing more contracts. I was just specifically saying, like, the immigration and the company leaving a state and creating unemployment and their vacuum that they've left, it has opposite impacts on the labor market in the area it's impacted. Not the same. It's not a good comparison because they're inverse. That's all.
No, I get it. I get what you're saying. I think maybe, I don't know, maybe I'm just more I believe just like there's a bigger symbolism of a big company leaving a state to go somewhere else. It's like I believe, like, hey, you know, you're a Floridian company. You're not just going to up and leave Floridian jobs and become a different company. Like, and I believe the government should step in and do something about that. I know you guys are going to say that's this and that, but I
totally agree with you. And it depends. Like, if you have a business that's local like yours, right, it's a lot harder to pick up and move. But if you're operating a business in Florida that isn't like hospitality with cruise ships and you're a like global player or at least multinational player, you're gonna leave. And like, if a state or government started penalizing companies for leaving their states, that would create this situation. Like, when we look at why companies pick up and move, it's usually from like state tax incentives to move to their location, right? You're given a tax break or tax incentive to move in and create jobs in their local economy. Those would have to be like much, much greater than they are now for any state that like previously imposed like exit penalties on businesses. Just wouldn't work out in a free market that well.
Yeah, I think this is on a smaller scale, but landscaping companies in the state of like California, there's many other states, like they've banned gas handheld, like gas backpack blowers and things like that, which like hurts productivity of things. Like, so I'm not saying these small companies will up and move a state because of that, but it's things like that. That's like, yeah, I get it. Like, you know, you're trying to aim at pollution and stuff like that. And I personally love electric. I've gone electric stuff on everything, and I'm an advocate. People make fun of me, call me liberal, all that stuff for it. But
electric's great.
I think I do too. I spent commercial electric stuff. So, but people do that. People they do in these states, and people are like, I moved to Florida. Oh man, we weren't allowed to use this and that, and it's just like, wow, I couldn't even imagine that. It will hurt your business.
I mean, I feel like a tax on gas and the kind of resources you use for landscaping is actually a really good example of a tax you can levy as a state that, like, for better or worse, it could be a good or bad idea, but it's probably not going to change your business landscape much, right? It might raise the cost of landscaping overall, but that's a luxury in the first place to most people. I understand that businesses need landscaping and there's other considerations there, but like, if you want to run a landscaping company in California, whatever it costs, you're pretty much going to have to be based in California, right? There's only so much the government can do about certain kinds of businesses. There are certain businesses like Tesla that are, you know, international or even global. And staying in California gets them some kind of incentives, but ultimately you can do business in that kind of company anywhere you want. But we see a lot of companies that are staying in these places, in, you know, San Francisco and in New York City, places that we know are exorbitantly fucking expensive to rent or own property, right? Living in New York City is expensive as shit. Living in San Fran is expensive as shit. Companies keep doing it. because there is solid social and business infrastructure there that gets them things that they need, or because they have community ties that they don't really want to up and try to replace somewhere else. Like, there's lots of reasons companies don't move. It's just the companies that leave California, at the end of the day, they're the ones that don't need to be in California. But there's a lot of them that do. That's another part of why I'm not really worried about it.
Yeah, like they might have moved to California because it was a hub and that's where they grew their business. And now they're a mature business and they're trying to taking advantage of, to Texas, for example, taking advantage of tax incentives because they're no longer in the growth stage. But I would argue that probably Democratic states with better infrastructure, better hubs for economy are much better growth incubators for business than a general Republican-run state with low infrastructure and lower, economies to tap into. Once you get to the point where you have like a fleet of planes as a corporation, like you're not trying to grow your revenue that much. You're just trying to maximize your margins. And yeah, maybe it makes sense to move to Texas where they're gonna, the state's gonna give you your own airport that's, an old condemned one that you can take over and, tax incentives to build all your new buildings.
And at the
I would
same
imagine
time,
most
if there
companies
are,
can't up and leave. You know what I mean? It's expensive, and
if there are specific departments in your company that you do need to grow or find expertise in as well, there are some advantages California has that everybody else doesn't. I think Crosstabs put this in the comments, but like Tesla's moved their AI and their tech-focused jobs back to California because if you want the best in the business, you got to go recruit in Silicon Valley. Taxes can be as low as they want them to be in Texas. If you want the best, that is where they are. That's the fact of the matter.
Yep, you want to scalp those employees, you got to be down the street from that employee because
this
it's
is
much
fucking
harder. What are you playing, Mojo?
Simpin ain't easy. Can I get your agent who you voted for?
Yeah, I'm 36 and I voted for myself.
Nice. Let's go.
I was 35 at the time, and you got to be 35 to run for president. So I figured I'd just write myself in.
what did you run on? What positions?
Stop. Do you consider yourself a conservative or a liberal?
I consider myself as a patriot.
Conservative or liberal?
Well, you said liberal. It's just in a different way.
I would say that I'm probably libertarian if I really had to dial it in. I believe in a lot of the both sides. Like I don't like government intervention, but I don't like other people telling me what to do that aren't government either. So
that aren't government.
So how do you?
But you don't mind the government telling you what to do?
No, I said I hate that. I hate that. Yeah, I did not want the government.
So did you hear Go Army say how he would like to, if it was up to him and a company wanted to leave his state, that he would call them up and say, hey, you can't do that? How do you feel about that government?
Hold on. I'm sorry, I did not hear that because I've been kind of bouncing back from lives, so I'm not sure what you were talking about. What did he say?
He thinks that companies should not be allowed to leave the states that they were founded in, and that if it was up to him, right, Go Army, correct me if I'm wrong, if it was up to you and you were in charge, you would call up those companies who were threatening to leave and be like, yeah, can't do that.
Oh, well, I mean, as someone who started a company in Delaware and ran it in California, I feel like you should be able to go wherever.
Tale as old as time.
Interesting. Why Delaware?
Delaware is
very
the best tax haven in this hemisphere, dude.
Well, now it's
I
Wyoming,
know
but
that.
Delaware at the time was.
You run a business in California and you live in Delaware, you're going to get taxed still.
No, he's incorporated in Delaware.
I live in California.
They have a preferential business
Yeah,
legal
you never
landscape in Delaware.
You never run a business in Delaware. You just incorporate it in Delaware.
Yeah, it's for all the LLCs and S corps.
Stop.
Okay.
Simpin, I don't know what the hell it is, but you got a hell of an echo. Can you turn your volume down or something?
I apologize. Is that me? Better?
Pretty sure it wasn't happening before. Yeah, it sounds better now.
All right.
Could be messy though.
Okay. Yeah. So, no, I mean, yeah, I just incorporated in Delaware because, yeah, I mean, it's very tax friendly over there. And I had an online business, so it wasn't necessarily, it's not landscaping, but, I could see how, like, if you run a business in a certain area and it's like brick and mortar, maybe, Garmy has an argument, but I still believe that, like, this is the United States and you can incorporate wherever you want. And I always do.
Do you offer discrete packaging on your online orders?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think discretion is a very important, part of. Actually, I'm not sure what you mean by that, but I mean, like, yeah, like you don't want to give. You don't want to
sell
give your
sex
customer.
toys. I think that was the
I
bit.
was asking if you're selling sex toys, basically. What are you selling online, man?
Supplements.
Okay.
But still, you shouldn't be leaking your customer information out. Like, the data wars is a real thing. So sorry, I jumped on that without knowing what you were getting at.
Yeah, you never seen like a 2-foot long box that says definitely not a dildo. Like, it's really discretionary packing.
No, I can't wait to find one though.
You're out there, man. I sent one to my best friend. He loved it.
Yeah, dude, that sounds like something my best friend would do to me too. Oh, shucks.
Let me ask you something. So you're the governor. You're the governor of California, and Mojo's calls you up and says, "Listen, I'm taking my 1,000 employees with me. I'm out of here. Your state sucks. I've been here forever and ever and ever. I'm taking them with me, and the ones that don't, they're losing their job." Are you gonna? And there's not many people that live there. Thousands, like, so let's just say it's like 1 million or something. A lot of people, right? Tons and tons of people. Are you going to sit back and just say, okay, you can say the same thing you just said, or are you going to say, hey, listen, if you leave and take all these people with you and do all this from the great state of California, are you going to, would you do something about that, or like put your foot down and say no, or would you just like, see you bye, like it is what it is?
Well, first off, like, if I was the governor of California, I feel like they wouldn't want to leave. This is the most beautiful place to live on the planet, But for some reason, people want to leave here. I don't know why. It makes no sense. But that has to do with politics, and I don't want to, like,
You said people.
I don't want to speculate. I don't want to speculate on if I was or if I was not Gavin Newsom, but I think that California is. I grew up here. I love it here. My family's from the Midwest. But I'm a economics fan first, and I'm a business fan at most. So, like, if you want to do whatever you want to do with your business, if it's not against the law for you to take your employees and pay for them to move to wherever you want them to move to, you can do whatever you want.
So, but what's your favorite part about living in California? And if it's not legalized Mary Jane, I'm going to know you're lying from the sound of your voice.
I don't even smoke weed, though, to be honest. It's just funny. I can't handle it. It makes me too paranoid.
Dude, same. Everyone talks about this shit way too much now.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, that's not why. It's because guess what? My dad. It's my home. It's my home. I grew up here, and my dad he's fought the battle locally. Hang on, guys, 1 second. I gotta get this DoorDash real quick. Just give me 2 minutes.
Oh, tell Easy I said hi.
That's a good one.
I don't understand why people fucking move their business out of fucking California to Texas. Arkansas, South Dakota, and Kentucky have lower fucking tax rates than fucking Texas. So I don't understand.
If tax rate is your only consideration, then you do that. But there's a lot of businesses where there's just more things to consider,
You got them bars, Dad. They didn't come through.
Yeah, like what about your supply chain? Is like your major inputs right down the road from you in California? like, yeah, you might get some tax savings if you move in to Arkansas, but how's that going to impact your supply chain? Like, there's so many considerations that go into it, and that's part of the negotiations for like incentives to move your business. You've got to break even at some point, right? And the incentives the state or locality is willing to offer you are a big factor into the decision whether or not to move, along with so many other things.
I think let's also remember California has some very strong employee protection laws. Great social services for employees, like longer paid family leave and all that, and that costs employees and such. So there's I think some companies might leave to allow themselves to not take more advantages of their employees, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's a big incentive.
According to the University of Arkansas is one of the most advanced supply chains and logistics economic systems in the world. According to Northwest
Yeah,
Arkansas.
if I was Arkansas, I'd be grasping at whatever straws I could find too.
I'm going to start a hot dog hut tomorrow, and it's going to say Virginia's best hot dogs right on the wall.
There's 6,800 transportation and logistics company in Arkansas.
Move to Virginia. Our flag's got a titty on it.
Move to Maryland. Maryland's got the most beautiful flag in the nation.
True. Finally, common ground. Best state in the union. These fucking haters, they have no idea.
Get that key bridge done, and I'll be happy.
Hey everybody, tap tap tap. We're still only at 12K. We can do better. I believe in you.
Yeah, I wonder what Wes Moore did with that $2.3 trillion. That was a $2.3 billion he got from that freaking oil rig that hit. That was a settlement. $2.3 billion. What did he do with that money? I wonder.
He spent it on public transportation and education. Am I having a stroke or are you? We did this literally last time.
I'm like, what the fuck? I mean, we have a major fucking throughway with people who are going out of their way because the bridge is down. You think that he would want to get that bridge done to help these people?
I'm sure he would, but that's going to take federal money, which your president cut. We did this last time.
So you take the money that you get from the deli and you allocate it someplace else instead of building the bridge back up again. It doesn't seem right to me. I wouldn't do that.
There was federal funding for the bridge until Trump pulled it.
Why did Trump pull it?
Because he is a jackass, Tony.
Oh, okay. So it had nothing to do with bringing ICE into Baltimore and making it political.
You can say that it did, but it's not Wes Moore's obligation to welcome ICE into Baltimore. I thought we were about states' rights, Tony.
We are about states' rights, but...
Then what are you fucking yapping about right now?
I'm yapping about the fucking bridge being built. I mean, nothing's been done. It's been 2 years, and I haven't seen anything being done.
Yeah, if Kamala Harris was the president, the federal funding would have stayed in place and the bridge would be fucking built. I don't know what you want from me.
That's Kamala Harris. You're making me laugh.
Sir, why was the funding pulled? Why do you think Trump pulled the funding?
I have no idea.
Exactly. You have no idea, but yet we know.
So, do you know?
Well, sir,
if you have no idea, why are you asking me?
No, I'm having a conversation with her. I want to know why Trump pulled the funding for...
You're not having a conversation if you're interrupting me.
I'd like to know.
Sir, the point is that there was federal funding, and then the current administration went in there and pulled it for reasons we don't know, that aren't valid and aren't being told, because there's no transparency, and we know things are being done for political revenge. He admits it. So why did he pull it? Federal funding that was already there. Why?
I have no idea. I thought you were going to give me the answer.
I did give you an answer because Trump is in office. You just don't like the answer.
Okay. So,
but you are sure to criticize people that aren't MAGA, right? Isn't it being done because the federal funding was pulled? Why was the federal funding pulled by the current administration? Very common sense. The problem is that MAGA doesn't want to use the common sense that's there.
Well, I'm not MAGA, so.
Yeah, I don't know, Tony. When you thought that it was just Wes Moore mismanaging the state budget, you were really, really curious what happened to all that money and how it was mismanaged. But now that you know that federal funding was pulled by Trump and you don't know why that funding was pulled, oh, it's a big fucking mystery. Who cares, really, right?
It's kind of mismanagement of money. Insurance money was sent, and he said, "Oh no, screw the bridge. I'll put it someplace else where we need more." I'm like, well, in the meantime, most of these fucking Americans or Marylanders are going out of the way, and traffic's atrocious, and yet nothing's being done with the bridge. But yet there was a $2.3 billion fucking check written to get the damn bridge built.
In the comments, somebody looked it up. The money was pulled because Sean Duffy is concerned over contracts given to women and minorities. There you go, sir. That's why the bridge isn't being built, because females and minorities are there. Oh well.
That makes no sense.
And the estimated cost of rebuilding that bridge is going to be $4 to $5 billion. So even if Wes Moore had no deficit and spent no money, we wouldn't be getting it built on our own dime. We need federal funding for that.
It doesn't make any sense, and that's why it didn't make sense to put people in these positions, these cabinet positions, these people without any kind of experience. This guy's from Road Rules, right? Or what is it? Real World or some stupid crap like that?
The Hills.
I just want to point out that I super enjoy that you keep calling everybody sir. The rest of us have lost that level of respect a long time ago. So I commend you. It's cute.
Well, it's sir or ass. I don't know. Sorry, I'm just kidding. Not kidding, but kidding.
Oh, yeah, don't apologize. I think it's great.
I think the same thing happened to the funding for the bridge for New York, New Jersey, right? The federal funding was pulled for that also? Keller's silent for that one. I'm just curious, Tony. Gormy, why was the federal funding pulled for things that Americans need to use?
Well, I don't know what happened. Tony was curious too up until about 5 minutes ago.
I'm researching. I'm still researching because you got to bring up good talking points, so I'm fucking researching.
I got the answer for you, Tony. There are two reasons that Trump removed the funding for the Francis Scott Key Bridge.
There we go.
The first is skyrocketing costs between 4.1 and $5 billion for the bridge. The second was Maryland's refusal to abandon DEI policies for the bidding, mainly because they've been declared unconstitutional, and the DEI bidding policy encourages inefficiency. So there you go. You leftists got to stop being leftist a little bit.
None of that makes any sense. Maryland would not be auctioning off a bid on a federal bridge contract. There are
You
no
asked the
DEI.
question, I gave you the answer.
There are no federal DEI policies for contracts like that, but it wouldn't be Maryland's contract to select a bid on.
Bridge
It would be
federally funded.
Yes, most major bridges are federally funded. Bridges are exorbitantly expensive. But it wouldn't be Maryland's contract to select a bidder on. There aren't any Maryland DEI policies that could or would apply, and Donovan is just making shit up that sounds convenient.
And how would it be insufficient, Donovan? How would a DEI policy be insufficient? What did you say? It would lend to insufficiency? How?
Inefficient. Well, if one of the metrics you're using to build a bridge is the color of the person building the bridge and not how much it costs and how long it's going to take, that's what most people care about. They care about how much and how long.
It's a good thing nobody did that, and you just made that bullshit up.
So what you don't care about is they care about.
is not.
Hey, let him finish.
If you're gonna,
Jesus.
if you're going to ask a question, you got to let me answer it, right? Appreciate that, Mojo. You asked a question, I answered it. It's only a search away, Grumble. Go and look for yourself. Why did Trump remove the funding for the Francis Scott Key Bridge? It's right there.
I don't need to because I don't wear a tinfoil hat. I know how bidding on federal contracts work. You are just reading an AI summary.
Sir, that's actually what we did say. It was said that that one of the reasons the funding was removed because of females, contracts with females and minorities. I also want to clarify, DEIA is not about the color of skin. You're thinking about something else. I think that the problem, there's an issue that MAGA does not understand the difference between DEIA and I can't think of the other word. What's the
Affirmative action?
Affirmative action. Yeah, and the fact that you guys confuse the two leads to a lot of misinformation out there.
Or I heard a question. I searched the answer for the question and gave it to you, and you guys are throwing a tantrum because you don't want to believe it.
I don't think it's a tantrum to point out that there are several reasons your explanation is untenable.
I also did.
Yeah, again,
sir,
for the kids on the short bus, I did a search and gave the answer.
You are the kid on the short bus.
Sir, I already did say that. I said in the comments, somebody said one of the reasons was because of contracts involving females and minorities. That's exactly what Sean Duffy is complaining about. And again, sir, DEIA is not about the color of skin.
Well, to be clear, that's what Sean Duffy, Trump's transportation secretary, is complaining about. This doesn't actually interact with the rules of auctioning off federal contracts, though. They're just making shit up, and Donovan is believing it because his IQ is fucking room temperature.
Yeah,
there is no rule in federal contracting that allows room for some DEIA policy in Maryland to reshape the contract. That is just not real.
Yeah, that's adorable. Except again, I looked up the answer, AI provided the answer, and I gave it to you. You're welcome, and you don't like the answer.
I already said the answer, though. You're repeating
it. It's not that I don't like the answer. It's that it's wrong, and you're a fucking moron.
Okay, so here you go. That's number one.
It has nothing to do with whether or not I like the answer. It is simply the wrong answer.
Yeah, okay. Your leftist friend agreed with me, or the answer. The answer that I got.
You both agreed that. You both agreed that that's what Sean Duffy said.
No. That's not what Duffy said. I read the letter. In the statement of Sean Duffy's letter, Moore struck a cooperative tone and did not specify addressing the DEI question. The DEI wasn't even an issue.
I don't know how to bridge the gap when you guys don't have any metric by which you evaluate reality objectively. I genuinely don't know how to do it.
Oh, are you saying I'm identifying as correct, Grumble? Is that what you're saying? How crazy.
I don't know what that's even supposed to mean, Donovan, but like when you give me an answer and I'm evaluating it on the merits and I'm telling you the reason it doesn't hold up, you can't actually answer it. You just accuse me of not liking the answer. But like you haven't reconciled the problems.
What I'm trying to say is that the superpowers of the left are simultaneously self-absorption and self-delusion. I heard a question being answered.
Right,
none of you have the answer. I provided it, and you're losing.
I brought up several reasons your answer doesn't work.
Stop it.
I'm bringing up reasons his answer doesn't work, and he's pontificating about the superpowers of the left. What the fuck does that even mean? Can anyone answer me how it is that Maryland's DEI policies could reshape a federal contract? Does anyone have an answer to that at all? Or are we just going to bitch and wave our arms at this broad idea of the left?
No, you're missing it. You're missing it. Okay, so similar to Maine. Do you remember when the governor of Maine refused to protect Title IX, and that Trump said,
"You're not answering my question right now."
No, I am. You are not sitting still long enough to hear the answer. So the federal government can remove federal funding for all kinds of non-compliance. So if the governor of Maine is not going to protect Title IX, then Trump is going to remove federal funding.
I'm not asking what the federal government can do.
Almost done. Is it possible that the Trump administration is saying because Maryland is not abandoning DEI policies that have been found to be unconstitutional, that they are reserving the right to withdraw federal funding? Yes or no?
DEI policies are not unconstitutional, and none of this is responsive to my question. How can a Maryland DEI policy reshape a federal contract or a federal bid? I'm not asking what the federal government has the legal power to do. The federal government can pull funding from anything for any reason, essentially. What I'm saying is, the federal government using the excuse that they can't or won't fund the bridge because Maryland has DEI policies that affect the contract is just bullshit. There is no law or provision or anything you can provide me that actually demonstrates that. This is just what Trump and his transportation secretary said. There is no legal basis. Can you contradict that? Can you contradict that? Can you contradict that?
No, you already agreed that they can remove it for anything.
Then so you lose. We're done. We don't need to do this.
Okay.
Can I put something in here?
And the fiery blue fuck. So if the state is removing funding for them refusing to abandon DEI policies that have been deemed unconstitutional, then Trump is well within his rights to do. Yes, he is. He's well within his rights to do it. You just said he's within his rights to do it.
DEI policies aren't unconstitutional. You're just wrong about like 5 different things at once. But I don't have time to do every single one.
So, sir,
we all know you identify as correct, bro. Thanks.
Sir, actually, first of all, it hasn't been deemed unconstitutional at all. Second of all, the Impoundment Control Act doesn't allow the president to just stop funding. It has to go through Congress. Now, he can request a delay, and he can request, what's the other one? A delay or a deferral or a recession, but Congress holds the purse, and Congress is the only one who can actually do that. So, no, the president just can't go around and stop funding, and that's why there are attorney generals for states that have already started lawsuits against the U.S. government for doing such unconstitutionally. On both counts. 1, he can't just do that, and 2, it's not unconstitutional. DEI is not unconstitutional.
Credit where it's due to One Fish, too, for not spiking the football, because she called the shot like Babe Ruth, that you guys can't tell the difference between DEI and affirmative action. You're telling us right now that DEI was deemed unconstitutional, and what you mean is affirmative action was struck down by the Supreme Court. But you literally don't know the difference.
Those two things are so different.
They are literally very different, yes. You don't know the difference. Yeah, I know you don't know the difference. You're a fucking moron, but the rest of us do. And she called that shot 10 minutes ago.
Grumble. Nobody cares. Sir. Your politics are gross. They're disgusting. Actually, the only people that care more about race than American leftists are Nazis. We don't care.
Yeah,
this is why
freaking out and screaming right now because you can't substantively answer anything I'm saying.
Actually, no, it's because I have to talk over you so often, Grumble.
Under the 14th Amendment, it's unconstitutional to use race or gender to determine factor in hiring, promotion, or contracting.
Messi thinks losing is funny.
Unconstitutional, for example, university admins policies explicitly favor underdevelopment groups, such as it was struck down by the Supreme Court. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, Tony, that is affirmative action. You are correct.
Action. A DEIA is something completely different than affirmative action. And that's why I think it's very important that maybe there's lives that just explain definitions of things, because there is a lack of knowledge of the basics when it comes to MAGA. For example, you're whining about, sir, I'm not done. You're whining about the city's not allowing ICE to come in. You don't understand what a sanctuary city is. You guys think it's this huge imaginary thing when it's very simple. Local governments do not have to pay their own money to do federal jobs. Period.
Yeah, let me help you guys. DEI.
I don't need help, sir.
Yo, you do. You clearly do. DEI means Donald ended it. And you guys need to come to grips with that. This is one of the reasons you lost, and if you continue, you're going to continue to lose. And I'm fine with that.
That is cute,
Messi thinks losing is funny. Look at this. That's hilarious.
Still utterly unresponsive.
Could I give you an example?
No, I think I responded to that quite succinctly, Grumble. You just don't like it. You're upset about the view from the back seat.
Could I?
Fishy. Yeah. I'm going to call you Fishy. I think you're adorable. I followed you. You're the best. Fishy, we have tried with these people. We have tried so many times. We have given them all the definitions. It is unlikely you're going to get anywhere. But please do try, because I would love to hear this.
Thank you. I know. I do it for others because I know these ones are lost. Donovan, let me give you an example of DEI. For example, the cabinet. When Trump got in, he said, no, woke DEI, we're doing on merit based. And then let's look at who's being put in for temporary DNI, right? Somebody who's not been vetted, somebody who has zero clearance, and somebody who hasn't even known in the security world. Okay, that isn't merit based. Okay, you're arguing. You come in and you said Trump ended DEI because it's all merit based, and DEI isn't about using merits to hire someone. When in fact it's the exact opposite. DEIA was put in to make sure people are hired on merits and not ignored just because of other things. And the reason it was put is a full display right now in the administration. Do you understand what I'm saying, or do you want me to use smaller things?
Listen, the passive aggression is adorable because, again, I am talking to losers. So you guys can gnash your teeth and wring your hands as much as you want. You lost, and the reason that you lost is because of this kind of thing that you're offering right now. Because if you have almost done, if you have two people that have the same exact qualification, one is a person of color and one is not. And let's just not even talk about the fact that you call them persons of color, even though they're not, they're bereft of color, right? The Celts have far more colors with regards to eyes and hair and all that kind of stuff. But the fact that if you have one person of color and one other person, the person of color is supposed to get it, the minority in this country, that's not fair. So you end up hiring people simply because they are perceived minority.
You just
and
that is affirmative action.
You cannot consider a person's race when hiring, period. But you guys, because you want a virtue signal, you think that it's allowed, and it's not.
Stop filibustering, please.
Does that make sense?
All we're telling you is that your definitions are wrong.
I'm going to fucking drop all of you, God damn it. I'm sorry, when there's one conservative and there's like four liberals yelling at him, he's not fucking filibustering.
There are two conservatives, and he is filibustering. Are we really kidding ourselves right now?
There are five other liberals on the panel.
All we're telling you, Donnie, is that your definitions for these terms are incorrect. You're not using them correctly. Reasonable minds can disagree. You can have other problems with DEI, but you are using DEI and affirmative action interchangeably, and they just aren't. That isn't us being losers or taking issue with your answer. That's us informing you pretty politely that your answer is incoherent, and you're emotionally slobbering and crying and screaming at us about it. I know what you want from us.
Yeah, I'm neither slobbering nor crying at you. I'm telling you the truth. And as usual, the one thing that will make a left
breaking up a little bit
faster than anything is telling them.
Sir, I just wanted to know that you explained affirmative action in that example just now. And just so you know, you have bars, so you're breaking up a little bit. You know. Did you hear me when I said you explained affirmative action?
No, yes, I heard you. Yeah, I heard you. I heard you the first two times you said it. I suppose three is fine.
I can
well, it
say
doesn't
it
seem to be tracking. So are you just slow, or what's the disconnect?
How dare I not comply with leftist goon babble?
Sir, it's not about complying. It's about comprehending the definitions of different acts and the things that are happening, right? There's a difference between complying, that means you do it, and yet another definition you don't understand. This is why I like the legal field, because words are very precise. There's no vague. Comply means you do it, right? I just want you to understand the difference.
Yeah, we're all pretty clear on the difference. The electorate is clear on the difference, and
you don't seem clear on the difference.
It's a difference without a distinction, and the electorate acted accordingly, and now you guys are coping with that result.
Is that what that is?
Do you think humanity is just something that people cook up because they, quote, lost an election, unquote?
So this is an interesting question, because what you're essentially doing is you're saying, well, Donovan, you're not complying with my leftist goon babble. Where is your humanity?
That's not what I asked you. I asked you, do you think I asked you a very specific question. And I asked you that because, you know, some people voted for some things, and other people vote it based on what will impact themselves.
So is this where we talk about the leftist superpowers again, of self-absorption and self-delusion? Is that what we're doing?
I guess we could if you still can't engage with the actual topic.
No, I am. She just brought up a bedrock political calculus that I've been shopping about for a while now. Is that where we're going? We can talk about that if you like.
Sir, actually, I've been a Republican until a certain point when I realized that they were not working for the American people, nor the country.
Really?
So,
You're a Republican, so you're pro-life?
no, sir. I believe in
Oh,
science.
wait. So you're pro 2A?
I'm not a forced birther at all.
You're pro. Oh, for okay. What about pro 2A? Are you pro 2A?
Am I for the Constitution?
Are you pro the Second Amendment in its
Are you
current
pro
form?
14th Amendment?
Oh, wow, nice dodge.
Are you
You
pro
sound like
First Amendment?
you sound like a perfectly normal Republican. Sure.
Because Republicans only care about AB and 2A. That's it. They don't care about anything else. I didn't realize that.
I mean, we care about people murdering their children. Yeah, we care about that. So you'll pardon me if I laugh at the idea that you were a Republican and yet you're pro ripping children to pieces in utero.
And so that tells me
sound
you
really
don't
emotional
understand
right now.
science. I understand science, so you do not, as evidenced by what you just said. So, I mean, if you want to talk about medicine, let's have at it, buddy. I'll bring up my sources. But what I can tell you is that when you say you're pro-life and then you say cut all social services, you give zero fucks about children.
Oh, yeah, see, now, here's where you're objecting to feeding them, and I'm objecting to you unaliving them. So, which do you suppose Americans care more about? So I'll tell you what, based on the polls, it's not looking good for your team.
Actually, didn't
Kids
the
are
Supreme
getting
Court-
older. Oh, okay.
I'm waiting.
If the best you have is an appeal to majority, I'm embarrassed for all of us.
Get it out of your system. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I'm saying if the best you have is an appeal to majority, I'm embarrassed for all of us.
The Supreme Court is on the side of... Okay.
That's not what that was. That was appeal to humanity, like she mentioned before. See, pro-life is about preserving life. You guys are an unaliving cult. So most of the electorate and the younger kids too, both male and female, as they're coming up, are rejecting the goon babble. And luckily, we're getting back to traditional values. Thank goodness.
Actually false. Please show the statistics where it shows that the younger generations are pro-life in your sense, as opposed to wanting women to have autonomy over their own bodies. I can assure you the stats are not on your side when it comes to the younger generations. In fact, polls also show that young males 18 to 34 are actually leaving that side also. So, I know that your feelings are guiding your opinions, but the facts are how I make my informed opinions.
Oh, well then, how do you reconcile the Dobbs decision?
How do I reconcile the what?
The Dobbs decision? The one that obliterated Roe v. Wade? The Dobbs decision.
Very easily.
Do you even politic, bro?
Yes, I actually even science and medicine, bro. So the Dobbs decision was a long time coming. It was intentionally done. Trump made sure that he put in the right people in his first term, right? And John Roberts has been working the court to make sure that he got what he needed. This is a long time coming. Lisa Graves wrote a great book about the Supreme Court and John Roberts. Do you educate yourself?
I used to kind of like John Roberts too. What a bummer.
Little point of householding. Mojo, I'm going to drop down. There are two lefties in the queue. Can I let them up? Or do you want to handle? We lost Mojo. Okay. Wow. I will just let them up.
I'm here. Hello.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I got all liberals. Yeah.
I'm going to drop down though, so you'll have an
I
extra
resent
spot.
that remark, Mojo, and not him liberal.
You resemble that remark?
I resent that remark.
Science. I know that women are all like, well, my body, my choice, and all that kind of stuff. But how do you reconcile the fact that it's a completely different person? Because at the point of conception, you create an entirely new person. And then the justification, the goon babble being deployed in the left, is that it's part of her body, when in fact it is not, according to science. How do you reconcile that?
No, sir. In fact, science does not say it's a different person. In fact, science says it cannot be viable until a certain point, and it's not a person. Here's the problem: is that in medicine for so long, in order to help, in layman's term, we've called it a baby, but in reality, it's not a baby. It's a zygote. For example, when we say, "Oh, there's the heartbeat," it's actually not the heartbeat. It's a few cardiac cells, and it's actually called the fetal. The fetal pole, and it's just cells trying to learn how to do the heart job, right? And it's not a heart. And now people who are forced birthers are taking science that they don't understand and using it to force females to birth babies, right? Because they think that they have the right to demand things of other people. Forcing birth is a crime against humanity. Do you understand that? Forced birth is a crime against humanity.
Wow, I cannot believe you just said that. Having babies is a blessing.
No, sir.
There's thousands of women all over this country and all over the world that wish they could have children. And you treat it like it's some type of parasitic infestation.
No, sir.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
Actually, you should be ashamed of yourself for telling females what to do. Forced birth, making a female have a baby that chose not to, is a crime against humanity per the international world. Number one. Number two, if the U.S. actually cared about females and neonates, they would have a much better perinatal system. Unfortunately, in our country, we have neonate death and maternal deaths, unaliving, that are the same as some third world countries. It is extremely dangerous to have a baby, but people like you don't realize that.
Worry about everything when you're pregnant.
Yeah. I have two children. Let me help you with something. This is super scientific. Super scientific. You ready?
It's not.
The magic me curtains do not impart personhood.
Sure.
It is a person at the moment of conception. It is a completely different person with completely different DNA. Everything you just said is a justification to unalive a human being. That's what you just did.
Actually, no.
There's no scientific justification that says you have a different person at conception. You can believe that. I think there's a reasonable way you could believe that, but to present it like it's fact is pretty silly.
You know the best way to prevent unwanted pregnancies is to get rid of Viagra for erectile dysfunction. Get rid of Cialis for erectile dysfunction.
Or how about this?
The grand irony here is that people on the left are the people who actually advocate for the kinds of policies and the kind of world where abortions would happen less. We are the ones that advocate for access to contraceptives and sex education and access to reproductive health care. Like, these are the things that actually demonstrably lower the rate at which abortion happens. You are just pro-life because you want to punish people you don't like. You don't actually care about alleviating the problem because you don't believe government.
Punishment.
You don't actually care about alleviating the problem because you don't believe that's a function government serves. You just think government is a tool you get to use to punish people you don't like. That's why you're talking about being pro-life from this moral high ground, but the policy you're advocating for doesn't actually lower the rate at which abortions happen at all. It's like you don't actually care about the problem, and you, quite ironically, are just virtue signaling.
Yeah, you repeated yourself. No, it has nothing to do with.
Is this
it has nothing to do.
Is this picture a person?
It has nothing to do with punishment, but because of the fact that the left is so self-absorbed and self-deluded, they perceive it as punishment. when in fact all it is a.
Could you engage with
What it
one
is,
point
I'm
substantively, you
trying.
fucking pussy?
Okay, there we go. What it
you were
is,
asked a
it's an
question.
attempt to preserve. Jesus Christ! It's an attempt to preserve life. Remember the humanity that you guys were using as a shield a moment ago? That's what that is. And you guys try to say, oh, it's punishment. It's punishment of little old me because I can't stop myself from having sex. As far as I know, there was
I'm
only
telling you that's the result because that is what the data shows us. Banning abortion doesn't
you didn't say
lower
that
the
was a
rate of
result.
abortion.
No.
Yes, I
You didn't
did.
say that was a result. You said
Yes,
that
I
was my
did.
aim. You
No,
said
I
that was my
understand.
purpose.
I
It's not
understand
my
you're
purpose.
slow, so I will clarify, okay? Banning abortion, whether it's state by state or nationwide, does not lower the rate at which abortion happens. People will just do it illegally. It's the same logic you use for, like, there's no reason to ban firearms because criminals will get them, right?
Yeah,
It's the same logic.
by my
When you
count,
ban,
Grumble,
when you
that is
ban,
the
when you
fifth
ban,
time
when you
that
ban,
you have
when you
attacked me
ban, when you
personally.
ban, when you ban
And yet,
abortion, when
you
you ban
suppose
abortion,
that I'm just going to let you do it.
Donnie, when you ban abortion, the rate of
Yeah. Do you do this because you're attempting to cope with the fact that you're a humongous loser? Is that why you do this? Oh, shit.
So if this was growing on your bathroom wall, would you wipe it off with 409? Oh.
Oof.
All right. I fucking hate everybody.
So do I.
Suck.
Everybody sucks.
Why is
I
it
hate
so
how
hard to
this is
have?
an argument every time.
Why is it so hard to have normal conversation? Why do we all have to be children and call each other names and talk over each other? I don't get it.
Because they're emotionally involved. That's why. They let their emotions get over.
Emotionally, yeah, you can be emotionally involved without like freaking the fuck out.
Yeah, but some people don't know that definition, though. They don't know the difference.
I don't understand. Anyway. I don't even care at this point.
That's why I try to stay off TikTok. I just like to listen. I hate coming up on panels. I really hate it.
I was just making my point getting talked over, but you have to blame us both because you have to give infinite leeway to the conservatives.
I fucking kicked him, you dipshit. I also kicked you. What the fuck?
Oh. Mojo. How are you, Mojo? Hey, how do you get on these panels quicker?
I'm pretty pissed off. Well, you tell everybody you're a conservative.
Oh, okay. Should I put that in like my headline? I am a conservative for sure. I wanted to come on to talk to Grumble, but it looks like he blasted off.
You want to talk to Grumble? What is wrong
I wanted to just correct something. Just say I have some personal. My sister does works for the state of California doing estimation for contracts to build municipal buildings and stuff like that. And he said, I just wanted to correct the situation. The contracts are written by the state. The funding is from federal government. He was saying that they're federal contracts. Just wanted to correct him. You don't care?
Well, I don't know. Why would the contract for a bridge be written by the state?
Because it's their bridge. I'm just telling you what.
No, it's a federal bridge. All the bridges are federal. Why would the state write a contract for a federal thing? Federal highways are not state written.
I can tell you that this border crossing facility they're working on is a state contract. That's all I know. So maybe they're not all.
Border crossing facility?
Yeah, it's a processing plant for immigration. It's a new plant. I don't know what the
plant? Wait,
it's not
are you
plant.
talking?
It's a border crossing. It's a border crossing facility, and
are they making Soylent Green or something?
It's a border crossing facility, basically, and the developers that they hired to do the work, they're state contracts for those developers to do the work.
talking about two different
Okay,
things
so
here.
the federal government, the federal government could contract like state companies, but they're most of the time the companies are going to be federal contracting companies, and they're going to have to pass federal contracting standards. The federal government runs their own contracts and their own acquisitions. What the fuck are they called? They put out their own reps, or fuck, I can't remember what they're called. They put out their own requirements on a regular basis. They're actually writing the contracts. I don't know what you're talking about. But here, I'll let you talk to Grumbo. Fucking angry.
Yeah, so this is a distinction without a difference. So the federal government, like the Federal Highway Management Authority, or whatever the fuck the acronym is, but the Federal Highway Authority sets regulations for contracts like this. Local and state transportation departments can participate. Like, I'm sure the MTA is involved in the writing of contracts because it's a state. The bridge is in this state, right? They know the needs of the state, but they have to do it according to federal guidelines. And then at the end of the process, the contract itself still has to be approved by the federal government. If the state writes a contract and the federal government says no, that's that. The federal government is funding it. So, like, to say that the state shapes the contract and all the federal government is a wallet is incredibly disingenuous.
I guess he's on teacup. Too late.
Grumble is here. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Grumble. I mean, you don't seem to have a willingness like this other guy, Donovan, when he stated something and you were like, no, I'm not going to look it up because I know it's not true. You have a very high confidence in what you know.
I do.
Yeah. And yet I know that you've said things that are wrong.
You can know that, but until you demonstrate it to me, I guess I don't, do I?
No. Well, you wouldn't because you're unwilling to, like, verify things.
Pretty sure. I mean, I think you can extrapolate from what I just said that I did look it up and verify it, but I could still be wrong. Are you able to demonstrate that to me?
Not today, no.
Okay. Well, then what are we talking about?
I just wanted to add my 2 cents, even though the conversation is long past. That based on what I know, the state hires the developers and contracts with them. They are the ones that do the contracting.
Once the contract is signed and approved by the federal government, yes.
Okay. But the state definitely has a hand in the contract.
Sure.
I will say...
I didn't say the state was utterly uninvolved.
I will say that Donald Trump did outlaw, basically, DEI in the federal government. So they had to change all their software. They had to do a whole bunch of other shit just to make sure DEI wasn't included in any federal programs. So I'd assume it worked the same for contracts with states or for bridges or for whatever.
Yeah.
So it'd probably be a federal government thing, not a state thing, if it's DEI related. Which is stupid as fuck because they had to go rewrite a bunch of software to take out the other. They couldn't have an other checkbox.
Well, anyways, Mojo, I joined like your panel like a month ago. It was pretty cool.
Yeah.
We were talking about immigration then. But anyways, if I want to get back up and should I put conservative in my bio? Like, how do you know? Is that what I should do?
He remembers you guys pretty well.
Well, I'll try and remember you from here on out. But yeah, conservative in the bio is always good. For people like me anyway, because then I know to bring you up because I want to make sure that I get as many conservatives on the panel as I can. Since I have a lot of liberals around because I am a liberal, we tend to scare away conservatives, so that's why I get pissed off at Grumble for yelling at people. So I don't want to scare you people away.
I'm very liberal in my In a lot of views, I'm not. But
I mean, if you have any conservative leanings at all, this is a great panel for you, because if I just match your energy, Mojo will drop me for it.
That's probably true.
It's about as friendly as a
I'm
liberal
like
vibe's
that.
going to get.
For conservatives, for sure.
I got a question for the liberal side, which I am wondering myself. How do we get the super rich to pay their fair share? How do we get that to happen?
Vote the right people.
I love this
Vote for
question. I
Democrats.
think there's a ton of ways to do it.
Would one of the ways, like from my perspective, the real rich, they pay less on a percentage basis on money coming into them because they don't work. They don't have income. They just live off their investments, capital gains, or they borrow against their investments and take out loans. So give me some ways that we could get them to pay their fair share.
No, you're right. I think we have kind of an archaic approach to the tax system, or like what we imagine when we talk about the rich paying their fair share. I think what a lot of people imagine is progressively raising income taxes, which I think works in some cases to some extents. But like we have kind of moved past the point of like rich people just have a higher income. That's not really a thing, right? If you own a business or a part of a business and you receive income, like direct, like a paycheck from that business, you have more in common with a homeless man than a billionaire.
Yep.
Like with a bullet, you do, right? The ultra rich, they're not receiving a paycheck from their company. That's not what we do. And I remember a couple of years ago, I mean, if you have the means to buy whatever you want, fine, buy whatever you want. This is America. But I remember it really struck me that like every time I go down to the gas station to buy a Diet Coke, I'm paying like 50 cents in taxes on it. And Elon Musk leveraged $44 billion in assets that he owned to buy Twitter and paid fucking nothing. So I think during the campaign trail, Kamala was kicking around this idea of taxing unrealized capital gains. I don't hate that idea, but I don't think it's electorally workable. I don't think people will go for it. I don't think you're ever going to pass it. What I think you should do, or what I think would go a long way to helping, is that rather than taxing unrealized gains, I think we should make the leveraging of unrealized gains to secure massive loans a taxable event.
Yes.
It doesn't have to be on the order of a massive percentage. It could just be like 2 or 3%. But there is no world in which you can justify to me that I have to pay $1 in taxes on a pack of cigarettes and Elon has to pay nothing on buying Twitter. Right?
Yeah. What about raising the capital gains tax? Just...
I'm not opposed to it, but I'm not ready to commit to a number on that.
Okay.
I do like the act, what is called the Billionaire Income Tax Act that was introduced by Summerlee. It also I don't know if you guys have read it. I listened to an expert who spoke about the oligarch virus, the tax code and the oligarch virus that came in, that started back in the 80s. So one of the things that's kind of suggested is a progressive tax on wealth, starting with 2% tax on wealth, and it kind of goes up. It's really actually very interesting. If you do a Google search, it gives you like a basic. And the way it was explained, I thought was very interesting and maybe something that might work. You know, it talks about all of it, you know, the non-tradable assets, you know, a fair interest-like charge on deferred gains, eliminating loopholes, like all sorts of different things. So it's worth a read, worth an idea worth looking into.
Yeah, I agree. I'm just not hopeful that we'll ever really be able to do anything because I feel like the super rich run everything. Politicians as well.
I mean, the implication, or like the way people talk about the tax code, they would have you convinced that like the tax code is so arcane and so convoluted that like there are no way to close these quote unquote loopholes. But the loopholes themselves aren't really that complicated. It's not a loophole that when you leverage your gains without actually realizing them, you don't pay taxes. Like that's not a loophole. That's common knowledge, especially if you have a pile of money or a pile of assets. I don't think closing these loopholes would be that hard. We just need an electoral willingness to do it.
I agree. I guess I guess I doubt more and more this, both sides and Congress. I feel like they're owned. I don't think they represent us really. Either side.
What's going on, Curiosity? You got your hand up.
Thank you for allowing me up. I want to thank Grumble and One Fish, Two Fish for defending women so well. I just want to ask both of you that when you're dealing with someone like Donovan, lower your voice, make it monotone, and keep emotion out of it, and just speak facts. And two, thank you to the host for allowing me up. Happy Barack Obama Day, because I am not celebrating that other guy's you know what. So happy Barack Obama Day to all that celebrate, and thank you for having me up. I drop. Thank you.
Let me be clear.
Okay. What I missed?
Really? What? You missed an Obama impression.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
A lot of people think you get out of the White House and you just stop doing anything, and not so. And now, 10 years later, I'm all caught up on One Piece.
I didn't mean for your opponent to drop. I'm sorry for that.
That's probably not your fault.
No, he was going anyway. I don't think he was sticking around for too long. I guess he was sitting in the queue for a little while because I didn't know he was a conservative. But he also didn't have any followers or anything either, so makes it kind of hard.
Thank you, Shadow Band. I'm unappreciated in my time.
And thank you to all for doing what you do. I've joined the host. I thought I had joined previously. I had missed that, and I will drop and be in the comments. Thank you again. But you guys got to really narrow your words on the A-B thing. You really got to dumb it down. Otherwise, they don't get it.
Oh, for the most part, I do agree with you. But we all up here have a long-standing relationship with Donnie. How we talk to the Donovans of the world has evolved as we've gotten to know them, and we've tried everything.
But I have had success on other panels, not this one, of just being monotone, calm, and just like One Fish was doing, putting out the scientific facts. I use different facts than hers, and just being like, okay. And I just beep, 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 beep. And it literally, they get to the point, they can't come up with a reason after that. They just can't. They just spin that, they pretzel themselves, and just such a thing. And it's just like, okay. And I don't.
Donovan.
I've met people like Donovan, and I never raise my voice, and it's always the same tone.
I mean, I'm sorry.
No, you go. This is your guys' panel. I'm a guest.
I try to build the bridge when I can, though I don't often feel like I can. But I think that the easiest way to do that I've found is that, if you're talking about pro-life shit and it's really important to you, if what you're trying to say is, I want less ABs to happen, I'm like, I agree with you. I think it's a terrible thing to have to go through. I want less of them to happen too. But being pro-life doesn't do that.
I am not criticizing your approach, because everything you said was extremely valid. Extremely valid. But with the people like Donovan, as soon as you raise your voice, they stop listening, because they're listening to talk, not listening to hear.
Oh, that one in particular was never listening to begin with. Don't worry.
Yeah. So
Donovan's been around a lot. He's been around a long time. And normally he'll keep his cool too. Grumblebee has a special way of making him freak out. So
and I'm not even being crazy with him. That's not on me. I'm not even being particularly grumble about it.
No, yeah, you'd have gotten. If you were, you'd have gotten booted sooner, probably. So,
I think when we get tired of
I
like
don't know.
conservative, grumbling CT, and they make pretty good closers for closing a conversation with conservatives. You know, after we're done with them, we just chase them off.
Man, Stryker, or sorry, fucking Ibanez, whatever. I don't have a job site tomorrow. I think I'm going back to pick that motherfucking axe up. I think I'm doing it.
Oh yeah.
Buddy's baby is
Read about that in Discord.
I know, my dear. I'm excited about the guitar too.
The Ibanez was my first guitar. Well, still my only guitar, but I'm thinking of getting an acoustic next. Still trying to learn it.
My first was a Pacifica. It was like a Squire Strat knockoff that I got when I was like 12 was my first. The first one I bought myself when I got out of boot camp and I had all that money burning a hole in my pocket and all the other privates left boot camp and like got shitty loans on Mustangs. I went and got a Taylor 514 Grand Auditorium. Still got it. Best investment I ever made.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I was just started earlier, but better late than never.
Hubs took up guitar at 60 plus on an acoustic, and now he is on the electric. Just saying, it's never too late to start.
It's not true. And I think learning music or learning any kind of artistic or creative pursuit, I think benefits everybody. And frankly, I can't prove this, but I just like feel it in my soul. I think it makes you more liberal.
That's actually probably true. The creative side of your brain is going to be your right brain. So the liberals tend to be more creative in general.
I agree.
I feel like I've heard of studies where they're more educated too. They go to college more often.
That's absolutely the case. But they will tell you that they're liberal because they go to college, not that they go to college because they're liberal.
Right.
Which in a lot of cases is true, I think.
Indoctrination. What's that?
I think in a lot of cases that's true.
Yeah, but then you're just saying giving into indoctrination. You got a couple commie professors that are going to indoctrinate you into the liberal lifestyle.
Yeah, I never understood that.
I don't want to. Why?
I mean, I joined the Marines before I ever went to college. If I was susceptible to indoctrination, I feel like I'd be on the other side.
Yeah, well, obviously being a liberal makes more sense. Obviously, logically speaking, it just makes more sense. So, I don't know. So yeah, if you go to school and you learn a few things, you are probably going to be a liberal. God damn it. Fucking shit.
Are you playing a game, Mojo?
Yeah. Yes.
Still Crimson Desert?
Yes. I'll be playing this for months.
He fell again.
Yeah, I did. Actually fall off the side of a fucking mountain. That's exactly what happened. And you guys can blame Ella. She's okay with it. She knows she fucked up. I'm just kidding.
Ella has never fucked up. Don't change a thing, Ella. Don't listen to this motherfucker.
She did introduce me to it, though. I didn't even know about it until she told me about it.
Mojo, she's asking if you hate her. She said, let me out.
Shut up. That's not true.
Yeah, let's go.
I can't look right now. I'm like flying and falling off of sides of cliffs and shit.
Did you get the grappling to work yet?
Yeah, I kind of figured it out. Kind of, sort of.
See, the Mojo fucking garage band meetup, I could be persuaded to do. I'll sing and play rhythm. Stryker can play lead. Ella can drum. We just need a bassist.
Yes. I'm here for
I can play spoons. I can play spoons. No. Nothing. You guys don't know what the hell that is?
Biz, oh, Pants does Biz, dude. We got this going.
No. You quite literally put two spoons together and you like slap it on your knee and you get this musical sound.
Analog and Jim both play bass.
okay.
Son of a bitch. We got a band here, fellas.
Yeah, Mojo can do the tambourine. I agree with Lolo.
Cowbell.
I
want to do the cowbell.
I think tambourine is the most appropriate
Baby
place for Mojo to be in the band.
Yeah, but I like cowbell though. That's a good idea. We'll do cowbell.
More cowbell.
Yeah, he gets to do like the little thing at the start of the song, you know, counting down with the cowbell. It's good.
Yeah, what do we call the band?
What do
Analog, why Spinal Tap?
I think Spinal Tap is taken.
He's saying double bass. No one has ever done that before except maybe Spinal Tap.
True. It's bass, backup bass, and lead bass or something, right?
So the match is over. It was a draw. I'm a little bit sad, but it was a great match to watch. Just so you know.
How's Belgium doing?
Belgium plays their first match tomorrow, so we'll see.
I heard the U.S. team is shockingly doing all right.
Yeah, they did really well.
Like 4-1 over Paraguay. Let's go.
Yeah, they did really well. And I don't know, Belgium did good in their friendly, so I'm hoping they continue it. But they've been known to crack under pressure, so we'll see.
The only dog I have in the World Cup fight is that I don't want England to ever win the World Cup ever under any circumstances. I think them introducing soccer to the rest of the world so that they could then lose at soccer to the rest of the world forever is the funniest joke history has ever told.
Senior Bounce or Sir Bounce, whatever it is, can you please give us your age, state, and who you voted for?
No, he's not going to talk about. Oh no, he's still loading.
I was going to say I don't think he's loaded in yet.
Yeah, earlier there's a heated conversation going on, and he says, "Hi, I'm Sir Bounce." Like right in the middle of what the okay.
Oh, so you kicked him?
I did. Just for doing that.
I didn't hear that, so I saw him in the comments asking why he was dropped, and I figured maybe it was a TikTok thing, and I tried to ask him if he was conservative or lefty, and he said I'm bouncy. So it's like, okay, yeah, that's not helpful.
Exactly. And that's what he did when he came in the room. He just, I'm Sir Bounce, like nobody else was talking, and everybody cares who he is.
Sounds very much like that. What was that other guy that used to do similar things?
Larry?
Larry, yes. Oh my God.
No love lost there.
Right?
Yeah, I still see him around every once in a while. He still does the same stupid crap. And he does not like talking about politics, which is super weird. I mean, he'll talk about politics, but he won't argue with anybody.
Man, I can disagree with people, and that's all right. There's plenty of people I disagree with on politics. I disagree with almost everybody here on something in politics, right? But why are all these right-wingers fucking weirdos, dude? Larry's fucking weird. It doesn't bother me that he's wrong. It bothers me that he's weird as shit. Donovan's fucking weird. Hoodlum's fucking weird. What is wrong with these people?
Hoodlum is very weird, by the way.
But if you go by what Donovan says about us, or if you listen to the right wing lives, they think similarly about us. And I've tried to put myself in their shoes and look at a bunch of lefties and be like, what's so weird about it? And I'm biased. I can't see it. I don't. I
Yeah,
just don't
I'm like,
know. I'm not
well,
saying.
how did that work out for you? I can't imagine anything that would make us weird. Wanting
Yeah,
equality, wanting a better world for everybody, wanting good things. I don't know. How is that weird?
what is weird about that? But then you have to kind of think, right? Because they always come with the extremes of like, what is it that they like to say? Define a woman. What is a woman? It's like those are the things that they harp about. That's what's weird to them. But when it comes to the actual ideology of wanting better for everyone, they just can't stomach it for some reason. I don't get it.
Yeah, it's very weird.
Yeah. Yep.
I don't. Maybe
But
I'm
then there's no
biased.
conservatives anymore.
I feel like
Yeah,
we can drill down more though, right? Like I'm not weird. I'm aggressive and rude sometimes, but I'm not weird. I feel like you can draw the point A to point B on me like pretty readily. It's not like there's some process in my brain that's fucking broken. Explain Larry to me. Do your best.
I can't.
Yeah.
I got nothing.
You know what I mean?
He's
Where are
Larry.
you at in the game, Mojo? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Striker, that's you, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's me. I said apparently he's Larry.
Okay. Well, first of all, I am currently trying to find the little fairy children that are all over the place. But shy, I guess they're called, or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
Mission I'm on. So I'm running around the world fighting those guys. But I tried to figure out the dye thing. I was just doing that a little bit ago. So does each place that does dye will only do certain colors of dye? Like
You mean certain colors of unalive?
No, certain colors.
I'm sorry.
That was good. That's a good one.
TikTok friendly.
Yeah, right? Yes. So each area, like each large city has its own dye house, and it only carries the colors of that region. And so you have to, like, if you, I don't know, like once you've uncovered them all, if you want violet, then you have to go to the dye house that has violet. However, once you have your camp unlocked, you get a dyer, an unalivementer in your camp. And if you build up your trust with all of them, he can eventually do all of them. Yes, like it's a system.
Hey, how do I unalive all my clothes green?
I don't know.
So I have another question. I went and got that black dye, but I can't use it anywhere.
Yeah, because you haven't uncovered it yet. So
I have to find the actual dye house that uses it to be able to use it.
Yes.
Okay, or I have to wait for mine.
And I don't have that one either yet. So it's got to be. Yeah, I don't have that one either yet. So it's got to be somewhere end game.
Okay. And when you get it in your inventory, if you click on it to use it, it goes away. Does that mean that you will be able to use it next time you go to or you find that dye house? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, now I need two missions done, but I don't have people to do the missions. So for my camp, I need somebody to make the wagon, but I've got nobody that does
that does that type of skill yet. Yeah. There are going, I forget his name now. He sits next to the tent, and he's typically the one that will give you the mission to go find more of your gray mains.
Mike the liar?
I forget. So, how do I put this? In order to have the gray mains, which is the name of the tribe, right? Of Cliff's tribe. Yeah. So in order to find more gray mains, you have to get the quests to find them. And I think it goes up to a total of 37. And they will all have like individual skills. and they will level up as you send them out to missions as well. So you won't be able to do the wagon thing until you find a Greymane that has that specific skill. I forget the name of the guy, but he sits next to your tent, and if he's not next to your tent yet, then you have to do more of your main story quest line in order to find him, I think.
Yeah. Well, is it? Wait, it's not the guy that walks around on a crutch, is it?
Yes. Yep. That's him.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's the one who showed me the camp. He's there. Okay, so yeah, I've talked to him, and I've got what do I have, like 12 or something right now. But it's telling me I have to expand my camp before I can get any more. But I can't expand my camp because I don't have somebody to expand the camp.
You don't have anyone with a building skill?
I don't.
That's weird.
Okay, maybe I do. Or it just wasn't unlocked yet.
It looks like a little wall at the icon for it.
Okay, I do. Okay, so I do have that, but it's just not unlocked on the person yet. But that means I have to send that person on another mission for one of their other skills. And then do they get the build skill?
Yeah, they level up. So yes, it will eventually unlock. Correct.
Okay, and you can do missions like at every single location, or do you have to be friendly with the locations?
They unlock as you go. The more of the map you uncover, the more mission places you will have. So it's more like, have you been there, and is it still blockaded or not? So like if you find a place that has a mission attached to it, it'll become available in your menu. But if it's like settled by bandits, for example, you have to first like unalive all the bandits, and then it'll become available.
Have you ever clicked on a location or double clicked on a location and just gone to see if there's a mission at that location without having it in
on the
menu?
Map?
Yeah, on the map.
No, I've never thought to do that for some reason.
No, I'll have to figure out if I can do that. The couple places that I tried to do it to, I couldn't. There was no mission available, but I was just wondering if you do that, if there are missions available at some of them. But I'll have to keep trying and see if I can figure that out. I think that's the only thing I'm worried about. Those three things.
We scared Grumble away. Also, we have a Liam in the queue. Oh, you saw. Okay.
That is your Liam.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
Hi, asshole.
Wow, thank you for the introduction. I appreciate it, Snowflake.
Do I sound like a snowflake?
No. Yeah, you sound like you don't know how to properly say hello to people.
I said hi.
You are an overrepresented liberal, so I get it. You feel like you're platformed every time you speak, right?
What does that mean?
It's his platform.
Yeah. Did we get
I'm overrepresented.
Did we get the document signed for the peace agreement with Iran today?
Sure, no. First of all, sorry.
I thought that's breaking news right now. I thought it's been signed.
So first of all, it's not an agreement; it's a MOU, right? And then second of all, there was a part that included Lebanon that has been violated.
Oh well, the violations are going to happen, but has the treaty been signed?
So it's
Not until
a treaty.
June 19th.
It's not a treaty; it's a MOU. Words matter.
Are we seeing any progress?
Told you the answer.
What is this, negative Nancy Day, or what is this?
No, you asked if
She's
it was
literally, she's literally answering your question. Like, you're the one unwilling to hear it.
It's almost like you guys are hoping that the war continues. It's insane.
No, you said, was it signed? Trump was demanding it was signed today on his birthday, the quote, special day, unquote. It's not going to be signed on the DocuSign. It's a MOU, not a treaty, and it's not going to be signed because of what happened in Lebanon. You asked, I answered. It's facts.
Well, you guys are angry today. I don't know why. I mean, it's crazy.
So the guy who came up here immediately insulted the host.
What?
That was
I
my
was
fault.
insulted as soon as I showed up.
Yeah, that was my fault. I'll give him that.
Fucking whine more, people. Whine more, people.
I actually waited to be introduced.
Whine more.
You just come up like with blazing guns. That's so horrible.
Oh, you kicked him already, Mojo?
No, I didn't kick him. He left.
Oh, he
I didn't
left.
kick him. I totally didn't kick him. What the hell? Like he's gone. Shit, that sucks. I wanted to play with him for a little bit.
I think the thing is they don't want to be proven wrong. And the minute that they are, or given facts of the opposition, they're like, oh no.
Trump, dumpy pants, told is not real to start dumping on Lebanon, and is not real, did not cooperate. It's now 4:30 in Tehran. They may have signed something in the last hour, but the boom booms in Lebanon have not stopped. So therefore, there is no agreement. I'm going to land, and I mute.
Somebody's listening to TV. Well, it seems like he had information about it, so he could be right. Something might have been signed or something. Well, at least Donald Trump might have said something.
Yeah, he posted on Truth Social 53 minutes ago
Up on top of that roof?
saying that ships of the world, start your engines, let the oil flow. And that the deal with Islamic Republic of Iran is now complete.
Israel fucked that up.
Yeah.
I guarantee Israel will fuck that up.
Watching the news for it like this whole time, and right now 25 minutes ago it says Pakistan Prime Minister is saying that it will be signed Friday. The deal, it says now complete. I don't believe anything Trump says. I don't believe his Truth Social. He's been saying 39 times it's going to be signed. I believe Pakistan, who's been taking care of it, who's been watching this, and he's saying it'll be signed Friday.
Honey, it's Monday in Tehran. Okay? It's not Friday. It's now Monday in Tehran.
Right. No, this coming Friday.
Curiosity, I don't know. I think you started your sentence with honey. It's something that Mojo doesn't necessarily like. He's not a fan of pet names, so we try not to do that on this panel.
I'm so sorry. It's just part
That's
of
okay.
I'm apologizing. I profusely apologize.
It's cool. I am aware that you don't. At least I haven't seen you much, so it might have been something you didn't know yet.
It as of today, they're saying it will be signed this coming Friday. Somebody said the 19th is Friday, yeah? In Switzerland is what I'm seeing. So it hasn't been signed yet. That's all. The 19th, is it the 19th? Yeah, the 19th. Somebody had said that earlier.
It's on the news right now. My husband is watching TV, and it says let the oil flow. So even though there were strikes on Beirut today, I guess they're going forward. I'm sorry, but they keep bombing Beirut, so I'm very disappointed.
Hi, Black Shirt.
How are you, Ella? He's a ex. You know Black Shirts. He's an ex-conservative that voted for Trump. That now hates.
How are you, Ella?
Yeah, I think I've been on the panel with him before. I'm good. How are you?
I'm very good, actually. Sorry, Mojo. I was going to get on earlier, but I had my boys, and I don't like to obviously do that when I have them, so I didn't want to talk.
That is cool.
How have you guys been?
Bored out of my mind. This TikTok thing sucks nowadays. Too many people like you that have decided they don't like Trump, and now it makes it hard to argue with you.
I didn't say I didn't like him. I don't agree with everything he does.
But you still like him? Like he's a human being? You think he's a good person?
I mean, I don't necessarily. I mean, do I think he's a great person? Obviously not. But I have made some bad decisions in my life too, so I can't really judge somebody for that.
You decide whether they should be president.
That's
to be fair, your decisions don't have global consequences like his does.
fair.
May I ask if your bad decisions included covering up one of the biggest trafficking rings?
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
I think she's referencing the Epstein.
Yeah, the Chumstein files. Is that covering? Is that part of your bad decisions?
Well, so I'm like this is just me. My personal opinion is I don't know if I necessarily agree with the Epstein files, just because for one, I feel like how much they went after Trump. I feel like if there was something really there, they would have used it. So I guess that's just how I personally feel, because like I said, they went after him for everything, and I feel like if there was a lot of evidence, I feel like it would have been exposed pretty easily.
So, do you remember the hearing with Pam Bondi in which she stated that if they went after everybody, the government would collapse?
Yes.
Yeah. So how can you justify that, knowing that that was stated?
Trust me, if I found out that obviously if he was on that, I would think him as a disgusting human being. Obviously, I'm not a sicko or anything. Like, I'm not like a MAGA or anything. I don't know. I just feel like if there was a lot of information out there with his name on it, I feel like it would have been presented. Me personally.
You haven't read any of the files that are out there already?
I've read a little bit of them, not a lot.
You do know he's implicated significantly, not just in the files, but by survivors and victims.
There are tons of police reports.
Yeah, but I also know he's the one. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Wait, is that with his name on it as a perpetrator?
Yes.
Yeah.
Including there's one about using his fingers to measure children's genitals and more. Yes, there's significant ones, and evidence of covering up and hiding investigations of a valid complaint through the FBI. Yes, there's a lot of evidence and more.
What One Fish is referring to, if I may elaborate, is the FBI 302 reports that were released and then redacted very, very quickly. And only a few of us got to see them, record them, take screenshots or what have you of the FBI 302 reports, which are very graphic. And the FBI found multiple of these witnesses who were interviewed 4 or 5, 6 times over the age of their life to be very, very consistent. I think that's what One Fish is going for. I don't want to speak for her.
Absolutely, yes. Thank you. There's also evidence regarding the Zorro Ranch that in Trump's first term, the DOJ instructed New Mexico to stop investigation of the Zorro Ranch. There's a lot of evidence that's out there, and from the files, there's billions more files that haven't been released. So it sounds to me as if, and I don't want to make an assumption, that you are not reading or looking at the evidence that's out there that does show Trump is heavily involved. Not to mention the Situation Room information that just came out.
I don't know if we've ever had this polite of a panel before, Mojo.
It's fantastic. I love it.
I don't.
Yeah, I probably
We need
haven't.
somewhere in between. We need somewhere in between. Somewhere in between.
Do you
Somewhere in
really
between
want
them and
people
Trumbo.
yelling?
No, just somewhere in between.
Steven is
You guys and
here. We got
You want
Black Shirt and Steven. We
I'm
got
here, bitches. I'm just kidding.
I knew that.
Mojo, you want some aggressive debate, is what you're saying?
yeah, like good debate. Not everybody just agreed with each other. That's boring.
Yeah.
It's true. Well, we had somebody on a panel last night on a different panel that was talking about how he predicts that. Apparently, he's like works with the DoD with some stuff, but he was predicting that right after July 4th of July, on July 10th, given the day of the week, that there would be an attack and a sustained attack followed by boots on the ground within that same sustained attack. So I made him a bet of $100 that was not going to happen.
An attack where?
I think that matters because, like, I think don't most people on the left think that is going to happen?
The crows
An attack
disagree.
is
What you're talking about, sir?
Like boots on the ground. Like we're going to turn this into an Iraq situation.
I know what you're talking about, sir.
Oh, okay. Well, then maybe somebody else should chime in.
I don't think there's ever going to be boots on the ground, but
well, I think that's the purpose. How do you get the uranium out of there if we don't put boots on the ground? Now, if he can agree to get them to get rid of it, or if he is just capitulating on the fact that they have 60% enriched uranium, then sure, I guess we don't need that. But do you really want him to capitulate on that?
no, I'm agreeing with you on that. I just, like I said, I don't foresee boots being put on the ground because I feel like if it was, it would have been done by now.
Well, okay, let's define boots on the ground, shall we? Because Pete Hegseth today, on an interview with a major news organization, said that the U.S. military could go in to help compel to get rid of the dust. He said that on a U.S. news organization this morning, that the U.S. military could be used to get rid of the dust. I am paraphrasing, but it's an easy Google, and Pete Hegseth said that this morning. So I'm just putting that out there.
I didn't see that. What do you think you meant by that?
You can infer what you want. I listened to the interview that they were inferring into the agreement that if the U.S. was not allowed to go in and oversee what they wanted, what they felt was needed versus the IOPC, I think it is, that the military boots could be brought in to deal with the dust. CBS News this morning. It's open for everybody. You guys can read it and infer what you want, but I took it as a warning. Okay. And even the anchor was like, oh, does the military realize they could be put at risk? So just infer what you want.
By the way, I'm not on one side or the other in terms of what's going to happen. I've been hoping and I've been betting because I've been actually investing real money into shorting oil because I hope that it will come down, meaning that things will de-escalate and we will exit this war or this conflict. But
got an echo.
Oh, I do?
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Sorry.
No worries. Go, Steven.
I was literally on a panel last night. Did something happen this morning? Somebody said in the chat something happened this morning. Everybody signed something?
Everybody?
No, it hasn't been signed yet.
Yeah, an MOU was supposed to be signed, but Lebanon was hit. So now, according to the Pakistan Prime Minister, it will be signed on Friday, the 19th in Switzerland, the MOU.
This is all a game. Like Iran just keeps saying they're going to sign something. They're never going to.
I don't think it's
So
Iran that's playing a game. I think it's
it's both.
no, well, I think it's more the U.S. I mean, Trump has said, what, 38, 39 times, a deal is coming, a deal is here, a deal is here. And it's
Yeah, I
every
saw that.
Thursday or Friday. It's a market manipulation. You know, we've been told there's concepts of a deal. There's, in 2 weeks, there's a deal. It's sad that I can't even trust my own government and military, you know, CENTCOM, for a reality of what's going on and that they're hiding things.
But well, I do think there's possibly some market manipulation, but I also think that like they are putting out what they want, what they think might be happening, and also what they think people want to hear. But the reality is, like, I mean, I don't know. The reality, is that Iran is not going to ever sign anything.
No, you're breaking up. Stephen, you're breaking up.
Yeah. Is it just me, or is it kind of gross that people are placing bets on this? Like, there are still human lives involved, no?
It's very gross.
I think.
And not only
We've
that,
heard this argument before. Why is that gross?
it's gross.
War profiteering.
No, it's not. It's not puppeteering. It's not puppeteering. You use that term.
I said profiteering. You probably didn't hear me right.
It's gross because there are people involved, and also because our government is getting rid of benefits for vets when they come back. Let's remember that he said it's just headaches when people got traumatic brain injuries. These are long-term, lifelong, life-altering injuries that they're not going to take care of, mental health or physical health, and these vets are going to suffer. And they're hiding and covering these things up.
Because it's not a war, they can do that. Remember when Dumpy Pants went for his physical at Walter Reed, did he go visit any of the injured people from this, non-WAR? Okay, yeah. So he's profiteering. It's all profiteering.
Stephen, when I say I think it's gross, I'm coming from a place of like, I have a buddy that was shipped off to the Strait, and it was, not only was it very expected, but it's unexpected, but it's a little scary. And so to hear that people are placing bets on this, while I know someone personally who, if things go crazy over there, who might not ever come back, or who might come back injured or disabled or whatever, like, to me, that's not something you bet money on. If you really want to put money in something, put it towards your community and invest in the people around you.
So is that get it?
Stephen,
you have bars.
Stephen, you have bars and are breaking up.
Good. All right.
You found a good location there, Stefan. You're breaking up really bad.
And what I was trying to say earlier is, there's a concept of a deal. Have they signed a deal? And now all of a sudden everybody's coming out going, there's a deal, but it hasn't been signed. But meanwhile, Bibi has never agreed to this deal. And now we're pushing it back for a week, and Lebanon is being boom-boomed. Lebanon is being boom-boomed right now because now he's got a week's extension to try to continue with this expansion of Israel plan that he has. And this is what I think is very disingenuous. Every time there's been a plan or a deal, Bibi goes in and boom booms, and then everything gets pushed back. And that's why I don't think that this is a real deal, because this is just Bibi's way of expanding Israel into whatever he wants. I mute. Thank you.
Yeah. And I see Pants in the comments, like, people aren't betting to be philanthropic. And I would agree with that. But if you have money to spare to bet, then you probably also have money to help your community. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but okay, so can you hear me now?
Yes, much better.
So what I was saying is, like, everybody has a different opinion on which which level of investing, if you will, or betting, investing, it all kind of blends together at some point, is acceptable. Obviously, if we're betting on directly people living or dying, you're like showing up to, dog fighting things, whatever, like that's disgusting, right? But then you follow it down the line from an investment perspective, you could also make that same claim, which people have made on some of these lives, that if I'm betting on oil, right? If I'm betting or investing, by betting basically, on oil going up or down based during this conflict, that somehow that's still a part of the same thing that you're describing. Like I'm making money on war. Like where does it stop for you?
You're talking about prediction markets, right?
Yeah, it's something that I would have to noodle on. It's not something that I have an immediate answer to be honest.
Because I was part of a panel where someone was like disgusted when I was like, oh, I just made two grand yesterday on oil. And they're like, oh, during the conflict, everybody else is hurting and they're paying more in gas prices and you're profiting on oil. So, I mean, it's just, like everybody has a different opinion on like, what's disgusting in terms of profiting on this type of thing.
So you're Trump. You're acting like Trump. That's exactly what's happening. You're actually doing what Trump is doing right now. So you're Trump.
Oh,
okay,
I'm controlling
we get it.
markets.
Okay, thank you.
I'm controlling markets. Is that what you're saying?
Well, sir, I think that what's happening and what's evident, because we've seen the evidence of this, is Trump is controlling the market. And in the first quarter of this year, sir, let me finish. In the first quarter of this year, he's made almost 4,000 trades, which is more than the entire Senate and House representatives made combined last year. Total, right? So we know there's market manipulation happening. We see it in front of our eyes, and we know that he's profiting off of it. Not just him, but other people, right? Based on just this conflict alone. And it's not just him. We see things happening, for example, his son in the drones, right? So that's what's disgusting, is that people are making money and manipulating the market and using our service members to enrich themselves.
I agree with that, actually. I think controlling the market manipulation, insider trading, these are all things that are currently illegal in the regular world of investing. But for some reason, for politicians, they can get around it. And I don't agree with that either.
I have a question for you. Oh, I'm sorry, Fishy.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I have a question for you specifically, Stephen, because I didn't have an answer before. Would you be betting on this oil stuff if this war didn't exist, or not? I think if it's directly tied to this war, then I would have issue with it. Yeah.
I would not be, but it's not a war. It's not necessarily a war specific. Like, hey, I can't wait to benefit off of this. If you go back to COVID, I also all of a sudden started betting on oil. You just look at, when you're investing in things, you look at markets that you think are undervalued or overvalued or whatever, and then you bet accordingly. During COVID, everything shut down. Cruise lines, oil shot way down during COVID. It was the opposite of this because like everyone, was like at their house. They couldn't go to work and everything else. So I did the opposite. I bought an ETF that was a 2 times oil. So it would track oil prices at 2 times. And I ended up making a lot of money off of that. So it's not war related necessarily, or like war specific. I think it's more just like looking at what you think is overvalued or undervalued and investing in it.
So if I understand you correctly, sir, so when Trump made the deal with OPEC to cut production, so that would keep oil production low to keep the markets from failing, you bet on when it would expire, and you bet on it reopening. So again, you bet on Trump. Okay, thank you.
You keep making statements and then saying, okay, thank you, like I somehow confirmed your statements. Like, is that a useful conversation?
Muting to be respectful. Sorry.
But earlier you said I was like Trump, and you said, okay, thank you. Like you like dunked on me somehow, but I do need like a minute. I need to grab my food.
I do know people that well, at least one that wants to quit their job because it's based on war profiteering or disgusting foreign policy.
Yeah, maybe it's a mindset. It's kind of similar to what we talked about earlier, right, Mojo, where it's like, I think on the left side, we have this typical higher level support people kind of default, if you will, and on the right, it's a lot more individual. So it goes hand in hand with like, oh no, I can make profit off of this, even though it is a conflict and people are unaliving during it. Like, it's not directly related, but it's less high level than you and I tend to think. That's how I'm perceiving it, at least.
So you guys know what ESG funds are?
I don't know.
Who in here has money invested in mutual funds and a 401k or something like that?
I do. And
I do.
Can I just tell you real quick?
Hold on. Before you go on to something else. Do you know what ESG funds are?
Why didn't you just say?
All right.
Why are you asking
Mojo?
questions?
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to do a gotcha. I actually hate when people do this. So I'll just, So ESG funds are like socially responsible types of mutual funds that refuse to invest in things that are not responsible socially or for the environment, etc. So they do have those types of funds. They tend to underperform, unfortunately. So I do think that there is a divide between people who are like, I could never profit in a situation where it means that it's making the environment worse, which I actually think that there's something to that. But I don't know if every situation where you're making money on something during a time of war, for example, or something else, it's not making the environment worse, it's not making things worse. I think a lot of people on the right who do that are like, hey, oil looks like it's going to be depressed for a while. Let's bet on that. Let's invest in it. They're taking advantage of what the current system is, and the current system is not perfect. And I agree that there is insider trading at the government level, and that should be stopped. That's people that know what they're about to do tomorrow, and they put money into it, and they reap the highest reward from it. That's ridiculous, and it's already illegal on the institutional investor side, or even in the regular retail investor side. But how can you fault somebody? I donate so much money to intellectually disabled causes that it's like, I don't know, is that Robin Hood? I don't know. Am I stealing from the rich and giving to the poor?
Okay, can I tell you, in my opinion, for myself, why it sounds disgusting? First of all, your assumption that people on the right, or that many people have the funds to even do this, when we know right now the economy is so bad that the majority of people are struggling. First of all. Second of all, the fact that you come on here and brag about it, that's the disgusting part. I don't want to hear that you're making money when you know the market's being manipulated. That
honestly sounds like jealousy, to be honest.
Actually, I'm not jealous of you, sir, at all. I think it's disgusting that you come on here.
Why is it disgusting then? I wasn't bragging. I was just talking about it.
Because let me finish talking.
I'm sorry. When
you come on to a social media live and you say, well, I made 2,000 during a time when people are struggling. The majority of people are struggling. Market manipulation is happening. That to me is being a braggart. Instead, be humble.
I was actually referencing a different live, not this one, where I was talking about, you don't even know what the context was leading up to that. I was trying I was trying to bring it up in a sense where people who don't maybe understand that you can even look and bet on that stuff and invest in that in the right times, even understood that it exists. By the way, it's super risky. I haven't always made money when I put it into it, because it's, when you start to invest in risky things like that, you're not always going to be right. But there are certain times that it seems a little bit obvious to do, and I think more people should know about it.
I know there's no such thing as ethical consumption under capitalism, but goddamn.
I think at a time when millions are being pushed off of their EBT, their food stamps, when people are being forced to work on Medicaid, when people are being pushed off of SSDI and Medicare, people like me who are unaliving and being pushed off, forced to pay more for their medications because Trump administration thinks that fraud is everywhere, that you coming on here and bragging and saying, well, you should just invest in oil. Sir, there are millions like me who can't even afford food.
It wasn't this loud that I was saying that you should invest in oil.
I
I was
really
asking you a
think that
question.
Stefan is being very disingenuous and only lives for himself or his only
That's such a
class of
generic-
people.
it's another
And
generic
he's
thing.
really disassociated himself from the average working American. To assume, it's obvious. It's obvious. Well, a lot of people work, 60, 70, 80 hours a week just to barely pay the bills. Yes. Okay, Stephen. So tell people that they have to work 60, 70, 80 hours a week, that they're stupid. Go ahead, Stephen. Say it. Just say it.
That's
Just
a nice truck, Tony.
That's you guys want to live like fucking Britain. Have Britain always fucking.
Steven,
Britain
you got
people
bars again,
live to
bud.
work and we work to live. Okay, I get it.
I don't understand what you're saying. You're cutting up. I don't understand. Sorry.
Tony, what do you mean with Britain? Britain isn't bad. I'm from Europe. I can tell
I'm
you.
saying
it's
what I'm
not
saying
bad.
is, I'm sorry. Go ahead. What I'm saying is, people in Britain they get what? I think they get guaranteed like 20. What is it? 25 or 28 days a year for vacation. We don't. Some companies in America don't even offer that. So I find that's wild. That we have to live. We work to live here in America. 80 hours a week is like it's like a norm here to Americans. People in America just want to work.
I don't know if it is that we all. Yeah, I don't. Listen, I think you and I and Mojo, we're all, and Donovan too, I think we're all at a similar age. Some a little bit older, but I think we were all raised with this like really sharp work ethic, right? And that's a good thing. However, in America, like capitalism takes advantage of the workers. If you look at some of the Nordic countries, there are studies that will show that there is exactly the same amount of efficiency and productivity, if not more, with people who only work 32 hours a day. And, they have more work-life balance and therefore are generally happier in their day-to-day. So I don't know if this people want to work 80 hours a day is necessarily correct. I think it's just what we've been taught to do in order to survive in capitalism.
It's a lifestyle. I think it's a lifestyle that Americans have gotten accustomed to. I mean, most Americans, they want the big house, they want the families, nice cars in the driveway. That's what the Americans want. They want this. I think some of them are living above their means, and they're living from paycheck to paycheck. And I just find it wrong. We shouldn't have that mentality to think like that here in America. I mean, live within your means. Work the hours that you need to work, but don't fucking push yourself to the point where you don't have time for yourself.
Could I?
Yeah, but within the means is difficult because that gets adjusted consistently, right? Like you didn't used to need a cell phone and a computer in order to apply to jobs. Now that is a necessity. Your dollar went way further at the supermarket than it did 5 years ago. So all these things, like you say, you live within your means, but it doesn't change. How do I say this in English? What the means cost changes faster than what we make, right? So it becomes harder and harder to actually live within your means. You have to keep that in mind as well.
I actually do agree with that. By the way, the one thing I've seen, and this is what does not make me super far right politically, is because I have seen this happen anytime, even with the pandemic. A lot of people started working remotely in white-collar jobs. And at first, they're like, oh, my God, my job's going to be so much easier. I don't have to drive around anymore to meet with clients and everything. But companies end up learning that, and then they change the goal on what you're what you're supposed to do within a normal 8-hour day. You just have to do more now. They give you more clients, they give you more stuff to do. You're not ever in a situation where your life becomes easier because of technology advancements. The corporations just gobble that up and expect more of you. And I have seen, I mean, even with UBI, which I'm a supporter of some form of UBI, but I would worry that the UBI would become a way for like landlords and business owners to just say, okay, everyone has more money now, we're just going to raise the cost of everything.
You know, there's a lot of people that live within their means. Let's take a fixed income of somebody who lives on their SSI, and then the rent goes up, and then utilities double in a year, triple in 5 years, right? Their Medicare, you know, this year, you know, the Part D, our medications, they stopped paying for many things, and that went up. Supermarket prices went up. So there are millions that do live within their means. They're not trying to advance and get bigger houses and the new cars. It's that the economy is trying to basically make them homeless because it's outpacing what they bring in. And let's not forget, even people who live within their means and have the big car, all it takes is one huge medical thing to make them completely wipe out, right? That's what happened to me. I lost my house, I lost my job and everything. The moment I got a terminal illness, that was it. I can't support my family or anything. So, and that happens a lot, right? So, you know, there's no way that we can blame people for living outside their means. Things happen in our society, and our society is not set up to help those people.
Ill?
Yeah, I was gonna ask the same thing.
I have pulmonary fibrosis. I have pulmonary fibrosis from C19 because Trump took my PPE as I was working as an ER trauma nurse in LA. I also have being treated again for cancer. Yes.
Because you said terminal. Is that your
It's a
current?
terminal lung disease. Yes. My
Wow.
lungs are scarring up from the bottom up. Yes. I use a vent to sleep. I use oxygen every day. Yes. And I went from having my own house in California on my own, raising my 4 children, to now I live on disability, and I cannot afford, I have to pick and choose. I can't afford my special inhaler, so my pulmonologist has to pick and choose other things. You know, I can't afford my vent, so I have other, you know, people helping me afford my vent. I have almost $70,000 in medical debt only. I have no credit cards, nothing else. Yeah. And that's all it takes is one thing.
Definitely for some sort of universal health care for that reason. I just think if you think about, you know, even why they're against any socialized programs is because it incentivizes people to not work hard and yada, yada, yada. But health, you can't control that. It happens to everybody. It can happen to any of us. I don't think getting sick or something like that happening should ruin you financially for the rest of your life.
I missed what you said. There was something coming up in the screen. What did you say, Stephen, about people abusing the system? I missed that. Can you repeat, please?
You literally heard only that? That's crazy.
No, it was all blurbed out. It was something about abusing the system, and it blurped.
That was the one thing you're. Yeah, I mean, all right. So, all right. I was saying that I'm actually for some form of universal health care, because I think that is the one thing that even Republicans would not be able to say it's because they didn't work hard enough and they made their own bad choices, and that's why they're in that situation. With health stuff, none of us choose that, and it can happen to any of us. There should be some preventative stuff that goes along with it for sure, because there are some things that you can prevent if you take certain steps, like doing your annual physical and everything else. But if you're doing the right stuff, you're going to the doctor when you should and everything else, I don't think getting sick should put you in financial ruins for the rest of your life.
Even, do you realize that going for an annual physical costs money, even with insurance?
That's why he said universal health care.
I don't think that's the case for all plans. I think a lot of corporate plans include that.
So you're not read up on the average cost of healthcare in the United States at all, right? You're not read up on deductibles or
Oh,
this
it's
and
you.
that.
Sorry, I forgot. You come in with your zingers and you put me in a box. I'm just going to mute up. You can talk to somebody else for a little bit.
No, I'm asking a question because you said that there
No, you
should
make
be.
statements about me
No,
not reading up
I'm
on things
asking a
without even
question.
knowing.
Well, I'm going to give you some facts,
Go
Stephen,
ahead.
since
I'll
you
listen.
just want
I'll
to
listen.
do ad hominems and accuse people of things that aren't even true.
Oh, what did I accuse people of? I feel like it's the opposite,
American.
actually. No. What did I accuse people of?
No. You've accused me of
What did
trying
I
to
accuse?
point you in whatever, and I'm just saying, okay, thanks, bye.
Oh, so you're
That's
accusing
me.
me of
That's how I
accusing
knew.
you. That's
I
how that
missed a
works?
statement that you said. I asked you to clarify.
You're offended that I accused you, so now you're saying I'm
Okay,
accusing
a
and you're accusing.
universe came up. You got muted out, and all I heard was, with exceptions, except something, and I asked you to clarify.
What do you mean the universe came out? What are you talking about?
There was something
it's
in the
because
screen.
I sent a galaxy to Fishy, and that may have interrupted the audio on her end. I think is what's happening.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna eat my burger. I'll listen to you though. Curiosity. Go ahead. Just try not to make accusations that you don't know
Better
about.
be a fucking veggie burger, you asshole.
So
In
I'm
and
an
out
American.
is pretty darn good.
I'm an American, and I live in Canada, and I have universal health care. So I live in Canada. I get to vote in the United States, by the way. So I have all my rights that I want in the United States. But I have universal health care. So if I want to go see my doctor, if I have something coming up, something that's bothering me, I call my doctor. I see them within 48 hours. If it's an emergency, they can send me to a clinic or to the emergency room. It costs me $0 out of pocket. No deductible to see my doctor for an annual physical, for anything. I pay $0 out of pocket. I pay that through my taxes. My health care supplement last year for my husband and I, after my taxes was done and we file, I paid an extra $720 out of the $1,100 I already paid. So for my husband, his prescriptions are $2 each. And if I have supplemental health care, my prescriptions are $5 each. Okay, so, annual physical exams are not an out-of-pocket expense, whether you have insurance or not. And in the U.S., there's always a deductible when you go see your health care provider. It may be $5, $10, $20, 20%, however you want to calculate it. But you're still paying out of pocket on top of whatever your health care plan is. Okay, so you want to say that many of these things could be prevented if people could just go to their doctor on a regular basis. Well, let me tell you, bro, it costs money out of pocket for the majority of Americans to go see their physician. And to you, $10, $20, $30, 20%, whatever may be like a dime to you. But for the average American, it frickin' costs a ton of dollars. And on top of that, prescriptions, being referred to a specialist, having to wait in a queue for a specialist. All of these things add to the stress and the anxiety and everything else that insinuates that the healthcare system you say you want to prevent. I call you a hypocrite. Because the reason I stay in Canada is for my universal healthcare. Because you know what? I pay for it out of my taxes, and I still pay a hell of a lot less out of pocket than the average American right now, based on income equality. I mute.
He's right next to West Coast.
You just straw man the shit out of me, so I'll just let somebody else talk at this point.
Yeah, even though curiosity, I hear you. He did say that he's for universal or some form of universal healthcare. So there's not much of a debate here, unfortunately.
You know, they have universal health care in China. They have it in the Soviet Republic or Russia. They have it there also. I don't understand why we don't have it here in the United States, but I think that, you know, our U.S. military, I think we put way too much money into our U.S. military. Way too much money.
It's so stinking
And our U.S.
Marxist,
military
I'm
has
telling
not
you.
passed. Yeah, it hasn't. Our U.S. military has not passed an audit ever. They haven't passed an audit ever.
What were you saying, Roger? Are you calling someone a Marxist?
I said it's so stupid Marxists giving people health care and shit. Idiots.
This is so mean, so dangerous.
He's talking about China.
You guys look it up. I looked it up. I looked it up a couple days ago. Yeah, China and Russia have universal health care. Look it up.
I know. It's
a
the
fact.
stinking Marxists, I'm telling you.
Yeah. And they're a
Get rid of
communist
them
country.
Marxists.
What the hell?
Exactly.
And the one thing that maybe I can bring up that maybe we can have a disagreement on curiosity is I agree with that we should have some sort of universal health care because I think getting sick should not make you in financial ruins for your whole life. That was not a choice you made. But I think that you owe it to the system if we're going to offer some sort of universal health care that you do your part to do regular checkups under that system. There's actually already, I mean, this is not a perfect system. I'm not advocating for this, but I've seen this with corporate health plans where they will give a discount to people on the corporate health plan for their premiums if they do those things. Like if they at least do the annual checkups, if they do XYZ, and then they get extra credit if they like participate in some sort of like jogathon or whatever. Like they have these things where they get credit back for that because they know that that leads to better outcomes for people health wise. So something like that, I would totally support some kind of like universal healthcare system. But you have to do the bare minimum of keeping yourself healthy, going to see a doctor periodically, so on.
Hey Mojo, did you reset your gift code yet? It ended. You need to reset it.
Guess not.
I don't know why we can't have universal health care in America. I don't understand it. I don't get it.
Because we suck.
I hate supplementing these billion-dollar fucking insurance companies. I freaking absolutely hate it.
So to retract to Stephen, it's not a full retraction. I agree with him on some points. And in Canada, we do some of those things. We also supplement our universal health care with sin taxes. So, tobacco, alcohol, certain sodas, things like that are taxed extra. As a deterrent, and it goes right back into the universal healthcare system. There are actually programs, exactly as you said, Stephen, that we offer here in Canada to deflect from some of those things. But at the end of the day, everybody should be able to see a doctor. Everybody who needs to see a specialist should be able to see a specialist. No one should ever go bankrupt for any medical reason. And I land. Thank you.
Just a quick intermission. We have 66 people in here, so if y'all would mind sending your heart me and do a little tappity tap for Mojo, that would be great. Also, we're streaming the World Cup in Mojo's Discord. So if you're interested in that, you can go watch it.
Is there anybody else in there with you?
Just Sammy. We're just hanging out.
I wanted to say thank you very much for the galaxies. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna rest my lungs a little bit. I truly enjoyed you guys very much. I don't want to cry. I will be back. Thank you guys.
Yes.
Oh, definitely. I will. Thank you so much, guys, and I will be back.
Sounds good. Take good care of yourself.
Just Sammy. 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 Just Well,
Someone
maybe I didn't
yell
need
at
to reset my
Mojo.
gift card. Huh?
Mojo's it said someone come yell at Mojo, please.
Oh, yeah, because I'm thinking. I'm thinking that I need to not set my gift goal now. Fucking Donovan.
I will
Come to crash out again.
Pacific with grace, Mojo. Thank you.
Yo, what?
I said I will accept that honorific with grace. Thank you.
Fucking Donovan.
That's it.
That's funny. Fucking Donovan.
So let's see. Happy birthday, Trump. The first world leader to call him and congratulate him on his birthday was Vladimir Putin. I suppose you can make some calculus out of that.
Yeah, best friend in the world.
Yeah, because he's getting manipulated by them. That's why he called him. Yahoo, fucking.
What?
Yeah, I think that fucking Putin and fucking Netanyahu is manipulating Trump, and there's other fucking forces that are manipulating him, doing the things that he's fucking doing, the stupid shit that he's doing. That's my opinion. I'll land.
Okay, now is everybody gonna do that?
Do what?
I'll
That's
land.
Nicolene and I'll land.
Yeah, that's a thing. I hope that doesn't become a thing. Please don't let that become a
Don't forget, Mojo's a Marxist. We don't want too many planes, okay? That's just too rich for our taste.
That's not what it is. But sure, that sounds good. How about we just not fucking do it? Oh, I'm looking for the fourth shy. The fourth little kid. Wait, what is
But
what? What is what was that movie with Eddie Murphy? The Last Emperor, the last something or another.
you're thinking the Golden Child.
That is what I'm thinking of. Yes, no, it's the golden. It's the Golden Child. That's exactly what I was thinking. That is correct.
I know nothing about movies. Y'all have fun.
That was a great movie, Mojo. Great. That deep cut. Yeah.
That was a great movie. Yeah, if you ever want to watch an old movie with Eddie Murphy, The Golden Child's a great movie. He's I don't remember exactly what the movie was about, but it was about this kid monk that was born to be the emperor or something like that. He was supposed to be this special kid.
Yeah, he was captured by Tywin Lannister, and he was held because they were going to sacrifice him and bring back all this power. So what Eddie Murphy had to do was go to Tibet and get the Shanti dagger, and then use that to get rid of Tywin Lannister. Yeah, it was a great flick.
Yeah.
Obviously, I don't know the name of the actor that played Tywin Lannister, but it was the same guy.
I did not know that either. I didn't remember that.
Great actor, by the way. Did he play an evil guy in that one too?
Sure did. He plays a great villain every time. Right in the tip of my tongue. Yeah, oh yeah. So, Mojo, I saw an interesting poll. Something like 1,000 Americans were asked which they would prefer. Would they prefer illegal Mexican immigrants or legal Indian immigrants? And legal Indian immigrants got 11 to 13% of the vote. That was it. Wild.
Why?
Not really.
Really? Tell us why.
I feel like
are you
people who don't want immigration aren't going to favor people coming from India over Mexico.
I was wondering if HR was in here. Are you specifically taking a swipe at HR? Is that what you were doing?
No, absolutely not. Is HR Indian?
Yes.
Oh, I thought HR was Iranian.
No.
That's odd. No, that was not my intention.
Okay.
You cannot tell me that you did not know that. Like, what? Okay.
One of her names was Hot Shiva.
I may be confusing HR with Laura. I may be doing
Laura,
that.
yeah, okay. That makes more sense.
Laura's Iranian.
That's a weird poll, by the way.
Yeah,
why would that poll even be put out there?
It's provocative. There's lots of reasons people do polls.
Yeah.
It helps shine light, I think, into the American psyche. It's a good move.
That sounds like the kind of poll that is just created for, I don't know, what's the word I'm looking for? Not entertainment, but like, I don't know, to make people argue.
Rage bait, I think is what you're going for.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, and the only reason you're bringing it up right now is to rage bait. But thank you, Donovan, and thank you for exploding my ears as my earbuds are in. Thank you.
She ends it that way every time, Donovan. Don't take offense.
It's really hard to offend me. I'll tell you what, there's only one person that's really good at offending me. That would be Grumble.
Aw. But anyways, I would like to rage bait. You will. I'll pose a similar question. Would you rather have legal Chinese immigration or illegal European immigration?
That's a good one. That's a good one, Robot.
Wait, are you serious? I think legal immigration in general should be favored.
The answer is you just let them all be legal. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like Mojo's answer. But curiosity, Donovan, what do y'all think?
Oh, I knew he was going to do that.
I'm for all legal immigration, and I think anyone seeking asylum in the U.S. should have a speedy process to go through. Whether they stay or go, they deserve all rights as human beings.
Speedy process? What's that all about? Yeah, so I agree.
Really?
I agree, by the way.
Watch it, because you know what? The Florida is about to come out in me. Okay, watch it. I've been very respectful to you, so please don't do your ad hominems and try to insult on this panel. It is very disrespectful. Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome. I think
what's hilarious.
I think that I agree actually that we should definitely have a better immigration plan.
Just mute him. Just mute Stephen.
Oh.
No, Stephen's kind of funny, but I just wanted to point out we have one more liberal in the queue. Keep one box open. Does that work for you? Can I let Ash up? Or?
Yeah, that's fine. Oh yeah, that's fine.
Okay, cool.
That's fine. We're done.
Apologies, Stephen. Go ahead.
Right now.
Sorry. I think so. So my personal view, my personal view on this is that we should have an easier process. And I actually have learned a lot being on TikTok, and I learned and I researched the immigration bill that was killed that actually didn't have a lot of fluff in it, because I thought that was the reason why. And that should have been passed. That should have been a step in the right direction to make it easier to become legalized and come over to this country. My main thing is, and I think a lot of people on the left fail to address this, is how do you what's the number? How do you make sure it doesn't shock the system in any given area and still vet people for crimes and being dangerous to society and everything else?
Yeah, I've got a would you rather. Would you rather have illegal deportation of random white citizens, or would you rather have all immigrants be legalized?
Would you rather is supposed to be hard to decide. Like, what are you doing?
Oh, well, this is to Donovan.
Robot first. I would rather have legal Chinese immigration just because they'll be helpful in the coming.
Oh, that is an interesting answer. I do like it.
Verdum to be on our side.
Well, unfortunately, Donovan, it seems like you've forgotten Pearl Harbor. There was a
that's a
specific
very
incident
uneducated
there.
statement, Donovan.
It's Japan, bro. Jesus.
Yes, but obviously, if you have nationals that are here in the country that we are at war with, they may be more sympathetic to where they come from than rather than where they're at. That's what the Japanese incident was in Hawaii.
So what is your answer to your own question, Robot?
Oh, I'll go straight MAGA with you. Make America Great Again from Ronald Reagan. Give them all amnesty.
No, but no. Your question about which would you rather?
I'd bring them both in. Make them all legal. Just give them amnesty.
Boo, Robot. Didn't answer your own question.
You just may not like it.
It was a would you rather, though.
You just made the case for Pearl Harbor.
Okay, so would I rather? I would rather have the legal immigration. Obviously, I do not want criminals here, like actual career criminals, mobsters, shit like that. We can deport them, right?
Yeah, I actually think Steven's. I generally disagree with Steven on most things, but I actually think it's a fair question. Like, if you go down the logical road, I think it's fair to say if we're going to look at globalization from a long-term perspective, then let's look futuristically. What are these target numbers that we want to see come in for GDP growth, but also maintain some level of balance in terms of like not too many workers in one area and people can't get jobs, stuff like that, right?
As European as I am going to have to agree. If the would you rather really is limited to one or the other, I would have to go with the legal immigration. So fuck those illegal Europeans.
Yeah, I mean, simply put, I am a family from legal immigration, so I would still have to prefer legal immigration over any illegal immigration. But realistically, I mean, what we're defining as illegal immigration, I do not feel is illegal. Simply crossing an imaginary line isn't a criminal action, in my opinion.
I agree with that too. And ultimately, I would also give them all amnesty. Like, I genuinely like Mojo's idea behind the whole changing the immigration process and just letting them all stay here.
Wait, but Robot, does that mean you don't believe in jurisdictions at all?
Oh no, I do believe in jurisdictions. I mean, that's how we organize our judicial system and our law enforcement in order to better manage and efficiently manage like criminal procedure. But I mean that doesn't exactly like make it where we have to give some kind of weird punitive measures because somebody walked across an imaginary line. Like, those lines aren't in the ground, they're just on a map.
Well, we have the same thing for crossing state lines with certain things. You can't like carry weapons across state lines.
Okay, weapons and human beings crossing international borders are nowhere near the same two things. Okay, that's just so inhumane.
Yeah, and particularly if you're still asking me, I am
okay. Thank you.
Pro 2A. I'm pro 2A. I am pro the reciprocal carry across all 50 states, and I'm also for deregulating and decriminalizing all naturally growing plants. Like, carrying something shouldn't have the same punitive measure as like unaliving another human.
So that's kind of like you're against borders then altogether. You're against it being illegal to cross an imaginary line. Is that right?
It's not imaginary.
Sure. I mean,
We know where
I
this is
still
going.
believe that borders exist for a reason. It is for our communities to uh, better differentiate themselves from one another. Now, obviously, if you get on some particular areas like Tijuana and El Paso, like I still consider that to be one big city. It's just sitting on an imaginary line.
How? How do you consider that one big city?
All the people there speak cohesively one language. It's usually Spanish. Most of them are bilingual. They do speak English as well. They share culture. They share everything in the city. They have direct trade with other businesses. Like you can walk from your house in America to one of the businesses in Mexico, just, within a few feet, couple blocks.
You're just acknowledging that there's a gray area. Should we redraw the perimeter and exclude El Paso? Maybe make them part of Mexico. I mean, at some point, there does become a big difference, right, between people that are there. Oh, really? So
Once again,
tax
you can
law,
just walk
laws
across
in
that
general.
imaginary line in El Paso.
So,
Other than
so you
the
could walk
partial wall
across.
that was built there, you don't know that there's a difference.
You could walk across the imaginary line.
It's the same thing. I can walk from Niagara Falls, Ontario into Niagara Falls, New York. I mean, there are two flags in the middle of the bridge, but you do know it's there. And you do have to show your passport and go through customs every time you go in and out. But I can do it every day of the week, but I still have to have my papers.
And bro,
Okay,
do you think that if they're, let's just say, again, this is an extreme example, but like, let's just say that we just didn't care at all and people could come over because it's just it's just a border that nobody knows and cares about. So people just walk over and there's no vetting process, and some T-risk organizations like, oh yeah, we got to exploit that and just send a bunch of people. And that results in a lot more crime and large scale crime.
Well, I would actually argue that you wouldn't have as many terrorist attacks if you didn't have borders, because I mean, if you weren't anybody for somebody to retaliate against as a unifying country, then what would they be retaliating against?
That is literally the worst argument I've ever heard. I'm not even joking.
How so?
Not sure how that would be a worse argument, but Stephen, to answer your
that is
question, I
literally
guess
a
kind of the
terrible
same.
argument.
You know that Al Capone and most of his illicit businesses was between the U.S. and Canada. They literally just walked across the border with the shit. They
So that was a failure.
swam or
You would
they
agree.
moved it on
That was a
boats
border
across the
failure.
Chicago River. But you're not building a wall there.
But no, I'm
You
just saying
haven't
that's a
cared
border
about it
failure,
then,
right?
and you don't care about it now. There's no wall. There's no
Wait.
differentiation.
I
You
didn't care
can
about it
literally
then.
just walk across that border right now in 2026.
So that was a border failure, is what you're saying, and I agree with you.
If you want to call it a failure, but you've done nothing about this failure.
You
You
don't think it
only
was a
care about
failure?
it when it comes to the southern border because
So
specifically to
this is
me,
literally the
that's what's
definition of a
weird.
whataboutism. Like literally the definition of a whataboutism. We shouldn't
No, it's
attack
not a
this thing over
whataboutism.
here.
It's specifically that the organized crime came across the northern border and you don't care. Why
How
don't
would I
you
not care? Of
care?
course I care. How do you know I don't care about that?
What do you mean? Why did we know you don't care about that? You haven't even brought it up in this entire article. It's only been about the southern border.
So because I haven't addressed every single atrocity in border crime and everything else in history, that means I don't care about it. Like, you're just as bad as curiosity at this point. You can't chime in with a point and assume what the other person's thinking when we haven't even talked about it.
We're talking about it now. I mean,
And I
what's your
agree that
prescription for
that was
the
a failure
that
at the
came across the
border.
northern border?
That was a failure. I agree.
Well, just saying it's a failure isn't a prescriptive means. I mean,
Oh,
we
okay.
can say everything's a failure. I mean,
So what
the
would you
fuck?
say then? Because what you're saying
Life
is
is a
like,
failure because we all pass away.
here's the argument
It's
that
a
you're making.
non-statement. It's pontification.
Here's the argument that you're making. Someone from down the
Well,
street.
that's a straw man.
Oh, hold
You're
on.
just
No, it's not.
restructuring my argument.
Oh, so I'm restructuring your straw man into my own? Yes, I am. So someone from down the street.
Okay, as long as you know you're building a straw man.
Someone, yeah, based off of yours. So someone from down the street punched your niece and you're like, well, or someone else is like, well, that doesn't matter because somebody else's neighbor punched their niece and they got away with it. That's a terrible argument, bro.
Well, then stop making it.
That's literally every "what about Biden" argument that I've ever heard you guys make.
I have made that, or who's made that?
The right.
So people on the right, some people on the right make that. So then you have to ascribe that to us and create this caricature of me and anyone else in the panel to get like a gotcha moment or something?
Yes.
Oh, okay, perfect. All right, awesome. So tell me how you can back up what you just said, this crazy claim that it shouldn't matter because if there was no, you're saying if there's no borders at all, it'd be better. Please tell me more.
Your extremism. You're just building the straw man once again.
Oh, I
Nobody
just
said there shouldn't be any borders. You
It was
only
just a question.
postulated that when I said it's an imaginary line.
No, it wasn't you. Analog made that
That's
statement.
talking to me. Well, if you don't have any borders, that would mean that you weren't really like a unified country, right? Or a designated country. So people, if somebody were to want to retaliate against you, I mean, there wouldn't be anything to retaliate against. First of all, because it's not like we the United States were attacking another country or something, right? I mean, can you define terrorism?
So hold on. Again,
No, define terrorism.
No, hold on.
What it means.
Based on your argument, it'd be like me saying, if we didn't call ourselves a family and we didn't define our house as our house, then there would be no crime because people committing crime on our house would not be committing crime on our house because we don't call it a house. Weird argument, bro.
That's the stupidest argument I've ever heard. So can you define terrorism?
Just said that. You just said that.
Can you define terrorism?
No, before you move on to
Can you
definitions.
can you define terrorism?
Before you move on to definitions,
So give yourself time
how
to
am
look
I
it up.
wrong with my comparison? How am
Go
I
ahead and
wrong?
look it up.
You just said it would be better because it wouldn't be defined, so we couldn't even define that crime happened because we wouldn't have
I did
borders.
not even mention the word crime.
Okay, well then what are you talking about?
Look it up.
We were
What
talking
defines
about
terrorism.
Yes.
Do you know what terrorism means?
I would love to. I would love to help you with that definition if you just
So you don't
move
know
on.
what terrorism means.
If
So
you
what it
don't
means
move
is-
on from how ridiculous you just looked right now. So tell me, how do you explain that definition of, or that explanation of saying, okay, so actually it'd be better because if we didn't call ourselves a sovereign nation, if we didn't have borders, then crime wouldn't exist because it wouldn't even be within our borders. What the fuck is that even arguing?
You're straw manning again because I never said anything about there wouldn't be crime.
Explain it again. Explain it again.
Again, yeah, you're straw manning.
Explain
So
it again,
the
and then I'll
argument
define
was
terrorism.
that there would-
As soon as you re-explain it, I'll define
Okay, I'll wait
terrorism.
until you're done.
No, as soon as you re-explain it, because we all need to see it, I will define terrorism.
Okay, so again, I didn't mention anything about crime. You had specifically mentioned a terrorist attack on us, right? So what is a terrorist attack in your definition?
Hold on, before you go there, bro.
I'm not, dude. You just defined
You're
your fucking
trying to
terms.
pivot, dude, because you know that was a
This
weird
is
ass
literally
explanation.
there was literally a word in your argument. So go ahead and
Yes,
define.
I said it was. It's
see
more
what you know what you're
likely.
talking
It was
about.
more likely that some sort of terrorist or a harmful person would cross, and you said, actually, if we didn't have borders, it'd be better. So please explain again.
Well, it sounds like you've got the gist of it because I didn't say anything about crime.
Okay,
Again,
but explain why.
Okay, so since you clearly don't know what a terrorist attack is,
Oh, you're gonna
I'll
move
go
on.
ahead and
That's
explain
fine.
it for you. So it's an attack or
So he is,
act of violence.
for the record, he's
in a
moving on from his
with a
terrible
political-
explanation.
with a political reasoning behind it, right?
So you're moving on. You don't want to re-explain.
So this is literally a
your
word from your own stupid argument that I'm trying to help you with here.
Okay,
So
okay.
how could there be a
For the
terrorist
sake-
attack?
for the sake of conversation-
How could there be
Sure.
a terrorist attack if there isn't any like government or governing body to attack against? If there's no political body to attack, how is that possible?
Okay, actually, you know what? I'm going to steel man this, and I'm going to assume that
You
you
always
mean
do.
something. I'm going to assume that you mean something that I couldn't possibly have imagined. I would assume that what you mean is that. I would assume that what you mean is if we take down the borders and we're no longer a country of the United States and people can come over whenever they want, that somehow Iran and other terrorist factions and organizations would just be like, oh, you know what? Actually, USA doesn't exist anymore, so we're not going to attack them because there's not even a USA. Is that what you're saying?
When was the last time they
What
took
you're
out a
saying?
terrorist attack on
Is
our
that
soil?
what you're saying, bro?
When was the last time they
Is that what you're
carried out-
saying?
Hey, Stephen, self-control. You lack discipline. When was the last time they carried out a terrorist attack on our soil?
There's no reason. Again. He's pivoting again.
This is what you were just asking about. If
No.
you don't even know if they've ever...
No, you answer my question with a question.
Again.
You answer my question with a question once again because you know that you sound fucking idiotic.
No, I don't. So, Stephen, again, what's a terrorist attack? How could they carry out a terrorist attack on a soil?
Why would I answer your question if you won't even answer my question? You answer my question with a question.
So
are you saying that all the terrorist groups would forget about us because we're no longer quote unquote the USA? Is that what you're saying?
Okay, so you're not answering the question.
All right, Donovan, it's all you, buddy.
Steven, just shut up for a minute and listen, and then
What is the name? What is it in name?
If there's no government
by any other name would smell
the you guys know how to like mute up. So if there's no government and no political party to attack, how could there, Stephen, pay attention, this is important. How could there be a terrorist attack?
Serious person, I'm not going to pay
Stephen, how could there be a terrorist attack? You're just avoiding the question because you know that you can't answer it.
Okay, so you're saying by definition, you're trying to stick by definition. How could there be a terrorist attack if there's no nation?
Yes, that's what we were talking about.
Yeah. So everybody realizes how ridiculous this question is. You're saying that somehow
you can't answer it.
You couldn't answer my 3 questions. You had to answer it with additional questions. No, you didn't.
All of your questions. You can't answer this one.
Let me re-ask you the question.
You know what a terrorist attack meant.
Let me re-ask you the question and see if you answer
God.
it. Do you think that if somehow we took down the borders and we were no longer recognized as the USA, that all the terrorist organizations that hate us would just be like, oh, you know what? They don't exist anymore. We're not going to attack them.
Well,
do you think that?
How can there be?
Do you think that? Do you think that?
I would say that there
don't
wouldn't
answer
be
with the question.
Can I answer the question?
With
Shut
the
fuck
question?
up. Shut up.
Go ahead, bro.
Okay, are you done?
I give you permission.
Okay, so be quiet. That's what that means. Mute up.
That was
Go ahead, mute up.
You can't say that on this panel.
Go ahead and mute up. So I would say that there would be no more terrorist attacks on this soil.
The second time, actually.
Oh, there we go.
That was wild.
It's unfortunate.
That was freaking wild. That was
knows the rules.
The craziest argument I've ever heard. And Brobot said it wasn't crazy. Brobot, you want to defend that argument?
Can I ask Brobot a question before he answers your question, Stephen, real quick?
I have no idea what Stephen was talking about, but go ahead,
I'm gonna re-encapsulate, kind of redirect. Do you believe that no one is illegal on stolen land?
No, I think that is a hollow argument.
Thank you.
I mean, I think Analog's argument is how can it be deed to America if there's no America? Almost like if the whole ambition is already accomplished, so there's no point to it.
And so, even as did you hear my example that I gave though? What if someone declared your house as not being your house? So you could somehow just like win some political points by saying, you know what, someone attacked your family member, but because it's no longer declared your house, it's not a terrorist attack because nobody could say they attacked your house because it's not even defined as your house anymore. It's a stupid argument.
But you said family member, not house.
Oh my God. Okay. Somebody else.
Because there's a difference between people and a place, right?
Yeah.
Like when I say like, does Israel have a right to exist? And I say people have a right to exist.
His point though was if we somehow did not have borders and we didn't recognize ourselves as the United States of America, that nobody could define an attack as a terrorist attack because it wouldn't be an attack on America because America wouldn't exist anymore. And my thing was like, oh, does that mean that the terrorist attacks would actually stop? Because all of a sudden they'd be like, oh, it's not defined as America anymore. We're no longer going to attack them. It's fucking dumb.
There's lots of reasons that T groups attack. It could be racial. It could be religious. It's not just about nationalistic ideals or positions. There's lots of reasons. I think it's more.
I don't know if there's lots of reasons. I don't know if there's lots of reasons. I mean, the simple fact remains that a terrorist attack is attacking innocent civilians in order to get a government to change its policies.
Yeah, and it's physical violence with a political aim. It doesn't necessarily have to be against civilians. It can be against anyone, anything.
No, it has to be against civilians because if it's against a government or it's against military, then you are legitimately attacking a country. You'd be a state of war It'd be a state of war, not terrorism.
Well, I can say this right here in terms of like if you're talking about like no country but there's a people. I mean, we always hear the excuse that from like I don't want to pivot to a Israel debate, but I always hear people say like for example when we talk about Palestinians and like how people are unalived and all that, and people say, oh, there's no such thing as Palestine, right? So I think in terms of like what you said is like if there's a group of people that considers themselves Americans but they don't have no state, I guess you can say that it's an attack on on a group of people rather than an attack on a state. But I mean, I guess you can say it can still constitute as a T attack if you look at it, if the motives are a certain way. But in that case, then that means that I believe that Israel is a terrorist state.
The Fort Hood Pew Pure. Fort Hood Pew Pure was a U.S. Army soldier, a major, and he was at the gate attacking civilians and military members. Was that a T attack or was that a military operation? Come on.
That's a T attack. And that happened like 3 times, dude.
So that's exactly what I'm saying. It doesn't have to be against civilians in order to be a T attack.
Wait, no, the Fort Hood is not a terrorist attack. It's absolutely not. It was just a crime.
Get him, robot.
It was domestic terrorism.
No, it was a crime. Is there even a charge for domestic terrorism?
Yes, domestic terrorism is using force and violence against the American population and the means or end goal to change political notion. So, yeah, and that's exactly what at least the first one did. I think the second one just lost his shit and like unalived his NCO, but that's besides the point.
There is no standalone federal crime called domestic terrorism. I'm sorry. There's no such thing as domestic terrorism. Huh?
Well, that's a caveat usually that the media applies. I mean, as far as the purposes of law is concerned, it is a T attack, period. If it happens on American soil, it's a domestic
that's incorrect. That's incorrect. That's fucking wrong. If it happens on American soil by an American citizen, then it is simply a crime.
Yeah, the motive matters, right? I don't know about this case, but
the motive doesn't matter. The motive
matters in how you would classify it. So, like, I don't know anything about it. Like, what was the motivation? Like, it could be, a crime of passion. It could be, trying to send some sort of message. I don't know.
I have it for Mojo here. I'm guessing that you're just saying that there's no federal statute, which case you would be correct, but it is state by state. For Texas, and what they were charged under was 76.01 to 76.05, 125.061 to 125.070. Domestic terrorism offense prohibits committing or conspiring to commit a specific offense with the intent to intimidate or coerce the public or influence via intimidation or coercion the policy or activities of government.
Yeah, I don't think that law exists. That can't be a state by state.
That's a Wikipedia. That's Wikipedia, by the way. That's Wikipedia.
Yeah, that is absolutely not a law.
That's not Wikipedia at all.
That is not a law. I'm sorry, but if you're attacking, I'm sorry, but if you're, no, he didn't. He didn't read the statutes. He may have read some bills that might have been put forth, but were shot down for some reason or another. There is no friggin' law in this country that includes domestic terrorism. That is not a term that we use for this country. And as a matter of fact, if it is a military base, then that would be a federal crime anyway. You can't charge it at a state level.
So this is the Texas Penal Code, Title 12, terrorism, Chapter 76, terroristic offenses.
You can't charge it. Again, you can't charge it as at a state level.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't see how when this is literally the penal code.
Because it's a federal fucking offense when you attack a military. Because it's a military. The military is federal, not state.
I love that I get to say this. I love that I get to say this next part. It all depends on, wait for it, drum roll, the border. the border of the military base. If Major Hassan attacked on one side of a not imaginary line, then it would be an attack on the military. If he attacked on the other side of the not imaginary line, that would be attacking not a military base. Borders matter.
Well,
Texas does not have a single
Timothy,
standalone statute officially titled domestic terrorism, but state law severely punishes acts of political or ideological violence under the offense of terrorism. Under the Texas Penal Code, Chapter 76, a person commits the offense of terrorism if they commit certain severe crimes such as murder, kidnapping, or aggravated assault with the intent to intimidate. That would be terrorism. That's what they call it. It's just a word that they're using. It's not domestic terrorism.
I mean, I guess a good question would be, what was Timothy McVeigh charged with?
He was not charged with terrorism either. It was something else. There's no such thing.
Was an important distinction there, because similar to if you, like, let's say you're standing outside a military base and you pew into it and you hit someone in the military base, that's a federal crime. The reason Timothy McVeigh was charged federally is because the Alfred P. Murrah building was a federal building, so it was a federal crime.
And the military is a federal building as well, or location.
So again, why do we have domestic terrorism as crimes in states but not federally? Don't you think that we would do it federally?
Well, there can be all kinds of modifiers for federal crimes. Like, for example, what was the guy in South Carolina? Was it Adam Lanza? No, not that. That was Sandy Hook. So a lot of key charges, if you get, because, like, if you attack, if your motivations are, like, say, you're racial, like the guy in South Carolina, they prosecuted him federally because of deprivation of civil rights. That allows you to add on federal charges.
Talking about federal property, that's different than federal charges.
What Mojo and Robot were talking about is how and why different people are charged for different reasons, specifically terrorism. I'm trying to use TikTok-friendly language, but their motivations and where the attack happens is applicable.
Federal hate crime under 18 U.S. Code, was it 1389, attacking a U.S. military service member or immediate family member, specific federal crime if it is assault is committed on account of individual military service. So it is a crime. It's federal hate crime is what it's classified as.
That sounds right.
I think his name is Major Hassan, I think was his name. I couldn't look it up. This is just from memory.
You are correct. It is Nadal Hassan.
He isn't as good as Mojo's. It's pretty good.
So I think people are getting confused with words here. Domestic terrorism and hate crime. I think that's where this is getting jumbled up. I mute. Thank you.
Well, specifically, Donovan would be correct because major news reporting outlets like CBS, NBC, etc., CNN, all called it terrorism, right? That's what's in all the articles. U.S. Army officer turned terrorist through Fort Hood attack.
Yeah, but they can call it that, and that's vocabulary for the media, but it doesn't necessarily mean that that's the language used in the prosecution.
Tell it to Goebbels.
And that's why I agree with Ash. I think, what we're hearing on the news versus what they were charged for, this is where we're getting confused. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Texas state law, Constitution and Statutes, Chapter 125. They like title the chapter terrorism, domestic terrorism, but none of the actual laws are called domestic terrorism.
Yeah, that one's kind of a confusing section. The Penal Code Chapter 76 in Texas law, that one is titled terrorism and terroristic offenses, but it gives you like more definitions for it, like material support or resources, committing an offense under separate sections, punishments, and specifically it uses that word terrorism throughout all the offenses. So these would be chargeable in court.
I'm confused what we're talking about.
I guess so. Maybe for state governments, I don't know how it stands. I don't know how these cases stand if they're ever tried under domestic terrorism. I think they tried to do it in the state of Georgia with some protesters. I think they also tried to do it in Florida with the Stop Cop City people, and they ended up having to drop any kind of terrorism charges and utilize like racketeering charges instead.
Well, that was probably a higher offense, but specifically if you're talking about like the jurisdictional, because it was on a military base, sure, the feds want them. Like they're going to throw the book at them, put them away. But if there's any kind of procedural error or something that happens where some of those charges do not stick, or he does not get the time that the state feels he should serve, they can come in with some of these statutes and charge him separately.
The state doesn't own that land.
Technically, you are correct, but then again, it's not. We have a weird system when it comes to federal lands. Federal lands apply to everything within the states, but those states also have jurisdiction over those lands because it's within the state. Like if you crap on a bald eagle in one of the national parks, like Yellowstone, do the states get to charge you or did the feds charge you? In actuality, both will.
Yeah, but the states can't override the federal law, right?
Well, it's not overriding.
I don't feel like looking all of it up, but I see what you're saying about the states. There are like 32 states that had some kind of terrorism charges in their statutes.
They can't charge like the M1 charges again, but they do have the separate subsections to charge for like the other crimes that surrounded the same event.
I don't know that. I think a lot of these wouldn't stand. I think a lot of these wouldn't stand if scrutinized by the Supreme Court, especially when it's something like against protesters and shit like that. And I guess if it comes to capital crime or like murder or something like that, then it might be different. But I still think that's fucking stupid too.
Take this time.
Ella, I have a question.
Whoops.
Ella.
Joe, go.
No, go ahead.
Want to tap the screen? Help Mojo meet his gift goal. Send your heart me if you hadn't already sent it. Gift the panel. And I also lastly want to say you guys have finally turned me to the dark side. I've decided to go 100% green. Every single one of my optics is now solar powered. Oh, yeah.
I'm proud of you, Donovan.
Buddy.
I guess you did figure out that solar panels and wind do not travel through the Strait of Hormuz.
It's wild.
Mojo, sorry about that.
No, it's all right. I just can't figure out how to use that fucking winch thing on this goddamn game.
You still trying to figure that out?
No, this is different. This is actually sending a shockwave to the person.
Like Mortal Kombat. Come here.
Like I'm not even gonna try to argue.
I can
this.
do that too. What? Why aren't you gonna try and argue? I'm certainly not going to go into any more depth on any of these things. I guess I don't really care, but I know that when Donald Trump talks about domestic terror groups or whatever, he can't, quite literally can't do that because we don't have a classification for domestic terror groups.
Oh, did anyone see the news that there was a Trump, I guess, announced that he signed a peace deal with Iran? I'm very upset about this.
No.
It hasn't been signed yet. That is simply Trump saying that it will be signed.
Guys, real quick though, I do have to point out how hilarious this is in the comments where Analog says actually wind does travel through the strait, and I was like, well, if we stop calling it the strait, then wind wouldn't travel through it. That's his argument.
No, it's just a 60-day ceasefire. It's all it is. It's just anything that Trump's announced. Local news. That's
Yeah, it's a memorandum of understanding, and a lot of the terms are actually not very favorable to the U.S.
There's no way this is going to sustain. There's just no way.
No way.
It's as weak as it was the last few times he tried.
There only the one term that Trump is sticking on? That would be no nuclear weapons for Iran?
I'm pretty sure this New Deal, or whatever you want to call it, memorandum, is allowing them to continue their nuclear program. That's what I heard.
No.
Is that wrong?
Yeah, but you know what? On this panel, we all can agree on something. It's all a bunch of BS. During the MOU signing, fake signing that never happened, Bibi boomed Lebanon again, which is a violation of the MOU. So again, take it with a big fat grain of salt. Bibi is going to sabotage everything because Bibi wants control. And I mute. Thank you.
Huh.
Either she keeps saying Bibi. Is it Bibi or is it Bibi?
Put the wrong emphasis on the incorrect syllable.
She means Habibi.
Did you guys not get what I meant no matter how I said it? Do I need to spell it?
It's spelled the same regardless of how you pronounce it.
Hey, no offense. It just reminds me, like, my friend of mine kept pronouncing Elon as Elon. Because I'm like, dude, it's Elon.
Okay, did you understand what I meant? Do you have to make a big deal out of it? We all agreed on something on this panel.
Just a comment. And maybe you can correct it moving forward.
Hold on, I'm sorry. Is a person that struggled to pronounce Kamala's name correctly trying to name check somebody else?
Wait, who struggled to pronounce Kamala correctly? In fact, you hesitated before you even said it.
Who cares? Why are you so triggered about the pronunciation of her name? Who gives a shit?
Yeah, nobody's triggered. I was just making a light joke about it, except that she got triggered.
The only agreement was...
Steven's been after me every time I told him I was an expat living in Canada, so I'm going to correct myself. It's Bibi, not a Jew. Do you get it now? It's Bibi, not a Jew. Okay? I was clear. Okay?
Do you get it? I actually think I like that one better, Curiosity.
I don't understand, though. What does that mean?
Born in Poland. He was born in Poland and changed his name to be more ethnic. He is not a true Jewish person.
But Curiosity, if you do join other lives, though, you probably should just start saying BB because it is a little distracting.
I find that a bit offensive. Are you saying he shouldn't hold office?
To like a slobbering fool, Bibi, versus Bibi, not a Jew. Okay.
Are you saying you shouldn't hold office because of his ethnicity?
Big deal over what I said when we all were agreeing on the context of what was being stated. This entire panel was agreeing. And you want to make this about an enunciation.
Yeah.
Enunciation, not pronunciation. Enunciation.
Oh my God!
That's the way you're pronouncing it, right? I don't know. Whatever.
What the fuck?
Listen, as the European on the panel to whom English is like not their first language, all of this is kind of silly. Get over it. Move on with the conversation.
It was a silly joke. It wasn't even that deep.
No, it was a terrible joke. He wasn't. He was just trying to make a giggle and it didn't land. So
Oh,
Well, it didn't land
I'm not
because she got super
anyone
offended.
specifically, just in general.
I think in general, though, maybe just say BB from now on because it is distracting.
Maybe you need
Kinda
to
like
stay in
Bibi.
your own country and get some education yourself before you start educating others. How's that go, Stephen?
That sounds good. I'll do
I
it.
also
And
like Bibi.
why don't you start flexing on someone else because I live in Canada and I get free health care and you don't, okay? Why don't you start caring
just
about
like
your
to-
fellow compassionate man
Mojo.
before you start writing on everybody
Hey,
else?
So upset.
Hey,
I care
hey,
about people other than myself.
hey, chill out. The fuck?
Jesus Christ.
It's crazy. Stephen,
We're
you
mad
seem to
today,
be
Mojo.
triggering a lot of women recently. Do you tend to?
If
Yeah,
I
do you
if I
tend to not like
mispronounce
women
something, please
anymore?
tell me, and I won't
Hey, shut
scratch
up.
out.
Can
Have
you
you
hear
ever
me?
heard of
Am I
TikTok
coming
language?
through? Can I? Am I coming through? Can anybody
You
hear
are.
me?
Mm-hmm.
Then shut the fuck up. Jesus
It's pronounced
fucking
fook.
Christ!
Shut the fook up.
I'm gonna boot your fucking ass.
Yeah, that
I'm
calls
about to
for
live
it.
down,
That was out
for
of
Christ's sake.
pocket.
Okay, Ella, I have a question. Are you here?
Yes.
Have you ever used the winch capability or whatever? So you use the action force and
Wow.
then you. I know. I'm asking about the game.
So pissed about a normal conversation. She's like, shut up.
You just call me an asshole.
I
It's
am
okay.
bisexual. I may have used winches. What? Anyways, what are we talking
Damn.
about?
No, you use the
Oh,
axiom,
shit.
and then you can
WLA.
send the nature force punch or whatever like through the axiom
Yes,
force
correct.
thing. What do you hit on for that?
Wait,
Do you
I don't think I understand
shoot?
it.
I want you to
Okay.
tell him where the axiom is. It's towards the top. It's kind of under a little flap. You got to get in there.
No. No, what? So
Well,
wait,
there's like a
you're
way.
talking
There's like a
about.
way. There's like a way that you can shoot something, and then, well, and like flip it around so it's like on a swivel. It's like those gates that swivel around if you hit them with the nature's force or whatever.
Yeah.
You can do that with your grappling hook as well. I just don't know how to do it.
But by using the force palm, like through the grappling hook, yeah. No, but what do you mean with what do you push on? Do you mean on the controller?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh, I don't know off the top of my head. It's become just like muscle memory, so I'm not sure. Let me go hold my
Well, the
controller.
jump thing was
I don't
right.
even know.
Yeah, the jump thing was right to actually pull me towards something. So I just have to jump and then it pulls me toward it. So that actually worked. But so if you could just tell me what yours does, then I could probably figure out what key it is. It doesn't seem to work though.
Because I'm by my computer, but the background noise is going to be wild here, so I'm going to mute myself. Hold on, I'll find it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, go ahead, guys. Sorry, I'm an asshole. You can call me an asshole. It's fine.
I love it. Just intermittent pause for clarification on the game.
Yeah.
Ella's joke almost killed me. I was not expecting that, and I swallowed a whole ass fucking peanut M&M. I almost choked on.
Yes.
Which color? He asked which color. What's wrong with you?
Wait, so we can say Donovan almost unalived on nuts?
On nuts, yeah. We just keep the joke rolling. It's great. So Mojo, for me, it's like pushing down on the left stick. But Jim is saying pull back on the right thumbstick. So I don't know. It might depend on which controller you use too.
Oh, I don't have a controller. So
Yeah.
I'm trying to find a button that it works with, and I can't do it.
Oh, but so there's a
No
place where
button.
you can
There's
find that. If you look in your skill
Well, I
tree,
know, but
like if you.
yeah. What it says is to just hold the button. So if I go in my skill tree, and I go to the winch, which is what it is, to pull it, basically. And it says hold and release tab. That's it. But that doesn't work. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea with keyboard and mouse. Maybe I should log in and test it out, but I'm not going to be able to give you a quick answer. I'm sorry.
It's all right. Don't worry about it. No big deal. It worked for the jump thing. So when you said jump on the other one, that works. So I was fine with that. I just thought maybe you
What
could
are
tell
you
me what it was,
using?
but huh?
What are you using the winch for?
There's this thing on a swivel, so it's a big plate. It's like a stone plate, and if I grab it with the grappling hook, I can pull on it and flip it around, like from far away.
That's what she said? I don't know what's happening here.
you just
Well,
trying to
Donovan,
fit it in
you
there
tell me
now.
what you use a winch for.
This
You gotta
person
flip it and reverse it.
I turned Tony into a little piglet. Yay!
into a little piglet. What?
Tony turned into a little piglet?
He was snorting. Y'all didn't hear that? It was funny.
Oh.
Who, me?
Was it not you? Someone was giggling and snorting and faded. I thought it was you.
It's what she said. I thought it was hilarious for a female to say. For a woman to say that, I found it hilarious.
I think we unalived him with too many sex jokes. It's a problem.
Is it though? Did you just put him out of his misery, maybe?
I mean, if that's what it took, sure. Oh. See you next time, Curiosity killed the cat.
I fucking love this guy's building up like this.
That doesn't work. I don't know. It's driving me crazy.
The hell? Play this fucking stupid ass game.
Did someone just say something about a stupid ass game? I'm gonna have to fight with people.
My stupid game. Mojo's got me playing my game now. So I'm fucking bored.
What is your game?
Oh.
I've been playing the stupid Forge of Empires for over 10 years.
Really? That's that. Wait, that's that stupid phone game, right?
Yeah, it's city building. It's a computer game. It's a city building game. You help other people. And you help them level their buildings, and you level their. They help you level your buildings and keep going up and up.
Sounds very socialist.
It's yeah. We help each other out. Yeah. We build guilds together. We come together. We battle other guilds, and just it's fun.
Is it Forge of Empires?
Yeah, Forge of Empires. Yes.
There was a game I played called Rise of Empires, Rise of something shit, I don't know. But you build castles, and then you can teleport your whole castle to a different place to fight with other castles. I played that for a little while. But
what the hell is MLM? What the hell is that?
Multi-level marketing.
Oh, yeah.
Pyramid scheme.
Yep.
I'm sorry. I'm boring. Yeah. You guys get there one day. 63 years old. I'm just living day by day. You'll get there one day.
Okay, so some people already know in here, and I said it in the chat earlier, but for those who didn't know yet and who saw my post and were sending me like well wishes and stuff, my scan results came in the other day, and I am, or my lungs at least, are squeaky clean. So nothing but good news. I am excited and very happy. Thank you all for with me.
Use ivermectin.
Yes.
That's not even how you say it, bro. But hey, congrats, Ella.
Enviromectin?
Yeah, whatever. In vitro mectin. No, that one's not funny. Goddamn.
Yeah, not much.
Don't go over it. Don't go over
Vitro enviromectin.
it. You have a ranking, Mojo? Is that what when you play a game, do you have a ranking? It's like a world ranking that you play?
A world ranking for this game?
Yeah. It's like you go up in the rankings. You don't have a global ranking? Okay.
No. There's no rankings on this game.
Okay.
Why?
Just curious.
No, there's nothing. This is just for personal satisfaction. You know?
Anybody have kids on the panel? Like young kids?
Grandson.
Yeah. Why?
Yeah. Got a 5 and a 3-year-old.
I'm putting together a Mario Maker level for them. They're coming back soon from their little vacation. It's one of the best games. When I was a kid, what I wouldn't have given to have this game when I was a kid.
What is it, Steven?
Mario Maker. You make your own levels.
All right, Steve, I'm gonna put you up on some game right now. My kids play this game, and it's pretty insane for a tablet game. It's called Sneaky Sasquatch.
Oh, we're very deep into it. I know it well.
It's so deep. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's a good game, dude. It's actually like one of the best produced games I've seen in a while for kids.
Potato peppers, green beans, spinach.
Rebel.
Dude, my 6-year-old boy has a total comprehensive understanding of like capitalism and like the exchange of goods and labor, and
Totally.
like it's crazy.
I know, it's so
my
funny.
kids play Hungry Hippos, so
That's an exchange of
and they play
capitalism
outside.
at some level.
But like he has like a sports car and like a mansion, and he's like balling in this game. And my daughter, God bless her soul, is 2 years older than him. She doesn't play it as much, to be fair, but she's still like out in the woods, like scaring the people in the park. And he's like in a mansion and got sports cars and shit. It's crazy.
Dude, this game gives you choices on like you can get an apartment, but when it lets you get an apartment, it's too early because you're spending too much on the apartment. You're not making enough at R Corp or whatever. So like my son was like, I ditched that apartment. It was wasting money. So now I just get arrested every night and live in the jail.
Oh, that's fucking base.
That's funny.
That is amazing. But yeah, that's a good game. My kid is obsessed with that one, but not doing the Mario. Is it like Wii or what platform are you talking about?
Mario Maker, it's on the Switch.
On Switch, right.
Yeah, you get like every variation of the different Mario games throughout time, and then you can build with all the same stuff that they built their levels with. It's pretty awesome.
Sorry, I did forget. There is one game on the tablet that my son does play. He does play Block Blast because he likes pattern recognition.
What? Sorry?
He likes like the pattern recognition and like figuring out like how they fit together.
On which game?
Block Blast.
Oh, I haven't seen
No,
that one.
the new form of Tetris.
It's like Tetris. Yeah. Those are good for kids. Yeah.
Mojo, it's the middle mouse button. So when you're grappling something and you want to use the force punch through the grapple, use the middle mouse button.
I've played a lot of Tetris because I used to professionally test cell phone video games for the company who owned the rights to Tetris, and like them developing it and like trying to put it across platforms. And like back then there were dumb phones, so these phones were like kind of unique in different ways, and so there was a lot of testing for each individual sort of revision. And I've played way too much Tetris. I still do though.
Do you ever dream of Tetris? I feel like I got to the point when I was a kid, I was playing Tetris too much, and I would just dream of it. Or sometimes you'd just be sitting there and you'd be imagining the way pieces fit together.
Oh yeah. No, for sure. I mean, I do this in my normal life, like bagging groceries or whatever. Like I'm always trying to Tetris, like putting shit in the back of the car. You know, it's just one giant Tetris game.
Life skills, bro. So cool. All right. Well, what else should we talk about?
Nothing.
I'm expecting Mojo to just like abruptly end his life like he likes to do.
I'm waiting
Yes,
for it.
Sounds
that's
rude.
right. There's only 40. That's right. There's only 40 people in here. 45 people in here. I should just do that. You guys.
It'll be like mid sentence. Somebody will be like, "Yeah, Maduro," but then just like end.